Dzirdi mani, ja? Pie komentētājiem. Un arī laikam redzi, man tagad neredzīja, jo es pieslēdzu kameru konvertijā. Tas nenāk nekur pagaidām. Mēs tūlītiņus uzsatapusim. Ir 2 komentētāji, tas ir otrais komentētājs.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning and welcome to London, where we're into Group B of this thrilling ECS England. It's match 21 already. I can't believe how time flies. The rain has just about stayed away. We did have the covers on over the last hour or so, and there was a threat that we might have to delay the game. But as always, the Blue Crew and the locals here have done wonderful work, and we're ready to go in just a few minutes' time. After what was, of course, yesterday, a thrilling day as well. Also rain affected, unfortunately. A bit more rain fell yesterday, which meant that we lost the first 2 and a bit games. But when the games did come, boy, were they exciting. And I'm expecting more of the same from Group B. A reminder as well that it's just a little sneak preview of Group B, but more of that in a second as we go back to what happened yesterday. And after the first 2 matches were delayed, we did manage to sneak in a rain-reduced 6-over game where Raynham put on 91 runs thanks to the Centurion Ashraful Islam plundering 37 not out. In reply, Sharks Cricket Academy, Salman Khan, the captain, did hit a quick-fire 46, but in the end they fell 7 runs short. This was, of course, the final day of Group A action. Sharks Cricket Academy came back just a few moments later in what was the first of 2 full games, although Hornchurch didn't make it a full game as they chased down the total in quick fashion thanks to their skipper George Hankins, who scored his maiden ECN century, and boy, was an entertaining one. 104 not out off just 28 deliveries, making light work of the Sharks Cricket Academy, a total of 134. The final game of the day once again featured Hornchurch, the hosts, and once again they made light work of the Raynham total, who they really struggled along, were bowled out in the 9th over, thanks again to some of the youth of Hornchurch shining through. Joey Ross, he picked up 2 for 23, and Billy Gordon back into the side, picked up runs as well. But we have now 5 brand new sides to bring you. 4 of them will be playing today and 1 will be taking to the stage tomorrow. East Londoners versus CFS Pinnacle Pro. Not too much to tell you about these players, given that none of them have featured on the network before. There are some interesting stories that I'll bring you throughout the day, but the news from the toss is that the East Londoners have won it. They have decided to bat. Now, of course, the win predictor has to predict something, even if its guess is as good as ours, and it does go the way of the East Londoners. Maybe that's because, and I'll give you a little teaser here, they do have an international playing for them. And they do have someone with over 30 first-class games. More of that as and when. I don't want to play all my cards straight before the first ball is bowled. I am flying solo today. Tina Goff here in the commentary box for you. Nish is having a well-deserved day off. Maybe it's to do with the fact that it is Peacock Friday today. Not casting any aspersions, but Nish is well known for ducking Peacock Friday. But I'm here. I've got my effort in as well. And of course, a very good morning to everyone joining in the chat. I hope you're well. Looking forward to a new group, a new day. It's a Friday, of course, as well, which means the weekend is just around the corner. Looking forward to bringing you, hopefully, 5 full days of action. Games of action today as we get the first game underway. Subhan Javed has the ball in hand for Pinnacle Pro. And the excitement has got to him as well, as he a full start there. Opening the batting then for the East Londoners, Rohan Yadav. He will face up the first ball. He's joined out there in the middle by Kumar Sumit. Here we go then, first ball. That's right on the money, and actually pings off the pad and will go away for a leg bite. Interesting once more to see how these two new sides approach what is almost certainly a new format for them. And we saw the sides in Group A, which feels like a lifetime ago now, doesn't it? Just taking maybe a game or two to find their rhythm, especially batters who most likely will be classically trained, will be very familiar with longer formats, and they learn pretty quickly. You don't have too much time to contemplate when you're out there in the middle. Rohan Yadav gets straight off the mark. That was actually given as a run. Pretty sure it clattered off the pad, but maybe a bit of bat on the way through. That's the first wicket to fall. And Kumar Samit, well, welcome to the European Cricket Network. He doesn't want to leave, but he will have the ignominious honour of getting a golden duck on his very first appearance on the network. It was a nice delivery from Subhan Javed, just teasing the batter outside off stump. And Samit, the captain, was just trying to guide it away into that vacant backward point region. Only manages it to guide it into the hands of the tumbling Cam Tom. It was a good grab. Came at him quickly, and he manages to snaffle it, so he gets his first dismissal on the network. It'll be a day of firsts, I'm sure, as Kumar Samit has to depart for a golden duck. The East Londoners have one on the board. Oh, they've lost their first wicket as well. Really smart catch behind the stumps there. Tumbling away to his right side. Viken Telaria is the new batter. A reminder then of the schedule coming your way. We've got the 5 games starting off Group B today with the normal schedule. Right on the money again, once more by Javed. And then we have a brief rest from men's cricket tomorrow as we have the first day of 2 days of ECSW. That will be a triple round robin between the sides from Upminster, Hutton and Gunnersbury. 5 games of that tomorrow, again the same schedule. Sunday we have off, a day of cricketing rest here in London. Once again, flashes through the stumps and the pads there of Rohan Yadav. And then Monday through to Wednesday, we have the remaining 3 days of Group B action. Same format as Group A. Every side plays 8 games, with 4 of the top 5 teams then going through to the quarterfinals. Action replay once more. Rohan Yadav just seemingly trying to go inside the ball rather than stepping towards the off stump, where he could just maybe tuck that one away down to fine leg. 2 or 3 times there, he steps inside it and isn't able to make contact with it, but a brilliant first over by Subhan Javed. 2 runs coming off it and a wicket. As we take a look at some of the statistics, over 5,000 runs scored in Group A with that run rate over 15. So we're looking at a par score of just over 150, thanks to some big hitting. Thinking of Raynham, Mighty Tigers, even Hornchurch as well, all plundering the runs. 420 Maximos, almost 400 fours, 185 wickets. And you can see that Maximo rate just higher than the 4 rate, but this is a ground where you do get value for runs along the ground. Maybe not quite as much today and yesterday, by virtue of the fact that it has rained a little, just making that outfield just a touch slower. Nevertheless though, it's a glorious outfield here in East London. Musa Chowdhury will bowl the second over here for CFS Pinnacle Pro. And again, as with his colleague Subhan Javed, just has to recalculate. So the quarterfinals will be coming your way next Thursday. And the seeding works like this. So it's teams at 1 to 4 in both groups A and B. and the top seed from Group A, which is the Mighty Tigers. Bit of a tumble there on the boundary. They will be playing the 4th placed team from Group B. The 2nd place team, Hornchurch from Group A, they'll be playing the 3rd place team from Group B, which of course we don't know who that is at the moment. Raynham finished in 3rd place in Group A, so they'll be playing the 2nd place team from Group B. And Sharks Cricket Academy will then play the winners of Group B. So it is the classic seeding that you might be used to from other tournaments all across the world. Slower ball there by Musa Chowdhury. Rohan Yadav really struggling here. 1 of just 6 deliveries for him, opening up for the East Londoners. So on the European Cricket Network, we do often have the double chance, the eliminator, things like that. But this time it's just a straight shootout quarterfinals. The winners go through to the semi-finals, unsurprisingly, and the winners of the semi-finals go to the final, which is happening Friday evening, Friday the 13th. That one is flashed away by Rohan Yadav, and he does get his campaign here up and running with his first boundary. In fact, the first boundary for the East Londoners in this ECS. Not quite off the meat of the bat there by Rohan Yadav, but he's just been scratching around a bit, and he'll be more than happy to find the rope for the first time. So we will have our classic Finals Friday, Peacock Finals Friday, next Friday on the 13th. And Nish won't be able to escape that one. Got him. Played all around that one, did Rohan Yadav. Musa Chowdhury has bowled excellently here, not giving Yadav any sort of width. And that one going around the wicket to the left-handed Yadav. Flies through the batsman pad and takes a 2nd wicket, as this is an excellent start by CFS. 2nd wicket. The angle on that is just what did it for Rohan Yadav. It's such a horrible angle to face for a left-hander, speaking from experience. The ball just keeps on following you, and it will be the end of Rohan Yadav. He does get the 4. Very next delivery, though, he has to depart as the East Londoners fall to 7 for 2. Excellent delivery from Musa Chowdhury, who of course picks up his first wicket on the network, a well-deserved one as well, after a probing first 4 deliveries. And then just to finish off the schedule then, Finals Friday on the 13th with the 4 games, the 2 semis, the 3rd, 4th place playoff, and then the final, of course, is the last game of the day. And then Saturday the 14th, we come back for the 2nd half of the ECSW with 4 more games coming your way. There's no finals in the women's competition, just the 3 sides. So a classic round-robin format with the top place team then taking the glory and taking the beautiful trophy, of course, supplied by Local Lifestyle. So plenty more cricket to bring you in the next 8 days here from East London, as that one is hit firmly away. Deepak Khatri is the new batter, and he takes no time at all to get acquainted with T10. That one just a bit in the slot there from Musa Chowdhury. As well, a few movers and shakers in the East Londoners tent. Maybe didn't quite expect their first 2 overs on the network to go this way. 11 for 2 is the score after 2 overs. And a perfect start for CFS, with both of their openers picking up a wicket and being pretty miserly with the runs they're giving away as well. A nice time to welcome everyone joining in the chat. I see Dave's in there, Luke Belgium, Johnny He, Ederico is there, and I saw Tim and Kroom and Chris and Julian. Lovely to have you all here, Paul Kempin as well. And thanks for keeping me company as I fly solo through this Friday. Caleb Baldwin, just 15 years old. Again, the teenage prodigies continue to make an appearance at this ECS in London. 15 years old, but I don't know what they're feeding him here, because he's quite a tall lad as he comes steaming in to bowl the 3rd. Decent pace on him as well, just drifts a bit down the leg side on that occasion. And again, there will be some youngsters on show here. Cam Tom, the wicket keeper, who of course took that brilliant catch, just the second ball of the day. He's just 17. Prab Singh also in the CFS side, 18 years old. And Owen Palmer featuring for East Londoners, 19. I was saying to Nish earlier in the week, we could almost make an all-star team full of teenagers from this series. Of course, Hornchurch are really pushing their youngsters. Slightly short, clubbed away by Viken Tadaria. Got Billy Whitlock at Hornchurch, of course, 15 years old and pulling away really at the top of the wicket takers chart, having consistently picked up wickets in all the games. Despite sometimes going for runs, he just keeps plugging away, and he's got 11 wickets at the very top. The next is Joe Ross, also a teenager. He has 8 wickets, and then Charlie Sutton, also a teenager. He has 7 wickets for Raynham. It's so good to see so many youngsters being given an opportunity here on the big stage. Caleb Baldwin just being hit through into the leg side once more. Viken Tadaria still in the power play, remember. So the East Londoners, after a slow start, do have to try to make the use of the fielding restrictions here if you're new to the network. And a reminder that the power play is 3 overs, and in those 3 overs, just 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. Once those restrictions are lifted, you can go back to the 5 fielders that you might be used to seeing in T20s and in the longer format of the game. And just a refresher on the wide rules as well. That's much better delivery from Caleb Baldwin, just knocked into the offside for a single. The wide line in ECSs doesn't move, so you can see the blue wide line there on the pitch. And regardless of what the batter does at the crease, whether they go left or right, that wide line doesn't move. Of course, if they switch their grip and they turn into a left-hander, for example, then that will be the only occasion where the wide line does switch around, but otherwise it's an immovable wide line, which makes it easy for batter and bowler. Big appeal, and a wicket falls. Caleb Baldwin does pick up his first wicket on the network. Just a feather edge on that from Deepak Khatri, and a good wicket to pick up for Baldwin, having not quite found his line early on. Been hit for a couple of boundaries by Tadaria, but he comes back strong. If you take a look at this one on the replay, didn't hear anything from here. I am a good 60 metres away, but Baldwin was convinced, as was Cam Tom behind the stumps, and the finger of doom is duly raised by the umpire, and the East Londoners do lose their 3rd wicket. 22 for 3 is the score. We're still in the power play here. 1 ball left of that, as Deepak Khatri has to depart. 4 and out for him. And good to see Yoz there, integrity officer, doing excellent work on PMOO duties today. Of course, on the back of a glorious pub quiz win yesterday. Again, I'm going to have to tell you the story of that maybe later in the day. Got plenty of time to regale you with that glorious tale. Probably won't hear the end of it, but it was a beautiful evening in the Golden Lion in Romford. Gaurav Kumar, the new batter, final ball of the power play. There's a big appeal there, but I think it's pitched outside leg stump, especially going across to the left-handed Kumar. Probably would have gone on to hit the stumps. Take a look at this. Yeah, pretty plumb in front, but it's always going to be against the bowler on the angle. with Caleb Baldwin bowling over to the left-handed Kumar. So we do get to the end of the power play, and what an excellent power play for CFS, picking up 3 East Londoner wickets, 22 on the board. And it's a tough start for the East Londoners, but what I will say is that we can caveat this with the fact that it's a brand new format for all of these teams. So whereas we were used to, by the end of Group A, seeing scores well in excess of 150, 180, even 200 on a few occasions, I think we can bring that average down just a little bit for the sides, especially for the first day or so, where they're just feeling their way in the format. And I think at this point, as a new side, if you can just get 100 on the board, that's certainly something you feel like you can defend. CFS, of course, will be their first time batting in this format. Bowling, I feel like that's easier to make the transition if you bowl good lines and lengths. It doesn't really matter if you're bowling in a T10 game or in a test match. For batters, though, of course, it takes a while longer to flick that mindset. As Musa Chowdhury comes back to bowl his second over, and bowling excellently here. Doesn't seem too fussed to be switching to the left-hander and right-hander. Bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Kumar, and just happy to keep it outside of the off-stick. Nicely down the ground, should just be the single. The restrictions, remember, then have been lifted for the fielding side, so they can go back to 5 outside the ring. Usually in this format we do see long on and long off, as well as deep mid-wicket, cow corner. And that's exactly, it seems, what Musa Chowdhury has gone for here. He's actually brought the covers in and has gone for a deep square leg and a very wide third. It doesn't matter where you have your fielders, if it's crunched away like that. Vikan Tedaria, he looks like the one for the East Londoners who is comfortable with just swinging and swinging hard, and he gets all of that one, just sits back in his crease, waits for that shorter delivery from Musa Chowdhury, gives it the treatment. Reminder then that the Londoners won the toss, decided to bat here. Well fielded on the boundary there by Praveen Kumar. I think if I were the captain, of course you do have the slight damp conditions here early on this Friday morning, but if I'm new to the format, in the first game ever, I would always bowl first, just to get everyone out there, settle a few nerves, and also so you know what you're chasing in the very first game. As I was saying, it's difficult to know what par score is with brand new teams, but I suppose if the East Londoners are going to go and bat from the start, then they're going to have to go hard, and that's what Gaurav Kumar has done on that occasion. Taking inspiration from Vikan Tedaria at the other end, just lifts that one away. Getting his first Maximo of the series. In fact, those two Maximos from Tedaria and Kumar were the first two of the game, only dealing in 4s before that. As we get to the end of the 4th over then, East Londoners a better over on that occasion, 15 runs coming off it. In fact, the best over so far, and they are slowly accelerating. 2 off the first over, then 9, then 11, and then 15. Certainly going in the right direction then, the worm for the East Londoners. They don't have time to take their foot off the gas though. Prabsing into the attack here. Very first delivery, a bit of a rank full toss, despite the tumbling figure at point to get knocked away to the boundary. Free hit signalled as well here from the umpire, I think, unless he was just doing his early morning arm stretches. Either way, it's clubbed down the ground. Just, yeah, it was 5 no ball signalled. I'm not sure if that was a foot fault or maybe a fielding error. I feel like it's always a crime if a spin bowler oversteps the line, but I think they're just chopping and changing, especially with the left-hander. Maybe they just had one too many outside of the ring, but they are making the changes now, bringing in the 45 into the circle. Down the ground, 6 runs. And these two are finding their straps now. Nice little partnership forming between them. It was 22 for 3 when the two of them came out into the middle. It's a 27-run partnership. It's not a significant one quite yet, but given that the East Londoners were rocking at the start of their first ever appearance on the network, done a good rebuild job here. Have Tidaria and Kumar. Down the ground once more, and Prabsing, the teenager, is coming in for some punishment here. No ball on the first delivery. 2 boundaries. Did manage to avoid punishment on the free hit, but 6 followed by a 4. Goes around the wicket and not around the wicket, over the wicket on this occasion, and almost gets a half chance there as it's skewed up in the air by the batter. Lands safely. They do get past the 50 then, the East Londoners, 54 on the board. Another 6 runs to Tidaria, and this is an over that has gone magical then. 23 runs coming off it. Final ball of the 5th. Tries to go big again, but it's fielded well on the boundary by Nathan Weeks. Still though, 24 runs coming off that over, and a big one for the East Londoners as they move up to 61 for 3 at the halfway stage. And I could welcome you for the first time into the commentary tent. I hope you're well on this Friday morning. And of course, it's new teams. It's all change as Group A finished yesterday. And of course, congratulations to the 4 sides that got through. Mighty Tigers, they had both of their games actually yesterday morning cancelled because of the rain, but they were sitting pretty at the top of the table and justifiably go through as the first seeds. Hornchurch, they take 2nd place. I'm so excited to see them in the quarterfinal, as of course are all of their fans who are coming out in force to support them every day. And then we have Raynham, who came through in 3rd place, and the Sharks Cricket Academy in 4th place. So excited to see all of those teams from Group A back in action in the semi-finals. And who will join them from Group B? Well, we'll find out in the next 5 or so days. Today, of course, just being a little sighter of Group B before we go to the women's action tomorrow. Praveen Kumar bowling the 6th over here. First ball just a bit errant, And Viken Tederia going along nicely here. 35 on the board for him off just 14 deliveries. Setting the tone here for the East Londoners. Better delivery on that occasion by Praveen Kumar. So East London is here, certainly on track for 100. I felt that would really be the benchmark for any new side, but the expected score up beyond 120. Certainly have their eyes on that with these two now nicely set at the crease. That's a big one. That's the biggest hit of the morning so far. As that goes up and away. And that's probably one of the closest balls to the car park. As the early morning leisure centre users might come back from their morning swim to have a grizzly through their rear windscreens. Viken Tederia looking like some batter for the East Londoners. Chance of a catch, and not only does it burst through the hands of Prab Singh in the covers, but it flies to the rope. These are the kind of chances you need to take in the short format. Hit firmly, you can see the cameraman was there trying to keep up with how quickly that one went. In the end, Viken Tederia, he's given a life. He's dropped on 41, and he's got the chance here to go to his first ever half century on the network. And he goes there in some style with a big 6. Well done, Viken Tederia, into his first ever game on the network. And he posts a 18 ball 50, 51 not out for the opening batter, well, the third batter in fact of the East Londoners. Maybe he'll have to open the next game because he's shown himself to be well and truly able to clear the rope from ball 1. He came in, set the tone straight away with those back-to-back boundaries. He's put his side in a decent position now, into the 80s. As this is the second over in a row that goes magical. Praveen Kumar has been hit here for 20. Still one ball left to come. Back-to-back 6s, that's a big one. It's going to run away, trying to push to the front of the queuing London traffic. It's been there all week. It's been a feature of this ground. Viken Tederia really puts Praveen Kumar to the sword there. 26 runs, all in boundaries, all off the bat of Tederia. The East Londoners now 87 on the board after 6. After what was a shaky start from them, unsurprisingly a few nerves, I'm sure, in the ranks. First time on the network in front of the cameras. But Viken came in at that number 3 spot and really settled the situation for the East Londoners. As this partnership is now worth 65. Gaurav Kumar at the other end has done his part as well. 18 off 7 for him. Ably just anchoring the innings for EL. CFS need to find an answer here. They turned to Nathan Weeks to bowl this 7th over, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Kumar. Isn't it nice when the ball hits the pad that we don't have an appeal from every single player on the pitch? Maybe they've grown up with the stern English umpires having a go at them if they over appeal. That one was definitely not going to be hitting the stumps, as you could tell by the next ball. Pretty much a similar ball this time. Gaurav Kumar steps inside of it. It'll have to be rebowled. Oh, an early umpire clothesline here as he stops Nathan Weeks in his tracks. We get a zoom in on Nathan Weeks' footwear. It almost looks like he's playing cricket at 10 and got a business meeting at 11. Clubbed away. That's a big one. That's going to hit the nets. It's going to go into the nets, in fact. Someone needs to find the key. That one is pulled away. Actually, the first time I think we've had a Grizzly fly into the Hornchurch nets. Just too short. And Gaurav Kumar quick on that one. Pulls it away. Have a look at those. Yeah, they are the normal AstroTurfs. Just from afar, it looks like he's either about to go tap dancing or having a meeting with the CEO. Loving the style, though. All the style is coming from the East Londoners at the moment. 94 on the board. Slower delivery. Well bowled by Nathan Weeks. This has been some comeback from the East Londoners. Again, showing just how things can change so quickly in these European Cricket Network games. You think a side is down and out. Just one partnership can change it on its head. This one's high up in the air. Does it have the legs on it? It doesn't, but it's a fumble on the boundary by Caleb Baldwin. It was a really tough opportunity, falling away to his right. Only manages to spill it. We're going to have a look, see if that lands inside the rope. He goes for the catch, yep, and it does just bobble straight down in front of him and go away for 4 runs. It was a tough chance, especially with the sun trying to peep out now in front of those tents as well, with the breath of the batting side on your neck. He puts that away. He might have another chance here though, as this one goes straight down the ground and it's a tumble. And another one goes to the deck. This time, I don't think Subhan Javed really got anywhere near it because he was just about settling himself under the ball and his feet give out underneath him. That was unfortunate. He almost still recovered, and what would have been a tremendous catch if he managed to take it while in a mid-fall. There's 2 chances in 2 balls for the East Londoners, who in fact didn't run on that occasion. And the next ball, maybe that's why Kumar didn't run, because he wanted to club the next one for a Maximo. And the East Londoners do fly into triple digits. 104 now on the board. It's the end of the 7th. And Ted Aria and Kumar really doing the job here for their side. As we take a look at the calendar for 2025, as there's so much action to bring you. With Czechia starting on Sunday. Perfect timing, of course, as we have a break here in London. The international series gets going. So, of course, we're not going to leave you in the lurch. There's always action coming your way on the European Cricket Network. As Hornchurch, of course, goes through until the 14th. And the action from Czechia to take you through to Finland, Bulgaria. We're back in England as well at the end of July to Rains Park. Not overly far from here, still in the capital, more or less. But I did take a look earlier at how long it would take to get from here in Hornchurch to the location in Wimbledon, and it's outrageously long for so few miles. So I suppose it's, I think as the crow flies, maybe 20 miles as that one goes down the ground, and it will be taken on this occasion. Subhan Javed this time manages to stay on his feet, and it's the next wicket to fall finally as this partnership is broken. It was a valuable partnership for the East Londoners, which takes them already to, they will hope, a defendable score. Caleb Baldwin back into the attack and into the wickets as he picks up his second. Viken Tadaria has to depart, but an excellent opening innings for him. 57 off just 20 deliveries. That one just slightly too full to chip down the ground, but still work to do there by Javed. Tumbling away, does a good job, and the East Londoners lose their fourth, 104 for 4, as Nimanda Subasinghe comes in. Yeah, so if I set off from Hornchurch now to Rains Park, it would take me an hour and a half. But yeah, that's coming to you at the end of July. Looking forward to being back on the mic for that one. Gaurav Kumar then still out there. Hits this one firmly down the ground. Will be stopped again. And tumbles again. Subhan Javed, maybe he needs to get a pair of the shoes that Nathan Weeks has been donning. So Nimanda Subasinghe is the new batter, who has no experience on the network, but let's say a fair bit of cricket experience. Sri Lankan cricketer who's played first class cricket 34 games, which time he's scored over 800 runs, picked up 16 wickets as well. Played List A as well for Ampara District back in 2016, 2017. 32-year-old from Sri Lanka. He's going to race away. It's unfortunate for Caleb Baldwin. Was right on the money, really. Just flashes off the inside edge of Gaurav Kumar, who has probably made his own luck here, having hit the ball to all parts on his way to 39 not out. And Nimanda's average in first class cricket just under 20. This one's clubbed away again by Kumar, has the distance as he races away. Now just one hit away from his first half century on the network. And that will be the end of the over as well. Still a decent over from Baldwin. Picked up that wicket on the very first delivery, then just went for 3 singles. Slightly ruined on the final 2 deliveries. You'd still take an over that goes for 13 runs, especially late in the piece. East London's 117 on the board for 4 wickets. You can see there that partnership between overs 3 and 8 really boosted the score for EL. 22 for 3 when the two, Kumar and Tadaria, got together in the middle, and they boosted the score to 104 before Viken fell at the start of that over. It's an excellent partnership to give EL something to defend. Still 2 overs to go though, with a batter with first class experience at the crease, so certainly a chance for the Londoners to get up to something like the 140 expected score. I'm sure we'll see Subasinghe with ball in hand as well. So that one just going to go over Nathan Weeks there in front of the tents for Maximo. And Nimanda's first Maximo of his ECN career. He has scored 45 Maximos in first class cricket, 28 in List A and 14 in T20s. He has 35 wickets in T20s over in Sri Lanka. His best 5 for 19. So it'll be exciting to see him bowl as well if he does get the opportunity in the second half of the innings. Croom telling me how to get to Rains Park. District line to West Ham, Jubilee to Waterloo, and the British Rail to Rains Park. Certainly better than trying to negotiate the London traffic. You can see that that's exactly what the ambulance is trying to do in the background now. And that's an excellent effort on the boundary. Flung himself to his left, did the fielder, wasn't able to stop the Grizzly though, as Gaurav Kumar moves to 49, just punches that one away. It's muscled brute force, and despite the dive, it does find its way to the rope. He goes to his half century in the same way as Vikant Tedaria, and that's with a Maximo as he hits his maiden half century on the network. Gaurav Kumar moves to 55 off just 18 deliveries. A stylish shot to get there.
To get a wicket here.
$18 runs coming off this Shoaib Khan over so far. In fact, the second ball was a no ball, the one that was hit for a single. So just the 3 legal deliveries so far, and this could be another costly over for CFS. Just struggling with his run up here is Shoaib Khan. Again, a lot of these bowlers will be so accustomed to bowling on turf with the spikes, it's difficult to transition from running up on grass. That one was not a bad delivery, but in fact it was a half volley right in the slot. And Kumar lifts it up and away for another Maximo. And that's why I was saying earlier, we have to give these teams a little bit of first day grace. The batters, well, certainly for East London, they took an over or two maybe to find their stride. And for the bowlers, yes, you just bowl your, I guess, normal line and length, but it is a completely different proposition running up on grass and then having to transition to the AstroTurf. Of course, you're not allowed to wear spikes on the Astro. This one's down the ground, it'll probably fall short. In fact, it's a brilliant catch. Prab Singh, I thought it was just going to land in front of him and that he'd stop the boundary. But why stop the boundary when you can take the wicket, and an important wicket as well, as Gaurav Kumar departs. Does actually go straight down the throat of Prab Singh. My view restricted here by the side of the commentary tent. But it's an important wicket for CFS as the second half centurion departs. Gaurav Kumar top scoring an excellent 61 off 20 deliveries, including 7 sixes. This time just doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, tries to lift it over long off and only manages to find the grateful hands of Prab Singh. And it's 2 in 2 as the new batter Owen Palmer comes in, and he has to leave straight away. Quiet appeal on this occasion from Shoaib Khan, who comes back excellently in the second half of his over. Went for 25 runs, but finishes with 2 wickets. I want to see this one again. Oh, I think it's a tough one. It's very much the angle around the wicket is full, so I think there's no problem with that. It certainly pitches in line. Pitches pretty much on middle stump. It's just a question there of the angle taking it outside off stump. Decision though goes the way of the bowler, and Shoaib Khan, an eventful over comes to an end for him. He will just bowl the 1 in this game, 2 for 25, as the East Londoners move to 142 for 6, but make that 148 as that one is lifted away by Namanda. He's joined out there in the middle by Bhargav Patel. It was the end of the over, so Patel will be at the non-striker's end. squirts away, but it's still going to go to the rope. This time, one bounce four under the covers. Taruka Jaranga in the comments saying Subha Singh is an experienced, hard-hitting all-rounder in Sri Lanka's domestic cricket. Well, he's certainly showing the hard-hitting part here. And sure, we'll see him with the ball sooner rather than later. He's moved to 19 off 6. Subhan Javed has come back to bowl this second over, and he might wish he hasn't, as that one goes up and away for another Maximo. Subhan Javed must have thought this ECN lark is pretty easy in that first over, picked up a wicket off his second delivery and went for just the 2 runs. He's come back down to earth with a bump now, as his first 3 deliveries in the final over go for 16 runs. 158 on the board for the East Londoners, and well, I didn't give them justice at the start of the game, did I? I said just try to get to 100 and see where you go. Well, they've now gone above the par score for the series so far. They're not done yet, as this time Subha Singh goes through the covers and well fielded that man who's out for his Friday morning stroll and has a grizzly come to greet him. So this over already going magical, 22 runs coming off it, and Nimanda here showing his domestic experience. Doesn't matter if you haven't played on the network before, class is permanent. He's still got 2 balls left here, 164 on the board. The boundary run will come to an end though, but Nimanda turns down the single. Bhargav Patel, I'm sure he was wishing to at least get 1 hit. Nimanda though says, no thank you, I want to hit this last one, so Bhargav will have to wait for his first time at the crease, as he'll remain at the non-striker's end. Nimanda taking a little shuffle out of the crease here. And this one doesn't have the distance on it. It's going to fall short of Caleb Baldwin. And this time they do run through for the single. Bhargav Patel unlucky that he doesn't get a chance to bat here. The East Londoners finish on 165. Bhargav, well, he can take his bat back to the shop if he wants, but I'm sure he'll want to come back later in the day. And that's a brilliant showing from EL in their very first ever innings with the bat on the network. And it started a bit scratchily for them with Rohan Yadav and Kumar Samit, the openers, falling early on. That was a brilliant grab from young wicketkeeper Cam Tom. Kumar Samit, the captain, goes for a golden duck, and Rohan Yadav was not far behind as Musa Chowdhury dead-eyed on that occasion, dismantling the stumps. But Viken Tedaria came to the crease and he performed excellently, showed intent from the very off. Deepak Khatri, he didn't stick around though. That was the 3rd wicket to fall in quick succession for the East Londoners as they found themselves in real trouble, 22 for 3. But Tedaria was joined at the crease by Gaurav Kumar, and the 2 of them put on an outstanding partnership, which in the end was worth 82. And suddenly the East Londoners looked like a side that had been playing T10 cricket all their lives, with Tedaria and Kumar hitting 12 sixes between them as well as 9 fours. And really, the bowlers through the middle overs had no answer. Even when the chances were chipped up, they weren't taken until that grab there by Subhan Javed. That was the end of Tedaria. Well-constructed 57 for him. His first half-century on the network. Nimanda Subha Singh then came in, a man with first-class experience, as Gaurav Kumar eventually departed thanks to a tumbling catch from Prab Singh. He scored 61. That was maybe a 50-50 LBW that saw the end of Owen Palmer before he really had a chance to get going. Bhargav Patel came in. Nimanda didn't even let him have a chance to bat, as he finished 32 not out off just the 10 deliveries, showing that he is surely someone to watch out for in this series. East Londoners then, they get to 165. It's well above par from those figures we saw at the very beginning of the innings, and that's thanks to 2, possibly 3 men, Tedaria and Kumar in particular, putting on an excellent 4th wicket partnership, and then Nimanda coming in towards the end and smashing 32 off just the 10. It wasn't a worst performance from CFS with the ball. didn't bowl too many extras, were relatively tight, only the 4 wides, 2 no balls, neither of which were really punished in fact. And they did play around with their bowlers, so 7 used in total. I was impressed by Caleb Baldwin, the youngster. He went for just 24 runs off his 2 overs, picked up the 2 wickets as well, and Shoaib Khan, also unfortunate that he actually bowled the 9th, so he wasn't able to come back and bowl another, but he did go magical in his 1 and only over. At the halfway stage then of the first game of Group B, the East Londoners put on a bit of a fight back. They were struggling at the start, but ended up smashing 165 runs. CFS then, in their first run chase, will have to go hard. 166 needed for the victory for them. Who will take the first win of this Group B in ECS England? You won't have too long to find out. The run chase coming your way in just under 10 minutes time. So join me, Tina Goff, back here on the European Cricket Network for the run chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to East London, where the East Londoners have put on a mighty score, 165 on the board for CFS Pinnacle Pro to chase down in their first ever ECN run chase. It's going to be a tough one, you'd imagine, for batters not at all knowledge in how to chase in the European Cricket Network, but I'm sure they will give it a good bash as they look to get their first points on the board for CFS. As for the East Londoners, it was a brilliant comeback from them, wasn't it? Having been floundering at 22 for 3, still in the power play, managed to boost the score up thanks to half centuries, maiden ones from Tedaria and Kumar. CFS now have the opportunity to get runs and points on the board as it's Cam Tom who will face up the second ball after Arya Kedaka hit the first one for a single off the bowling of Gaurav Kumar, who clearly does it all, and that's chipped beautifully down the ground by the 17-year-old Tom as he gets his batting campaign up and running. He was in the action early on in the bowling innings for CFS, taking that brilliant tumbling catch behind the stumps off just the second delivery of the game. Clearly a quick starter is Cam, as his first ball on the network just gets pushed into the ground, chips Gaurav Kumar and races away for 4. The birds are out tweeting, and I'm no ornithologist. Is that a crow? I think so. They've been circling around, clearly loving the kind of damp weather we've had as well. Looking for those worms, not the cricket worm that we're used to seeing. As the clouds here are swirling, we've almost got like a two-tone sky going on at the moment, with a beautiful fluffy cloud right in front and then this awful threatening cloud just chilling above us as we go back to live. And well, hopefully those nice white fluffy clouds come to say hello. It's still dry here, no sniff of rain quite yet. We did have quite a downpour this morning about 9 o'clock local time, so we weren't sure whether we would get this game up and running at the scheduled time of 9:45, but again, excellent work done by the ground crew, and excellent work here by Arya Kedeka, as there's a fan sitting out there looking a little chilly. Well, I don't blame him as the ball comes flying his way. It was just a bit of a swat, wasn't it, really, from Arya. Hits the fence right in front of that spectator who seemed unbothered, as this is a good start for CFS. Gaurav Kumar, the half centurion, tasked with the ball here. He's been hit away for 18 runs off the first over. The CFS get off to the perfect start. That run rate is around 16. And they've already got 18 off the first. And this is actually why I was thinking, if I were the captain, I would always bat second in a debut game, just because it gives those batters just something to aim at, and they know exactly what they need to do. East Londoners, remember, they won the toss and they had a bat first. 14 matches since a golden ball. That golden ball run that went over 100 matches was broken eventually in Romania on the finals day there. The golden ball went the way of the batting side in the end. Take a look at those clouds. It's a very much welcome to British summertime kind of vibe today here in London. The forecast is generally okay. Tomorrow looks a little dodgy, but we'll take it all in our stride, I'm sure, as Cam Tom gets a bit of luck there, flashes it away. The undercut. Well, the good thing about this ground here is that it's a council run ground, so it's basically a public park. And that means wherever you are, there's spectators, dog walkers, able to throw the ball back. And the amount of people that have walked past and have stopped for an hour or two to watch the cricket. It's been huge. Slow ball, as it is Nimanda, a man with over 30 first-class games over in Sri Lanka. A big hitting all-rounder, as he was dubbed in the chat, who bowls the second over here. So you can already see a few key players emerging for the East Londoners. Gaurav Kumar scored runs and has opened the bowling. Oh, half chance there. Nimanda gets his fingers to it, rings them out now, has to check that all 5 are still in place as Arya Kereka hit that one firmly back at him. There was another slower ball. The umpire was on the move, as was the ball. In the end, it's a half chance that goes a-begging. Just checking there, his fingers are okay. Gives them a rub. In fact, we haven't had the magic spray out all week, and that's been a huge disappointment to me. Slow ball once more. We thought we'd have the magic spray out yesterday, and a bottle got run out onto the pitch, and we thought, here we go, here's the magic spray. It ended up being a Lucozade bottle. So we are still waiting for our first sighting of the glorious spray. Clubbed away, and it will go all the way for 6 over the covers, which will hopefully not be used again today. And Arya getting off to a brilliant start here. 20 off just 6 deliveries for him, as that one just a short arm jab over wide long on. A quick rundown then of the fixtures coming your way today. CFS, they have the first 2 games of the day as they get to the end of the second over here, 31 on the board. CFS playing this one against the East Londoners, of course, and then they're coming back in a double header against Old Brentwoods. The East Londoners, they have the long shift today. They're playing games 1, 3 and 5. Game 3 is between them and AZ Black Eagles, who then have a double header themselves. They'll come back in game 4 against Old Brentwoods. And Old Brentwoods will play then their 3rd and final game of the day against the East Londoners. So 4 of the 5 teams in Group B will be in action today. And we will see Gagan joining them as they come into the action on Monday. And they have a day off today, but will be playing 8 of their games across Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, as Deepak Khatri comes in to bowl the final over of the power play, and he's pumped away by Cam Tom. Another one that's threatening the cars there in the leisure centre car park. CFS here got off to the perfect start in the power play. And again, this is why I think it's a good idea to bat second. They've learned so many lessons, I'm sure, from the East Londoners and their batting innings. There we go. The dog walkers and the dogs always stopped in their tracks, and they see what's going on over here as the ECN roadshow rolls into town. I will say the locals have been absolutely blown away by the show here. We in turn have been blown away by the local hospitality. Everyone being so lovely to us, apart from the whole jelly deal incident, which we don't need to go into again. Don't want to ruin my Friday. So that run rate just hanging around 16, 17. I think CFS will be happy with that. They certainly don't want to see it go 18 up to 20, and streaky falls like that will certainly help as that one runs away off the inside edge of Cam Tom's bat. 3 balls left of the power play then, still making a few adjustments to the field. They now send back deep mid-wicket, along with wide long on, and that's a switch hit there. It's going to go away for 4 runs. Might have to check the height on that one as well, as it was a premeditated shot from Cam. I don't think he was quite expecting it to be flying up at his waist. He goes back in his crease. Probably just... I was going to say okay, but I'm not sure on second glance. He's right on the middle of that crease line. I think in the end, might just be okay because it was on the way down. It will just be the 4 runs then. Cam Tom showing early signs of again being one of the exciting teenagers here in this series in England. Good comeback ball though from Deepak Khatri, who finishes with a dot. And the power play is over then. 46 runs on the board, and it'll be interesting when we compare the power plays in a moment between the two, because the East Londoners had a bit of a nightmarish start, losing 3 wickets within the power play and less than 30 runs on the board. Of course, they came flying back in the latter stages, especially those middle overs and then towards the end. So the head-to-head clearly goes the way of CFS, but do they have those 4 magical overs in them that EL showed in overs 5 and 6, and then 9 and 10 again, thanks to the big hitting of Tedaria and Kumar and Nimanda. So they're well positioned here, CFS, but it is a big chase, especially with the scoreboard pressure, and that run rate has now sneaked over 17. And Vicky Segal will come on to bowl the 4th over here for the Londoners. And he immediately gets clubbed away by Cam for 6 runs. A bit too short, a loosener there from Vicky. He gets given the treatment by the teenager. Usual suspect in the chat saying nothing wrong with jelly deals. Well, there's very much something wrong with them in my opinion. I will say I don't think I had the full jelly deals experience. I had them just from a pot. And I'm reliably informed, although I don't trust anyone now in Hornchurch, that you have to eat them with lashings of vinegar. I will say anything that you have to douse in vinegar makes me question the taste of the food in the first place. If all you're tasting is vinegar, then what's the point? Nothing against vinegar. Love some vinegar, but I don't need a jellied eel as my vehicle to taste vinegar. But you know, each to their own. Back in my neck of the woods in Germany, Fischbrötchen are very much the delicacy of the day, and that's those pickled fish in a bread roll. So clearly there's a market out there for it, but I don't need to go through that experience again. Once is enough, and I think the whole of Hornchurch has heard of my experience now. Every time I go near the clubhouse, I have a comment thrown my way about jelly deals. So I'm glad I'm the source of amusement for the locals, and I've been promised by Birdie, actually, Richard Bird, that there's more delicacies coming my way. So if you don't hear from me again, it's the Hornchurch locals. They finished me off. Just needs to correct his length and line here, does Vicky. That one probably would have been a wide as well, but he crunched away. Some smart fielding there on the boundary rope though by Rajesh Sharma to cut off the boundary. Again, CFS just maybe learning the lesson that once you're out of the power play, it does get so much more difficult to hit the boundaries with 5 now settled back on the boundary rope rather than the 2 in the power play. I will say though, this has been decent bowling from Vicky. First one was just a bit of a freebie that was clubbed away by Cam, but has come back and only given away a handful of singles. Again, would have been a wide ball. He does hit it away for 4, so Aya cashes in on that occasion, but something to learn as well that Nisha's been talking about a few times over the last few days, that batters are maybe not quite as used to these very strict wides. If you let that one go, it would have been a wide and another ball, but of course if you can hit it for 4, then that's absolutely a good alternative. 15 runs then coming off the over, and it's going to be a tight one, isn't it? Just below the required rate at the moment, but well set our CFS, 61 for no loss. Both these batters well positioned to try to accelerate. Birdie in the chat saying there are a few delicious morsels being planned. Never have the words delicious and morsels filled me with so much dread and horror. But you know what, I'm game for it. Send them my way. Next time I might have to eat them on air. I promise no one needed to see me eating jelly deals. It was not fit for air. Yeah, Sam says pine mash. Now you're talking my language. Pine mash, absolutely. With, is it liquor on top? The local liquor, not just, you know, Jack Daniels. Not that much of a monster, although, you know, wouldn't say no. Not while I'm commentating, obviously. And Richard Gellard asking in the chat when the next match is, and it's 45 minutes time. So the action doesn't stop here. Every game starts at 1:45 the hour. Local time, so 9:45 this game started. Then we have 11:45, 1:45, 3:45, and the final game of the day at 5:45. Vicken bowling this over. So again, one of the half centurions gets thrown the ball. 57 off 20 he scored. This one's up in the air. Chance for a first wicket, but it just drops out of the hands of Deepak Khatri. Does some fancy footwork on the boundary. We're going to have to double check this because he does definitely touch the rope. We'll wait and see as it just skews away from him. The spin takes it away from his hands and then he puts his foot out. But I think his foot is on the boundary when he makes a stop. He can slow that one down. Yeah, it hits his heel there. His foot is on the rope there. I think you're going to call that one a 4. It will be called a 4 on field. It's not a bad effort. I don't think he knew too much about it actually, but he almost timed it perfectly that it hit his heel before he hit the rope. And it will be 4 runs though. And a good boundary for Cam Tom. Moves on to 37. They call for 2. It's a big old chase down the hill for the fielder. And they do manage to scamper through, so it's good running between the 2 out there. Kroom saying there's a few East London bagel shops nearby. That's definitely more my thing. I had some bagels when I was in New York. And they were, well, the one thing I'll say, and maybe this is just an American thing, is that the filling is bigger than the bagel itself. I don't think I need that much cream cheese in my life. Well fielded on the rope. It's Gaurav Kumar out there tumbling away, but again, running hard are these 2, which you don't often see on the network. Usually it's just about clubbing 4s and 6s. But again, maybe used to the more classic form of club cricket here. They're scampering hard. Won't have to run for that one though, as Cam Tom threads the eye of the needle, moves to 45. And this partnership now worth 75. End of the over then, halfway stage. CFS 75 for no loss as we take a look at what's happening over in Khartoum at the end of September into October. It's the ECC for men with a bit of a changed format this year. So we have the Premier Division groups A, B and C. The top three, so the top one of each group, 3 of those sides will go through to the Premier Division Championship group where they join the England 11 and the Netherlands 11. But in the meantime, we have the Challenger Division as the sandwich with groups 1 and 2. The top of those 2 groups plus the winner of the playoff will go through to finals day. So it's all action over in Khartoum at the end of September as we go back to live. Doesn't have the distance on this one, does Kedeka? Well, yes he does. I thought that was going to drop into the hands of one of those fielders, or at least inside the rope. That one just kept on going and going. Didn't really get a hold of it, but enough to take it over the boundary for 6 runs as Vicky Segal has come back to bowl his second over here. Wayne in the chat saying, how good was that stumping by Muzzer yesterday? It was an unbelievable stumping. If you haven't seen it, go over to our social media channels. Paul Murray rolling back the years as that one's been pumped down the ground. Back-to-back 6s for Arya. He leapt up like a cat and then almost before landing took the bails off on the way down. It was an outstanding piece of glove work and certainly one that you should check out on our social media. And he did a similar one later in the innings as well. 6-6-6. The devil comes out for Arya as he's really cashing in on this bowling from Vicky Segal. Just bowling a little too short and wide at the moment is the East Londoner. Later in the innings then, Muzzer just waited for the batter to overstep and go off balance and whip those bails off quick as a flash. It was 2 outstanding stumpings, and really the whole week actually we've been treated to really good glove work. Cam Tom showing this morning as well that he's no slouch, taking a lovely catch, diving away to his right. This time it goes straight down the throat of the fielder. It's Owen Palmer there, tumbling away to his left. It wasn't the easiest of chances as it came at him firmly off the bat of Arya, who was looking to go for his 4th 6 in a row. This time doesn't quite get underneath it. He was looking to actually bring up his half century with a 6, but only manages to find the hands of Palmer. And the first wicket does fall for CFS, but it's a brilliant opening stand as Tom and Arya put on 93, but the latter does have to go. 44 he scored off just 16 deliveries. Smiles on the faces there in the CFS dugout, rightly so, as the openers have put themselves in a brilliant position. As Faris Haider comes in at number 3. And Owen Palmer is really in the action here. This time he palms it to his teammate. Gets the round of applause from Vicky Segal, who of course picks up his first wicket on the network. Birdie, I do eat shellfish. Although, maybe after my experience the other day, I just should say no. But I'll give it a go, whatever it is. Just have to try and convince Nish to do it as well. But if we can't even convince him to wear a Peacock Friday shirt, then I think our luck is out. End of the 6th. CFS 96 for 1. That first wicket to fall, but still the over goes magical. 21 runs coming off it, thanks in large part to the 3 6s in a row hit by Arya. But Vicky gets the last laugh on the 4th delivery as he picks up the wicket. Still perfectly placed here, CFS, to take their first win, the first time of asking. Trying to repeat the trick of Raynham, who of course picked up a win on their first game as well, as did the Mighty Tigers. It's always good for them. Oh, that's going to almost be one of the catches of the network, as Viken comes back to bowl his second over, and I stopped in my tracks there because I thought he might have grabbed that one. It was 1, 2, 3, almost had it on the juggle. Excellent effort. It's one of those where sometimes it just sticks. And actually, Faris Haider, he was almost walking off the pitch already. And lucky to see that one fall to the ground, but it was an excellent effort from Tedaria. This time though, he digs that one into the turf. And in the end, it's brilliant fielding. I don't know if we've got the full replay of that, because the fielder out there, I think it's Rohan Yadav, takes the tumble. And he gets back up. You can just about see him scampering away there. Oh, but does he get his foot over the rope there? Let's have a look. Yeah. What I thought was excellent fielding is in fact a 4. It was unfortunate because he fell over as the ball was coming his way. He might not have noticed that he went over the rope actually, because he didn't touch the rope. His foot went straight over it. He's looking down suspiciously at his footwear there. You can see in the background. It will be 4 runs. Up in the air, but it skews over the head of Vicky Segal, and again they run well. Do the 2 from CFS, getting back for the double. Down the ground, a chance for a catch, and it's taken comfortably by Gaurav Kumar on the rope. Well, in fact, he was about 3 meters inside the rope. As Faris Haider, he gave a half chance to the bowler, and now he gives a more comfortable chance to the boundary rider, so he has to depart. 9 for him off 6 deliveries as Viken picks up his first wicket of the series. Cam Tom, though, still out there. He's 45 off 18, just been starved of the strike a little since that first wicket fell. So 102 for 2. They have gone past that 100 mark, have CFS. Equation now 64 needed in 20 balls, so it's getting a little tougher for the chasing side. That run rate sneaking up towards 20, which shows just how explosive that acceleration was for the East Londoners in the latter half of their batting innings. 4 overs that went magical after the 5th over. Left-handed Prab Singh comes in, and almost an outstanding catch by Owen Palmer, throwing his left arm up. But in the end, doesn't manage to stop it. Does he even get a finger on it? No, it goes past him as he puts in the goalkeeper's dive. But Prab Singh gets off to the perfect start here for CFS. 6 off his first ever ball on the network. And he follows that up with a single out into the deep. So Cam Tom does again avoid the strike somehow. As it's the end of the over, 13 runs coming off it. And again, not quite what's needed from CFS, but we've been set up here for an exciting finish. 57 runs needed in the final 3 overs as we look ahead to the next game. And they're coming thick and fast here on this Friday in half an hour's time. CFS unchanged as they face up against the old Brentwoods, who Birdie in the chat says he's excited to see how they perform. Captain Baba Chowdhury has been put into the field as CFS win the toss and decide to bat. So they've had enough of chasing. It'll be interesting to see if they do chase down this total, but in the next game they will have a chance to put a score on against the old Brentwoods in what will be CFS's final game of the day. They've just got the first 2 games. They will come back with a triple header on Monday. Back to live then. And Deepak Khatri comes back to bowl his second over. Went for 15 in the first, and he'd probably take that at this point with that run rate creeping up towards 20. Hi to Thomas, who's joined in the chat, saying hello to Tina Loner. I'm not a loner, I've got all you guys, and loving your conversations. keeping me company on this lonely Friday. Nish taking a well-deserved day off, which just happens to coincide with Peacock Friday, but I'll let you be the judge of that. Bowling well here, Deepak, and Cam just been starved with the strike, and the pressure's really on him now, isn't it? As he needs to try and find the rope to get his side over the line. But he's coming up against Khatri, who's bowling excellently here. You can see they're calling for 2 straight away, but they're not going to get it on Owen Palmer's arm. He launches that one into Bhargav Patel's gloves. Just a few field changes for the left-handed Prab Singh. Interesting, they've put a deep covers out and a deep point. Clearly just wanting to bowl outside the off stump is Deepak, and it's working well for him as this over gone for just 3 singles so far, and dare I say this might be the match winning over for the East Londoners with that run rate now almost at 25. You imagine this ball faced up by Cam Tom has to go to the rope. Final ball of the 8th over. Dave saying, I've got Birdie taking care of me. I'm not sure taking care of me would be the right phrase, but whatever it is, I suppose I'm grateful. Wayne giving me a virtual hug as well. Hello to you. So 13 balls left. Unlucky for some, it might be unlucky for CFS here, and this one can go to the rope. Well, that might help. It flies away for a 4, and we're going to have to check this. My instinct is it might be high, as Cam Tom does go to his first half century as well. He's on 50, not out of 22 deliveries, and he might have a freebie coming his way. He absolutely does. That's 5 up. There's a no ball, and there's the last thing that the East Londoners needed. If Deepak just kept that one on the pitch, I reckon that would have been game over. As it is, though, 5 runs. You still think Cam has to hit this one to the rope. He brings up his 50, and he's a real 360 player, isn't he? Well, at least 16 or even 20 of those runs have been behind the bat. But he's hit some nice shots down the ground as well, and he needs to go big here. He tries to go funky. I'm not sure that's the right shot selection. Holder just clubbed that one as it goes through to the keeper's gloves, but still a glimmer of hope with that 5 up, with CFS now needing 49 in the last 12 deliveries, so almost 25 and over. And given that they haven't hit 25 in any overs so far, it's certainly a tough task. The biggest over so far has gone for 21. That was Vicky Segal's 6th over. That's really been the difference between the two sides, the acceleration shown by the East Londoners in their batting innings, with the final 2 overs going for 48 runs. Well, if CFS repeat that trick, we'll be going to a golden ball. But East London had 2 overs that went magical before that as well. So actually 98 of their runs came in just 4 magical overs. It shows how they were able to get that score up. As the clouds continue to circle here over Hornchurch. The traffic, that's come to a standstill. But I think the rain should be okay for today. As Pinnacle then into the last 2 overs. This one needs to be a big one. Prab Singh on strike. And Amanda bowling it. He starts off with a wide, but he's going to be someone who's able to lean on all of his experience. 11 runs coming off his first over. And tries to hide it outside the off stump. Just a bit too wide for the umpire's liking there. Again, just slightly opening the door here for CFS with those 2 wides. Congratulations to Deborah Hall, 2-month silver spanner. Give me hugs as well, so extra congratulations. Clubbed away into the leg side. It will be 4 runs, not quite going all the way for 6. It's a 1 bounce 4, as it looks like Yoza's there doing the briefing for the next side. I assume that was old Brentwood's over there. Well, the first ball of the over technically goes for a 6 with those 2 wides plus the 4, so exactly the start that CFS needed. But they can't let their foot off the gas here, with still 43 runs needed in 11. It's good to see Muzza in the chat saying, please keep mentioning my stumpings to Birdie. Well, I hope you've seen that one of them's already on the social media. I'm sure the second one might make an appearance as well. Big 6. That's one of the biggest we've seen over towards the clubhouse, and it goes into the road. Oh, watch out for the mark. Oh, it dinged it. There we go. Might go into the office as well. There's the workman there. I hope it's not there, Mercedes, otherwise we might have a brawl on our hands, but that was a big hit. And it rolls and it rolls and it dings just over the tyre. Uh-oh. Well, if they need the evidence, we've got it on camera. Maybe we have to scrub the tapes. That's a big hit. It was him. Prab Singh, blame him. That one flies away for 6 runs. And again, this game swings. If he keeps on going like this, suddenly we might have a grandstand finish on our hands. Better delivery though on this occasion. Only able to knock it for a single, but that does bring Cam Tom on strike, who's unbeaten on exactly 50. Good slower ball from Nimanda. Calls of catching it, comfortably lands into the hands of Rajesh Sharma. Good comeback from Nimanda. Gets rid of the dangerous Tom, who's just in the last few overs struggled to find the middle of the bat. Does get himself his maiden half century though. It's a good effort from the 17-year-old who opened up with Arya Kadaka. Got his side off to the perfect start. Just fell away a little towards the end. Still striking over 200. But here, much higher strike rate needed, with Pinnacle still needing 36 in 8. 2 balls left then of the 9th. And you feel that these have to go to the rope. But it's the new batter in the form of Subhan Javed who has to do it. Slower ball again. Nimanda using all the tricks in the book now. And the single is probably a good enough outcome here for the East Londoners, because it puts Prab Singh on strike. He's been hitting it well. He really needs to hit a boundary here, but that would obviously keep him off strike for the final over. You imagine he has to go for it whatever happens. 35 runs needed in 7. He needs to get it down into the 20s if he can. It goes funky, and that's an outstanding shot by Prab Singh. It does go all the way for 6. A lovely piece of invention to finish off the over. He just uses the pace of Nimanda. Premeditated, jumps away to the offside and lifts it away, and that spectator there had the best seat in the house for that one as it rolls into the bin. And sets up what could be an interesting final over. 29 runs needed. It will have to be the biggest over by some margin for CFS, but that one did go magical. 20 runs coming off it. Subhan Javed, he has to go big, or he has to get a single off this first delivery. He can't afford any dots. maybe he just tries to get the single and hands over the responsibility to Prab Singh, who's batting excellently so far. 26 off 8 for him. Just a dress rehearsal for the final over, as it will be bowled by Gaurav Kumar. Certainly has his name in the hat for player of the match with his top score of 61. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet. Now would be a perfect time for the East Londoners. They're going to run a 2 here. I suppose they've got to take every run they can get. Interesting the decision though. Surely Prab Singh is the man you want on strike, because that one just lands safely, and good fielding out in the deep by Viken Teddaria. And that's a precious, precious dot ball. And now snookers needed from CFS. 27 in 4. Gaurav just gets 4 on the pitch. Then it's game over for the chasing side. Down the ground. Drops just short of Owen Palmer. I have to peer through my various monitors to see the action live. But this has been a brilliant first half of the final over for Gaurav Kumar, who has surely secured the win for EL. Their first win on debut here in this ECS. It's been an exciting first game. Again, the momentum shifts have swung this way and that. We thought CFS were well on top when they had East Londoners 22 for 3, and I was talking about, well, if they can try and scratch to 100, that's at least something to defend. Well, they got there and then some. 165 on the board, and it's proved to be just a step too far for CFS, who looked again like they might be well on course to chase down the total with Aya and Cam opening up, putting on a first wicket stand of 93. When Aya fell halfway through the 6th over, things started to tumble for CFS, and the wickets tumble here as Prab Singh just struggled on the last 2 deliveries to try to get bat on ball at all, and Gaurav Kumar does pick up his wicket to end the game. And what an outstanding final over from him. Just the 3 runs conceded and finishes with a wicket. Surely he's in contention for player of the match with his top score and finishing figures of 1 for 21. And in the end, it's a comfortable win for the East Londoners as they beat CFS Pinnacle Pro by 25 runs. As the run chase there for CFS just fell away towards the end. As soon as the openers departed, you did fear for the chasing side. As we take a look then at the fantasy dashboard for the game coming up in just over 15 minutes time, CFS, they have some making up to do in their final game of the day as they come up against Old Brentwoods, another new side to the series and to the network. Looking forward to that one, but in the meantime, let's take a look back at the highlights. And Cam Tom, he got off to a perfect start. His very first delivery on the network, going for 4, and he showed us again that he's a 360 player. 2 6s and 7 4s on his way to his maiden ECN half century. Aya Kadeka, he kept the pace as well. 6 6s he blundered and a 4 as he scored 44. And these two, when they were at the crease, we thought the chase is more than on as they got to 93 for no loss. Very much on the run rate as they were hitting it to all 4 corners, but in the end it was the tumbling catch of Owen Palmer that dismissed Aya Kadeka. That was Vicky Segal's first wicket on the network. Faris Haider, he came, hit a few, almost got taken by an unbelievable caught and bowled. In the end though, it was a more regulation catch later in the over from Gaurav Kumar. who then came in towards the end and really put the strangle on the run chase for CFS. As Cam Tom kept on plugging away, and Prabsing, the left-hander, when he was in, again we thought maybe the run chase is on, and well, the mechanic needs to be called for that Mercedes there, as Prabsing dinged the top of that car, but in the end the chase just fell away. And when Cam Tom departed, we thought this might be curtains, with the opener going for exactly 50 off 24. Still time for some funky stuff from Prabsing to take the ball almost into the bin, and it took the game into the final over. But Gaurav Kumar, he was dead-eye with his aim. He dismissed Prabsing, and in the end it was 25 runs too many for CFS Pinnacle Pro as they go down in their first game. And congratulations, of course, to the East Londoners, who pick up their first win of the day. They'll be coming back for 2 games later on today. As for CFS Pinnacle Pro, they have just about 15 minutes to regroup as they go again against the old Brentwoods. Taking a look at the scorecard then, it's a good-looking scorecard nonetheless, especially the 2 openers, Aya Kidaka and Cam Tom, showing they might be an opening pair to look out for in this Group B. Prabsing, he put in a nice cameo, but in the end it was a tight bowling performance from the East Londoners as they were able to put a stranglehold on CFS. Just the 5 bowlers used by EL, and the pick of them, well, Gaurav Kumar, he certainly put his name in the ring for player of the match with just the 21 runs conceded off his 2 overs. Picked up a wicket on the very final ball as well, so the wickets were shared around, only Deepak Khatri not going away with a wicket, but still pretty economical in his 2 overs. So there you have it, game 1 of Group B in the bag as the East Londoners go away with the win, beating CFS Pinnacle Pro by 25 runs. Already 3 half-centurions to add to the list. Gaurav Kumar and Vikant Tedareya doing the damage for East Londoners, and Cam Tom, congratulations to the 17-year-old, but unfortunately for him, his half-century not enough to get his side over the line. But for CFS, they'll be coming back in just a few moments' time against Old Brentwoods, who will be making their bow on the European Cricket Network. The toss has been won by CFS. They want to have a bat first. They might as well keep their pads on, and they will be taking to the field in just about 10 minutes' time for match 22. It's the second game in Group B, so you've got time to pop the kettle on, grab yourself something to eat, and join me, Tina Goff, back here in 10 minutes' time for match 22 of this ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning and welcome back to East London, where we're into the second match of the day and the second match in Group B, which sees the return of CFS Pinnacle Pro. They of course lost the game just a few moments ago to the East Londoners by 25 runs. So they've got some making up to do in the second game of the day here against Old Brentwoods, who are making their bout on the ECS stage. Taking a look at the teams then. And it's unchanged for CFS, with the half-centurion Cam Tom taking the gloves once more, and Old Brentwoods being led by Baba Chowdhury. Familiar name of Mervyn Westfield, who of course viewers might be familiar with, as he has played for Hornchurch in the past in the ECL in 2022 and 25, but 2024 and 25, but this time he is playing for Old Brentwood, so good to see him back. And the news from the toss is that CFS have won the toss, decided to bat. Clearly chasing didn't work for them in that first game, and they've decided, now that they've got a little taste of European cricket action, that they are confident to put runs on the board against an Old Brentwood side, who of course playing for the first time on the network. So it'll be interesting to see how they do on the big stage. I suppose, as I was trying to say this morning as well, that it's not the worst idea to go into the field if it's your very first game. Old Brentwood's then maybe not too upset at having lost the toss as they go out there into the field in their dark blue and white kits, with CFS Pinnacle Pro lining up. And Cam Tom again out there at the non-striker's end. It looks like there'll be the same opening pairing with Arya Kidaka there to face the first ball, and certainly it was a productive opening pairing for CFS in the first game, with these two putting on 93 runs in less than 6 overs before Arya fell. just short of his first ECN half century. 44 he scored in just 16 deliveries. Cam Tom went on to finish on exactly 50 off 24 before he fell, and when he went halfway through the 9th over, it was really the last chance for CFS on the run chase. Ended up falling 25 runs short against an East Londoner side who showed early signs of being a force to be reckoned with in this series, with first class experience and international experience. So we go into the first ball here then of game 22, and it's punched straight down the ground. It's a perfect start from Arya Kadeka, who picks up exactly where he left off in that first game as he gets his side up and running with a 4. It's Mohib Burki bowling for Old Brentwoods. There's a half chance there as it's a sprawling fielder flying away to his left. Aya goes through as it kind of went high up in the air, and it would have been a spectacular dive and a spectacular catch there from Mini Bad, throwing away his left arm. That's an escape for Aya. And they managed to get him back on strike, and that's exactly why, as he just flicks that one away for 6 runs. It goes all the way, almost joining the queuing London traffic there. As Mohib Burki on this occasion, just a bit too wide and short, and if he hadn't had any bat on that one, probably would have gone for a wide. But Aya here, the dream start with 12 runs on the board after just the 3 deliveries. It's a tough start for Old Brentwoods in their very first game on the network. The Brentwoods have 3 games today. After this one, they've got a rest during the middle and then come back for back-to-back games at the end of the day against AZ Black Eagles, who of course we haven't seen yet, because that one somehow finds its way to the rope. It seemed to just be touched into the leg side. Pure timing on that occasion by Arya. The final game of the day then will be Old Brentwoods against the East Londoners, who of course registered their first win in the first game they've played. It's a long day for them. They play games 1, 3 and 5. Spending a good 12 hours at the pitch as this one goes up in the air. And the wicketkeeper at first, he went in the wrong direction. He started running forwards. He had to go backwards, and Ajinka Patil only manages to collect the ball. And what might have been a catch had he seen where that ball went straight away. You can see there he goes forwards, realises that's actually going much further backwards. And again, it's a half chance that goes a-begging as this over threatens to go magical. Already 18 runs coming off it, 1 ball left. Finishes with a dot then. CFS get off to a decent start. These two again looking confident at the crease, although Cam Tom hasn't even faced a ball yet. Arya scoring all 18 runs off the bat. As we get to the end of the first over, as the clouds begin to clear, and we take a look at the ECC for men coming your way at the end of September, the Premier Division. 3 groups, you wouldn't want to pick a winner out of those 3, but the winners of those 3 groups will go through to Championship Week to join England and the Netherlands 11 in the weekend starting at the middle of October. And well, I am flying solo today, but I'm delighted that I've already got a special guest. It hasn't taken me long to rope someone in, and I'm joined in the commentary booth by Hornchurch legend Tommy Fletcher, as the start of the second over commences with a wicket, and it's Mervyn Westfield into the attack and straight into the wickets as Cam Tom departs on his very first delivery. It's a golden duck for him. The highs and lows of ECN cricket straight away as he goes for a maiden half century in the first game, clubs this one away, and Mervyn Westfield, straight into the attack there and into the wickets as CFS Pinnacle Pro lose their first wicket, 18 for 1 on the board. And Tommy Fletcher then does join me in the tent. Morning, Tommy. How are you doing?
Very well, yeah. Very pleased to be here. Quite fitting that I'm joining you for the first over of Merv bowling as a former Hornchurch player.
Well, I did mention him. He's the only one actually from Old Brentwoods who's played on the network before.
Yeah, I think he's played a few games in Spain previously for Hornchurch and done very well. I mean, I'm not sure he's done that well getting a wicket on his first ball, but Mervyn, or Simon as he's known to his friends, is a very experienced cricketer around Essex.
Well, this one does have a bit too much width on it, and it will be hit away. Prab Singh, the left-hander, who did a bit of damage in the second half of the innings for CFS, didn't manage to get his side over the line, but starts with a boundary here. Tommy, I've got to congratulate you for your fourfer yesterday. Kind of came out of nowhere, but it was a great little spell.
It was probably as unexpected for me as it was for you, in fairness. It's not, at my time of life, it's not something that I would expect to have happened, but it was very good to play with all of the youngsters that are coming through from Hornchurch.
Chance for a catch, probably should have been taken as it's shelled by Sagar Joshi in the covers. Could have been the second wicket in just 3 deliveries for Mervyn, but ends up going to the ground. That one's flicked away dismissively by Prab Singh, and he's showing early stages of being a dangerous player for CFS as that one goes towards the clubhouse. Yeah, just talking about the youngsters, I mean, they've been so impressive for Hornchurch, haven't they? You've just got a string of teenagers and all as impressive as the next.
It's been a real pleasure the last couple of years to have been involved in the youth setup, and it's they've really come through at a rate of knots. There's 13s, 14s and 15s that all show tremendous talent, and you've seen that in spades in the last few days. Billy, Joe, Lewis have all done really, really well, and there's been other, obviously George has played as well, his part as well, but it's been special, and I think that they've all been out in Spain in previous years with us as well, so they've seen the journey, so it's quite nice for them now to be a part of this.
That one flashes away. It's going to go for a 1 bounce 4. Not exactly where I wanted it to go, but 4 runs to his name. That is the end of the second over as well, as CFS move to 35 for 1. As we take a look at the standings, of course, not too much to speak of at the moment, as it's very early stages in Group B. East Londoners winning their first game. CFS, of course, get on the board with a bonus point, but they've got a chance here to register their first win. Yeah, it's remarkable, the Hornchurch side, this great balance of youth and experience. I know there was a few comments like, oh, where's the first team? And well, there's a sign that's, I think it said Simon.
It looks like the Merv Westfield fan club. They're just walking out to deep cover. There's a couple of familiar faces from the Hornchurch first team.
Is there a reason he's called Simon? Is it good to air?
It's his middle name.
Okay.
I think it's quite special to him. He does like it. But yeah, they're clearly cheering on one of their former players who did really well for Hornchurch. Oh, he's done well for a lot of clubs actually. As Merv, he's kind of one of those players as a pro at a club. I think he's had more clubs than Tiger Woods, to be honest. But he's done pretty well over the years for a lot of cricket clubs.
Oh, he started well for Old Brentwoods here, and I'm sure they're happy to have someone who's got a bit of experience. But yeah, going back to the kids, so someone like Billy Whitlock, he's only 15 years old, but he plays like someone twice his age. The experience, he took that catch in the deep yesterday. He must learn so much from some of the guys in the team as well.
I think given the time that he's played with his dad and also being around the club, he's played a lot of second team cricket, a lot of third team cricket, and he's ready to make that transition now. And you've seen him and Joe perform really, really well, as well as Lewis, and obviously Devon. Devon performed exceptionally, getting a 4 for the other day. Exceptional bowling from Devon. I will say that his figures weren't quite as good as mine, but they were okay. But yeah, he put in a good effort. But the youngsters are really what it's about at this club, and we've all prided ourselves on making them a part of the journey we've had with European cricket. And I think we're starting to bear the fruit of that now, which is really quite pleasing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. The bat went flying. You managed to keep hold of it on the second time, and this one's going to come towards us. You're going to have to duck. Oh, there we go. Muzzer is going to be proud of that one. He's in the chat, and well, we saw him with his gloves yesterday, and you're no slouch with the field as well. Is that one? I don't know if we got Comcam on that one. As it flies into the commentary box, I ducked for cover. Here we go. Put this one on your social media. Good hands. And, well,
yeah, Muzzer won't be impressed with that because I needed 2 hands. he took that brilliant stumping off of Billy yesterday from nowhere. That was absolutely exceptional.
Yeah, there was 2 stumpings yesterday, wasn't there? And
Kian's off of me wasn't bad at all, to be honest.
Well, we were talking about your keepers as well, because Kian as well, he's another youngster.
Oh, it's amazing.
He's unbelievable with the bat. I mean, he's not the tallest, and the way he hits the ball, and then with the gloves in hand as well.
I think Kian just has such a tremendous attitude for cricket as well. He just literally just absorbs all of it and just wants to play and play and play. Tremendous young cricketer. Everything he does, he can bowl as well. He's a fantastic off spinner. He can literally one of those kids that can just do anything that he turns his hand to.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that he benefits from being out there in the middle with George as well, who's not exactly old himself, but the two of them have just got such a good opening pairing. And well, I think you're going to be dangerous going in to the quarterfinals. Into the 4th over here, Sagar Joshi bowled that previous over, went for just the 8 runs.
I think the future looks bright because of George, though, because he is so keen to get the young cricketers into the first team and kind of build that kind of team around those youngsters.
Pratik is bowling this 4th over. It's a decent start for CFS. 43 off the power play. Did lose that wicket. Another youngster, Cam Tom, he's only 17 years old. Went for a golden duck on this occasion, but I'm sure he'll be back stronger. You mentioned Spain earlier. Obviously, it's been a wild ride for you guys over in Khartoum. How was it this year? I mean, I know it was a bit rain delayed. And what are your memories of last year as well?
I think the first we've had 3 tremendous years, just to say. I mean, it's been absolutely amazing, a real roller coaster ride, and to have been a part of it through the whole journey with the team has been amazing. But I think last year it was tough in a way because not me this time.
Club down the ground, 6 runs.
Conditions just didn't suit our bowling attack, and it made it far more difficult for us to get to grips with the tournament as was. Even given our experience and the fact that we had players that had played multiple games in that format. There we go. There's Simon. He looks very pleased that his fan club are there. That looks like one of my balls there. But it was a fantastic experience. But this time I think it was our hats went off to the organisers more than anything else, because getting those pitches playable and the outfield playable day after day after day was extremely difficult, and you saw that the work that they was all putting in, and then 4 hours later it would pour down again, and you were just like, it was just a thankless task. But the fact that they managed to complete it and they did so well, I think is testament to the organisation and what a fantastic product it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're well organised. I'm glad they've been able to spell Simon correctly, as that one gets clubbed into the leg side.
To be honest with you, one of those guys there is our social media guy, George Clark. That's pretty much the only word he spelt correctly all season. So it's he's done well. I reckon Dougie behind the bar must have wrote that out for him. There's no way he would have spelt that right.
Maybe they got the tracing paper out.
Massively, yeah.
Yeah, so go back to last year. That must have been unbelievable for Hornchurch. And I see the trophy up in the clubhouse as well, taking pride of place. It's a mammoth trophy as well. That must have been an unbelievable experience.
We're tremendously proud to have been involved in what we've been involved in, and also win it year before last, because the whole tournament and the kind of it just takes over, and it became the biggest part of the club for 3 years. And we're happy to have you here now, and hopefully have you here again, because we can continue the journey and continue being part of like the European story. But it's done a massive amount for the club and our profile and pushed us forward. We've seen a significant increase in the youth participation at grassroots level with Dynamos and All Stars starting this year, which is the kind of English cricket ball product. It's been fantastically successful, and of course our ladies are now starting, and they're kind of doing really, really well as well. So a lot of this is probably down to the profile that European cricket's given us over the last 3 years.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen so many clubs across Europe grow and grow as a result of being involved in ECSs and maybe even hosting them, as that one goes away for 5 wides. It's Khalid into the attack for this 5th over. And CFS just plodding along nicely here. They move to 62. Dog walkers are out once more. That one's on the lead though. We did have a runaway dog trying to chase the ball the other day. That one is not going to get near it on this occasion.
These grizzly balls are very hard. You wouldn't want one of your dogs biting those. It could be a dentist bill or a vet's bill at least for one of those dogs. I can tell you from personal experience that they do pack a punch.
Well, you seem to have safe hands as that one flew into the commentary box. We've had a few near misses throughout the week. As that one, yeah, it's going to go straight. And well, now you're in the commentary tent, you might get an idea of like how difficult it is as well, because we have the roof and the sides, and when the ball goes above the roof, you just got to hit and hope. It's kind of, you can see it's quite a difficult perspective spot, because you're going to have when the ball comes over, particularly if it's high, you can't see it, so it's going to come to you very, very late. So oh, there we go. Yozza's out there making some notes. You don't want to end up on Yozza's notebook, I'll tell you that. I think he's actually doing a Sudoku. I don't think there's much work going on there. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about you guys hosting us here as well. And we've been so grateful to all of you, and to you in particular as well. You've been keeping us well fed and watered. What's it like to have the ECN Roadshow roll into town? It's been tremendous. I think there's been planning for a few months, if not a year now, just to try and do as much as we possibly can. And obviously my day job, I look after the Everyone Active Leisure Centres in the area, in Hoven and Barking and Dagenham. So we've been able to support Hornchurch through the last couple of seasons and do really well. But it's being able to kind of help with this process has been great as well. But you guys make it very easy as well. You're very professional, very organised, which means everything's done by the time you get here. It has been very easy. I'll put your bribe in an envelope. Well, no, and you do very well to put up with George Clark, who does a lot of the liaison as well. So he's a very, very, very organised person, and yeah, he does like the detail. So 1 ball left of the 5th over. CFS, they're nicely set here. 71 on the board. Quiet over though, there was those 5 wides to start. Goes for 15 in the end. Simon on the rope there in front of his adoring fans does the fielding. So we get to the end of the 5th over. 72 for 1 on the board. You can maybe join us again in the commentary tent, which is kind of heating up as well because the sun is coming out here. And I'm joined by Hornchurch legend Tommy Fletcher, and want to say a big thank you on camera as well for all you're doing this week to keep us well hydrated, well fed. And I mean, you launched actually quite a big chat yesterday. We're talking about jacket potato toppings. I know you weren't a fan. Yeah, some of the concoctions that you guys were creating, I don't think was fit for human consumption, but we never judge. It's we'll just give you what you want and then try and look the other way. But that's all we ask for.
If it helps and it sustains, that's what it's there for.
Well, I think it's pretty rich of someone from Hornchurch telling me about what's fit for human consumption after the whole jelly deals debacle.
Yeah, you weren't impressed with that at all, were you?
I absolutely wasn't.
You really weren't. Yeah, I've got to admit, I'm not a fan myself, but I can understand why people do. But yeah, they're an acquired taste. Paul Murray, that was on the chat, he's a very big fan of a jelly deal, but less so myself. But no, you guys have been, as much as we've kind of tried to help and make it as comfortable as we can, but we do also realise because we've seen firsthand just how many weeks you are on the road. So to try and give you a bit of variation and try and give you some healthier food options, we were very keen to do, because surfing in and out of hotels is not easy on the road for a fair few weeks a year. So we're just trying to make it a home from home for you.
Oh, we appreciate the effort so much, and it's lovely going to an English ground as well with a pavilion. That one,
Oh, great shot.
it's lovely. It goes up in the air. Does it go all the way? No, it kind of just plugs, and it will go for a 4 to that shorter boundary. As Prabsingh well on his way here. Arya Kadeka, he's 44 off 18, so both of these putting on a good partnership after that early wicket fell.
They're in a really good position now. They clearly have identified that they've got wickets in hand, and now they can increase the rate and hopefully push themselves to a competitive score, because Old Brentwoods have got some strong batting.
Yeah, maybe let's have a chat about Old Brentwoods. You maybe have more of an idea than I do, as that one goes completely wrong. I think trying to go for the slower ball there, it goes on the full into the gloves, and it will be a free hit coming up. Do you know many of their players? Obviously Mervyn.
Yeah, we know Merv quite well, but we know, Chowdhury, very good player at the top of their lineup, and you'll see some power from there. But Merv is an exceptional batsman, as you've seen in Wimbledon last year. Merv performed very well in a similar tournament. So they have got some real power at the bottom of their line, and I think unless CFS can push their score on, it could be a really competitive fixture, this one.
That one was clubbed away by Prabsingh, who's looking in good form as well. And CFS, obviously, they lost the first game this morning against the East Londoners, who have some interesting players in their side as well. They've got players with first-class experience over in Sri Lanka, and they look like they've rolled out the big guns as well.
Very strong side. I kind of have accidentally, on purpose, kind of pretended I've got a hamstring to avoid the quarterfinals for whoever gets through in this group. Doesn't matter what the time slot is. I think I'll be 12ing that day, to be honest.
As that one goes down the ground, and Aya will go to his first ECN half century. Gets there in style. He just missed out in the first game as he fell for 44 on that occasion, but he gets there now, 50 not out off just 19 deliveries. And well, Group B is shaping up to be quite spicy, and I guess as you said, you've got the quarterfinals coming up. At the moment, it doesn't look like you really want to face any of these sides.
Not really. I mean, if we can get the side that we had out last night for our game, a very competitive, very strong side. We've had some ins and outs for a multitude of reasons, really. Some to kind of showcase some of the talent we've got on offer, but also work availability and stuff because of time slots. But I think that last team that we put out, barring a couple of changes, is probably as strong as we're going to get, and would be really competitive in this kind of lineup. And hopefully we push on through to the semi-finals and then into the final. But this group, it does look very strong. A lot of talent.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing all 5 teams, 4 of them obviously on show today, and then we've got the women's coming up tomorrow. And I know you mentioned your women's side earlier as well. I guess you've got an eye on maybe taking part in some of the ECSWs going forward as well. It's
definitely the plan. We're hoping that our guys will be able to compete in the next year or year after. They're coming along really well. Some of the sides that are playing tomorrow are really local to us, so they're very strong ladies sides, and Gallasbury are superb. So it will be a very good competition tomorrow with some really good talented ladies on show. Hopefully the weather plays its part. That's a great shot.
Yeah, back-to-back sixes for Prabsingh. That's actually 3 sixes in a row, going back to the final over that went magical from Joshi. Yeah, the forecast for tomorrow doesn't look great, but I mean, the clouds here seem to clear quite quickly. It's quite windy as well.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to get our weather and our rain in particular from over the top of the sports centre, just behind, and it does look clear as skies for the rest of today. But the forecast is a little bit shady tomorrow, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I'll be off tomorrow, and Nish will be on the mic, so maybe we can get another one of the Hornchurch guys dragged in to keep him company.
I think Nish was in the gym last night, actually.
Yeah, he was.
He was doing a bit, and I haven't. He wasn't in that gym. He was in the gym over the road.
Is that your rival local gym?
That's our competitors. Sadly, we've got slightly more members. Shot.
That one's going to go away. Flat 6. And Aya moves well into the 50s. Prabsingh is actually only 2 away. He's 48 off 20 as this partnership moves towards 100 partnership. It's 111 for 1.
Built a really good foundation, haven't they? Some good cricket shots as well.
So yeah, you work just over the road, and you do quite a lot of sponsorship. I see
Yeah,
it's
we
on the
do.
back
We
of your
do.
shirts
We have
as well.
a great partnership with the club. The clubhouse obviously is there, and it's very close to one of our facilities. So we use that during the day as one of our training rooms. So we do a lot of our courses and our training of our colleagues from there, as well as hold meetings there. And we get to use the outfield for classes and stuff in the summer. So it's a very, very good partnership. We work with the local hockey club as well that use the same facility, and it really has been a fruitful partnership for us. As neighbours, I think it's important that we kind of work together, and they've been very, very good to the centre in multitude of different ways. But yeah, as a local business almost, they're very helpful with us, and their members are our members, to be honest.
112 for 1 at the end of the 7th. As well, we did mention the ECSW that's taking place tomorrow. It's one of 2 days coming your way up Minster, Hutton and Gunnersbury. As you mentioned, Tommy, Gunnersbury have got a good side. They've got a few big names in there. It'll be interesting to see who they come with tomorrow. It's the weekend, so maybe availability will be a bit better, but it's 5 really interesting games coming tomorrow.
There's local bragging rights at stake as well.
Yeah.
We've got Upminster and Hutton playing in the first game, and they're two very keen local rivals in local ladies circuits. So that'll be a very good competitive game first up.
Yeah, looking forward to maybe tuning into a bit of that and enjoying what's going on at the middle in the moment, as well as the previous over again went magical. 20 runs coming off it. And CFS really looking to accelerate in the final 3 overs. But yeah, going back to what you said, you've got the local hockey club, you've obviously got the partnership across the road. I have this feeling that it's a real community club around here.
Yeah.
You got the fans coming out. I think it was good that you had the final 2 games every day, so you had the fans coming in, the kids after school as well.
I think it's been amazing. I mean, there's been good numbers every evening, even with the poor weather yesterday. But I think you'll see more of that as the competition grows as well. I think as we get into the second week.
That one's clubbed down the ground.
Yeah, as we get into the second week, more and more people are picking up on the competition and are seeing it as well. Just how exciting this kind of cricket is. So it will grow here, I think.
Yeah.
To be so big.
Oh, absolutely, and well, you've got the perfect facility here as well, because you have the park set up, which means people are walking past and dogs are walking past as well, and they see what's going on, and then they come back and they just take a seat, and well, especially when the weather is good, fingers crossed, I think it looks good for the next week as well, that you have people just coming, and it kind of snowballs then, doesn't it?
It does, and the centre behind us has got 6,500 members, so it's got people coming in and out of the centre and the car park very regularly, and they're all driving in and seeing this. I think a few people with the roadworks that aren't normally there also got to watch some cricket that wouldn't normally have watched some cricket. I think there's been a few top deck bus riders that have seen a lot of ECS this week, but hopefully they look it up and watch it when they get home.
Well, they're sitting in traffic, maybe they've got time to press the button, get off the next stop and come say hi, because
Why not?
The traffic has been just sitting there all week, and there you can see just people passing by, coming, having a seat, especially now the sun is trying to come out on this Friday lunchtime and enjoying what they're seeing. And CFS, I think they're enjoying their time in the middle as well, especially Aya Kadaka, who moves to 79 now. Century watch for him.
These two are moving the score to a very competitive target now with 2 and a bit overs left. It could be a really strong score.
Yeah, especially as you mentioned, Fletch, that Tommy, that you're a good batter, but old Brentwoods have good batters as well. They need to maybe get up to 150 plus. We saw actually at the start of today that par score was about 152 for the series so far. And even this morning with the East Londoners looking like they might struggle, they still managed to power it to a big score as that one goes flat. 1 bounce for past the on-running Hamza Ahmed. So what have you got planned for the rest of the summer as a cricket club? Obviously this is probably taking up a lot of time, but you must have your regular league schedule as well.
We've got 5 league sides that we run. George is obviously captains the first team, and I captain the 4th team still now, so still do that. And we've got a lot of youngsters playing in all of those sides. Kian plays in the first team, who you've seen at 15, and Billy and Joe are regulars in our second team, pushing for the first team. So, and there's a whole host of other youngsters that are really, really promising in those lower sides. So that season will continue, and then right up until around August bank holiday time, when we have a really big event, which is our Sponsors Day, which is we've kind of stolen your format, if you like, and we have for all of our major sponsors, we have 4 teams come in, and we have a little mini kind of T10 in the European cricket vein, and we try and replicate what you do, but it's really, really successful over the course of that weekend. And then we have a ladies similar competition in on the Sunday. So it's that's kind of our big showcase for the end of the season that we're all looking forward to after this.
Yeah, hopefully the weather is a bit better than it was yesterday, where of course we had a few washed out games, but you guys were lucky because by the time you guys played, it was actually quite nice again.
We got some really nice weather. I think we've been lucky with the weather right the way through, but just let this delivery go.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
too short of a half century. Tried to get there in funky fashion, misses out on that occasion as Mohib Burki comes back to bowl the 9th here. That previous over, by the way, went for 32 runs. Every single ball went to the boundary, and Arya, he's probably keen to get back on strike. He is on century watch, 89 off 28 for him. 2 dot balls to start the 9th.
No, it's been a really good season so far, with all of the youngsters showing their promise, but I think hopefully that continues right the way through to the end of the season. There we go.
He clubs it, doesn't get hold of it, but it will run away for a couple of bounces for 4. So Prab Singh does get to his maiden half century. 52 for him off 23 deliveries, and both of these now motoring along, and they've still got another 9 balls left and 150 certainly on the cards. And Arya, he's maybe still looking for that century. He's at the non-striker's end for now, but Prab Singh, he's going for the switch it, and maybe that put off the bowler as that one goes down the offside for a wide.
Old Brentwood's really need to try and look for a wicket here. They're kind of their biggest wicket taker needs to come on and try and slow this rate down.
Yeah, absolutely. They've kind of just let this innings go a bit, with that one going straight over our heads. And that's going to be another 6 runs. The previous 3 overs have gone for 72 runs. So they went from 72 for 1 to 144 for 1, and it keeps on growing now. They get past the 150, so it's above par, 155 for 1, and still they've got 8 balls left to do the damage. So you've got the normal cricket season coming up. I think there's a game here this Sunday as well, because we're not on air, but there's still going to be cricket going on.
Yeah, we've got myself and George are managing a side of our youngsters in Sunday cricket. So we've got, instead of a straight 40 over match you get on a Sunday, which after they've played league cricket, sometimes the youngsters are kind of less in tune to playing that type of cricket. So we've decided to do 2 T20 games against one side on a Sunday, just so that they all get a second crack if it doesn't go their way in the first innings. And we find that a lot more successful, and they tend to stay interested longer, which is really, really good.
Well, speaking of staying, it's Prab Singh who has to go there, tries to get funky once more, and Mohib Burki just clips the top of off stump, but a good shift from him, 58 off 25. Again, I kind of see the appeal of going for shots like that, and Muzzer in the chat, well, he's an absolute expert of them, but sometimes if you're hitting it well down the ground, just keep doing that.
I think Muzzer for decades has done really well at putting bowlers off their line.
Yeah.
Whether he takes a couple of little steps down the track, just to do something different. But you've seen some of his variations over the last couple of days. He's an exceptional cricketer. He's probably one of the best glovemen in Essex as well.
Yeah.
He's superb.
Well, he's not too bad on the boundary here as well. When Keane took the gloves, I think he almost put his hip out when he went for that one diving catch for Billy's hat trick. That's a brilliant delivery. That's an absolutely awful delivery to get first up if you're Faris Hayder. It was a toe-crunching Yorker. He just looks down the pitch and says, yep, fair enough, as Mohib Burki gets 2 in 2.
You can't argue with that in this cricket. If you can bowl 6 of those, you're not going to go for many.
Yeah, that was a brilliant ball. It was the final ball of the over as well. And well, Faris tried to get his bat down. It was past him and onto the stumps before he could blink. So it's a decent 9th over from Mohib Burki. Goes for just the 11 runs, which in the scheme of this game is pretty decent. Finishes with 2 wickets as well. Faris has to go for a golden duck. That's an absolute brutal delivery to get first up.
But they've also done a really good job at pegging them back. So hopefully this means we're going to have a very competitive second innings.
Yeah, so there's 1 over left, 155 on the board. And while with a good over, they can still get 170 plus. And obviously we don't know the strength of the Old Brentwood's side, as it looks like Mervyn will come back to bowl the final over here. They have used different bowlers, 7 in total. And Pratik, he only went for 14, but the experience of Mervyn coming back, he has picked up a wicket, went for 17 runs in his first, and he's facing up against Iyer, who's on 89 not out. It's a big battle here coming up, and Iyer still got a chance to go to his first century.
I'd back Merv to pick up a couple here. This is a perfect situation for him. If he can just get his length right, I think this could be very difficult to face.
Yeah, absolutely. As the photographers are out, I want to see those photos as stealing our job and stealing Diana's job, but she does a great job with the photography as well. And they're going to look for 2 here. It's absolutely the way to go. A good throw in though, and I think he's struggling, and actually the finger goes up on field. Don't even have to go for a view, and well, as you said, it wasn't Mervyn's wicket. But again, the tight bowling means that Iyer has to try and go through for 2, and he does fall for 90.
It just shows the other facets of the game. Some really good fielding and some good tight bowling, and that opportunity came not through conventional means. So very important for Old Brentwood's to keep this score down.
Yeah, he almost yorked himself by trying to walk down the pitch. It was clear from the offset he was going to go for 2. The throw comes in, and it's actually a good piece of glove work. It's not the easiest delivery to stop there for Ajinka, but that's a one-hand camera technique going on there, and it's a end to a really good innings from Iyer. He gets to 90 having completed that single, gets run out on the 91st, but still puts his side in a promising position. But maybe Old Brentwood's in this final over can wrestle back some momentum with 2 brand new batters at the crease.
Get out of this over without too many, and you could say they're pretty much on for what would have been a pass score, 152, somewhere around that. Oh, brilliant. Well, he's got 1. I called 2, but he's got 1, so hopefully he's got another 4 ball.
Yeah, that's Sivan Javed, who comes in and departs straight away. And again, it's a horrible delivery to face up if you're a batter on your first ball, knowing that you have to try and swing hard. Well, he does the first bit, doesn't manage to make contact, and Mervyn, I think he loves coming into situations like this, doesn't he?
This is Mervyn's game. He's not scared of pressure situations. He's done it time and time again. Excellent cricketer, and he will revel in this kind of situation. You might see him change it up. I would have thought. I think he does bowl some good variations. So you might see something else come out of his locker. But personally, if I was as good as him at bowling Yorkers, I wouldn't bowl anything else. No.
Well, that's 4 wickets in a row across the 2 overs. Mahid Burki finished with 2 wickets, both clean bowled, and then of course there was the run out. Mervyn then cleaned up. Abdullah Mir gets bat on ball on this occasion. I think this time they'll be happy with just the 1. They won't go for the second, especially with 2 new batters at the crease. But again, the momentum just shifts once more, and well, having played a few games now of this T10 format, you must be able to feel it when you're out there in the middle as well, when you're suddenly on top of a game and then you lose momentum, then you grab it back again. It can be so important.
It's just such an exciting format, because you've got, excellent. That could be a really, really good dismissal there from Merv.
We're going to have to look at this one on replay, as the umpire does call for the TV assistance. Well, the batter doesn't look too concerned, to be fair.
It looked like his bat was in the air. Whether he got it down in time, I don't know, but it was a great bit of fielding from Merv on the rock hard grizzly.
Oh, he wasn't exactly backing up much for the 10th over, but I think you're right.
He's stone dead.
Yeah, he's gone.
It's a great bit of fielding from Merv.
And that's one of those ones where it looks intentional. Sometimes bowlers just throw out a hand and you think, okay, well, he's just got an accidental hand on it, but that one looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. And I'm glad to see that Abdullah Mir sees the funny side of it. Not much he could have done on that one. He wasn't actually backing up much. He almost got back, but
he's done nothing wrong there at all. It's just an exceptional piece of fielding. And now you're seeing why Merv is such a sought-after cricketer in Essex. He can do this stuff time and time again.
Well, without getting into the politics, why is he not playing for Hornchurch?
It's a good question. I kind of would plead the fifth, but he's still very much loved in this part of the world. But I think it's more personal circumstances and kind of and star alignment really in terms of our squad selection, their squad selection. But he's still more than welcome all the time when he comes in. As you've seen, he gets just as much abuse as all of the regular players do when he walks in.
That's how you know you're loved, if you get the abuse. But I suppose Hornchurch's loss is Old Brentwood's gain.
Definitely.
And he's shown just what he can do there. He does get clubbed away for a 6 off Subhan Javed. So they do get into the 160s. Still 1 ball to come, but there's been 3 wickets in this over. 8 runs coming off it so far. Final ball coming up. It's up in the air. It's going to land short. And they might as well run for the 2, but in fact in the end they say no thanks, and we're going to go upstairs for potential run out. Probably doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, as it wasn't a run. He was sent back in the end, was Musa Chowdhury, and he's short. So it will be the 7th wicket to fall as CFS finish on 164, and there's 6 wickets to fall in the final 8 deliveries. That's some comeback from Old Brentwood's.
I think you could see it with the bowlers that they were going to bowl in the last 2 overs. It was going to get much tighter, but they've done really well there, I think, for their first outing. It can be tough in this format, and I think they've adapted really, really well. And hopefully they can take that into the second innings.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, CFS, they've only got the 2 games today. They, of course, lost the one this morning by 25 runs. They've at least got runs on the board. It's going to be a competitive score as we go back and take a look at some of the highlights. And it was, well, a perfect start for Aya Kadeka. He finished on 90 off 29 deliveries. The fans were out for Mervyn, Simon, as he's affectionately known in these parts. And it was almost a spectacular catch in the very first over. And Cam Tom, who was the half-centurion in the first game, only manages to chip one up as Mervyn gets his first wicket. He'll come back in the final over to cause some carnage. But then in the middle overs, CFS really put their foot down, didn't they?
It was a really, really good middle innings, if you like. The two batsmen had that great partnership and really did move the score on. But with some good cricket shots as well. They weren't just slogging. There was some really, really good cricket shots and some good variations, taking the bowlers off their line. So yeah, they're clearly very experienced in short innings cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when Aya and Prab Singh were out there in the middle. Their partnership in the end was worth 137. And we thought maybe even 180 plus was on the cards, as these two were smashing it to all parts. Aya scored 9 sixes, 6 fours on his way to 90. Prab Singh as well, he threatened it in the previous game. Tried to get funky in the end, probably not the right shot choice, considering, as you said, they were playing some lovely shots down the ground. And then in the end, it was a bit of carnage going into the final couple of overs.
It was very, very interesting and kind of exciting in the last 2 overs when they were pushing for the score. But they'll look back on that, I think, and think if they'd stayed true to the way they'd batted through the whole innings, they might have picked up a few more. And hopefully that doesn't cost CSF.
Yeah, exactly. Given that they, in the end, tailed away, and the last 8 balls, they lost 6 wickets and only went for 7 runs. That was in large part thanks to the experience as well of Mervyn Westfield. That was a run out that was all intent, despite sometimes it just being pure luck. And you can see the luck was out for the batter, but he had a smile on his face. And then in the end, another wicket fell. They tried to look for the second run. They didn't get it. But it's good to see all of these games, and it was the same last week, played in such a good spirit as well. Everyone seems to be having a great time.
It's been a great atmosphere here, and it really has. It's been superb. And I think all of the teams have got on. It's been a great family. So it's hopefully that continues next week right into the finals and to the end of the tournament. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, we've been talking about the community club here and how wonderful it's been to be hosted here as well, as we take a look at the batting card in the end. So Aya Kadeka and Prab Singh do the damage, and no one else gets above 7. Subhan Javed gets 7 not out, but it was just those 2 batters.
You could see that happening when Kadeka got out. There could be a kind of change in the tide because he was dominating the scoring along with Singh and doing really, really well. And it was always going to be hard for the batsmen coming in later. Yeah,
absolutely. And they do use 7 bowlers in the end. The 2 at the top, probably the pick, as Mohib Burki picks up 2 wickets for just 29 runs, and Mervyn Westfield, who's an absolute legend in these parts, he picks up 2 wickets as well, with his final over having 4 wickets in the over and only going for 9 runs, which is good going in any form of cricket. Taking then mid-match summary, 164 on the board. Which way do you think this one's going to go?
I think this is really going to be close. Really close. If Old Brentwood's back to form, I think this could be really, really close. It could go either way, but personally I'd back Old Brentwood to get across the line.
Well, there you have it, Tommy Fletcher with the big prediction halfway through, and I want to say a massive thank you to you also for everything you've done for us the whole week and for joining me on my lonely stint today. I'll let you go now, and of course we'll be back in just about 5-10 minutes time for the chase here in match 22 as Old Brentwoods look to chase 165 for the win. As I say bye to Tommy and see everyone else back here in 10 minutes time on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
We're into the run chase here of match 22, where CFS Pinnacle Pro put 164 runs on the board, thanks in large part to the big hitting of Aya Kideka. He got to 90 off just 29 deliveries, ably supported by Prab Singh. 58 was what he scored off 25. It looked like CFS were set for a big total, even 180, 190 plus, but wicket carnage at the end of the innings put paid to that, and Old Brentwood's maybe go into this innings, this run chase, with a little bit of momentum, with 6 wickets falling in the last 8 deliveries, thanks in large part to Mervyn Westfield, who bowled the last, picked up 2 wickets, was also the bowler as 2 more wickets fell through runouts. He finished with figures of 2 for 26, as Muhib Burki also picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls, finishing on 2 for 29. So the equation is that Old Brentwoods need to chase this down in 7 overs or less if they want to secure the winning bonus point. As for CFS, if they restrict the chasing side to 114 or less, then all 4 points will be going back with them. As Yoz there, he was writing notes, but earlier, and now he's well and truly on his feet, patrolling the boundary as we're about to get underway here in the middle. And another big thanks to Tommy Fletcher of Hornchurch, who joined me in the commentary booth for the first innings. It was great to hear about his personal experience, of course, playing for Hornchurch in the ECL, and the great work that's been done by Hornchurch in the youth setup as well, which has led to players like Joe Ross and Billy Whitlock starring for their team over the last few days. Starring with the ball here is Shubhan Javed, as Hamza Ahmed and Ajinka Patil open up for Old Brentwoods. Tommy did say there's a few players to watch in this batting lineup, not more so than Baba Chowdhury, the captain. He's carded at 3. Mervyn Westfield, of course, very much known in these parts, having featured for Hornchurch in the ECL. He's carded at 4. So certainly be interesting to see what kind of firepower Old Brentwoods possess as they take to the field to bat for the first time in this series. Shubhan Javed, though, on the money straight away. Someone who featured in that first bowling innings for CFS, the captain. Picked up a solitary wicket on that occasion, went for 25 runs in his 2 overs. Looking to restrict OBs in their run chase here. Run rate just below 17. High up in the air, calls of catch it. There's a fielder settling underneath it. It's going to be a tough chance, and it is shelled by Musa Chowdhury. It was a tough effort. It just kept on wheeling away from him as it skewed off the side of the bat. In the end, he settled just under the wrong line, and it fell harmlessly in front of him. As the chance goes a-begging for CFS. As the crowd out here once more. I see Rob there with his signs out as well. Get those signs up. I know he's put a lot of effort into those signs. See him in the chat as well. It's good to see the fans out in force in what is improving weather. I wouldn't say good quite yet, but as Dave B said in the chat, there's a few specks of blue sky around, and certainly the miserable rain we had of this morning has long gone. The wind is still blowing, though. It's about 17 degrees. The wind probably making it feel a good few degrees colder than that, but certainly no complaints here as the Group B action now in full swing. Smeared away by the left-handed Hamza Ahmed. And that is the first Maximo of Old Brentwood's campaign. Comes off the bat of the left-hander, who I think wanted to play that slightly straighter. Won't mind the outcome, though. Again, Old Brentwood's, I'm sure, will have learned pretty quickly from the CFS batting innings that the power play is oh so important here. There's a feather on that one, and it will be the first wicket to fall as Subhan Javed gets his side off to the perfect start here. Hamza Ahmed goes for the big six. Next ball swings and only manages to feather one through to Cam Tom, the young wicketkeeper who takes his second grab of the day, and actually second game running that he takes one behind the stumps in the first over, as that is the final ball of the first. Old Brentwood's 8 for 1 in reply to CFS's 164. Hamza Ahmed has to depart. You could hear that nick from here. There's absolutely no doubt that he got something on that one. He took a cheeky little look back at the umpire after he saw that the wicketkeeper had taken it, but certainly got a bit of a feather on that one. 15 matches then since a golden ball, and well, the pass score here is about 150, 155. So certainly we're in GB territory, but I reckon it's going to be a tough task for Old Brentwood's chasing down an above par score in their first ever European cricket game. But Tommy, on the mic in the first innings, did say that Old Brentwood's are a team to watch. They've got firepower, and he did name drop Baba Chowdhury, the captain of Old Brentwood's, who's out there in the middle now. He'll be at the non-striker's end, as that was the end of the over. Musa Chowdhury will come on to bowl the second. Chipped up, should be taken, and is. It's the second wicket in 2 balls here for Old Brentwood's, as Ajinkya Patel has to depart on just his third delivery. That time it was just knocked into the leg side, and a comfortable catch for Caleb Baldwin there. The youngster, just 15 years old. I'm sure we'll see him with the ball in hand, but for now he has the ball in hand in mid-wicket. As these little spurts of wickets continue to fall. Remember, at the end of the CFS innings, there were 6 wickets to fall in just 8 deliveries to end the innings for CFS, and I thought maybe that would give Old Brentwood's a bit of momentum, a bit of a spring in their step going into this chase. That one was just harmlessly chipped, completely mistimed there by Ajinkya Patel. There's both openers now for Old Brentwood's back in the sheds, and maybe he's an Old Brentwood's supporter, nail biting already, as Mervyn Westfield comes out into the middle. As that one has just been pumped away over the covers, and Mervyn Westfield, we know what a talent he is. We've seen him feature for Hornchurch in the ECL, and he's got off to a perfect start here. These were the 2 that Tommy Fletcher of Hornchurch said to look out for. As the doggos are out, the fans are filtering in now as the sun begins to shine down on us here in East London. It's a Friday afternoon. What better way to spend your afternoon here than at the cricket? That one's clubbed straight down the ground. It'll be back-to-back 4s to start Mervyn Westfield's campaign. Musa Chowdhury just maybe guilty of trying to over-bowl it here, as he digs that one in short, but doesn't really have the pace or the bounce to trouble the likes of Mervyn Westfield. Almost just slaps that one back dismissively. Brentwood's belatedly here, having lost those early 2 wickets, get their run chase up and running. Better delivery this time from Chowdhury. Throws down the stumps. Mervyn Westfield was, I think, actually behind the stumps by the time they were thrown down. Take a look, just to admire the direct hit. That was a race to the stumps, and I think Mervyn Westfield won that one. Still though a nice smart piece of fielding by Praveen Kumar. A very good afternoon to everyone joining in the chat again. Hi to Hugh and to Dave, KG and Golam, Paul Kempin as well. I know some of you are not too far away from the ground. Some of you are very far away from the ground, so you have an excuse. But if you're in the neighbourhood, do come and say hello. I'll be on the mic all day today, and Nish will be on all day tomorrow. I know tomorrow's forecast doesn't look great. This afternoon, it looks like it will be plain sailing from now on. There's a brief view of Sam, the project manager for this tournament, as he could have done the fielding there in the covers as that one just manoeuvred away. Sam turns his back on it. You know not to do that, Sam, when the Grizzlies about. It's Baba Chowdhury, not much footwork to speak of. All hands and rhythm there as he strokes that 1 for 4, and this over's gone for 14. Still 1 ball left of it. This time chipped over the ring. It'll be back-to-back boundaries to finish the second over, and good fielding there as the chatter becomes the fielder on the rope. Get your signs up to finish then the second over. Old Brentwood's 26 for 2. A good comeback on those final 5 deliveries, having lost 2 wickets and 2 balls. Chowdhury and Westfield trying to settle into their work into the end of the power play. As we take a look at what happened yesterday in the standings in Group A, we do say goodbye to Markhor London as they already finished on the penultimate day of Group A with a pretty miserable record of 1 win. That was their very first game, and 7 defeats. The other 4 teams, though, will be welcoming them back for the semi-final as the standings of Group B begin to take shape. CFS, they just have the 2 games today. Having lost this morning, they certainly want to get some points on the board. They did get that consolation bonus point, having lost to EL by 25 runs. They certainly won't want to finish day 1 of their campaign with 2 losses under their belts, though. As for Old Brentwoods, this is the first of 3 games that they will play. They'll come back for the final 2 games of day against AZ Black Eagles and the East Londoners, who also have 3 games today, with the Black Eagles taking the 2 middle games. I think that might be the East Londoners there, just having a sit down after winning this morning's game, knowing that they have their next game coming up in less than an hour's time. Clubbed away, and it's going to go all the way for 6 and all the way into the tree line there. You know it's a big hit when it goes back into that forest towards the east of the ground, almost an even more East London. It probably would have been a wide ball, actually. It was well over the head of Mervyn Westfield, but he just swats it tennis style over the rope. Oh, this is the French Open at the moment, isn't it? That shot wouldn't have been out of place on centre court there at Roland Garros. Five balls left of the power play. I think CFS can still certainly be happy with the power play, but they'll be even happier if they manage to dislodge one of these batters out there in the middle now. Won't do it with bowling like that, though, as Mervyn Westfield just whips that one away dismissively. Mervyn has already played 11 games on the network for Hornchurch. 3 of those in 2024, 8 of those in 2025, of course, earlier in the year at the ECL. His high score, surprisingly, is 38. I would have maybe expected that to be a little higher, but he does tend to come in the middle order. And Hornchurch, of course, as we've seen in the last few days, do have power at the top of their order. Clubbed away. Doesn't get right off the middle of the bat, but still more than enough, and almost gets blanketed by the covers there. And with the figures he registered this morning, just a few moments ago, Mervyn, those will be his best on the network, finishing with figures of 2 for 26 off his 2 overs, plus I'd say a handful of assists, because 2 more run-outs were initiated in his final over. But he is a real star performer and a key wicket, I'd imagine, here for CFS if they want to put the brakes on this chase. That's a better line and length from Musa Chowdhury, Survein Javed, but that's the frustration of bowling in the power play, that if that were out of the power play, he'd almost certainly have someone back on the long off boundary. As it is, though, the closest fielder, Caleb Baldwin, can't get close to that. He's at the conventional mid-off. Frustration for the bowler. It's brutal, especially being a fast bowler in the power play. You just have no protection whatsoever. Westfield scampers through for a single on the final ball to retain the strike, and the over does go magical, 22 runs coming off it. And in the end, Old Brentwood's, it's probably 50-50 on the power play. Take a look at the head-to-head. Yeah, pretty neck and neck. CFS were 43 for 1 at this stage, Old Brentwood's 48 for 2. They did have that one supersonic over, CFS, in the 8th. 32 runs coming off that, and that was that middle period that really accelerated the score for CFS. That was the time when Aya and Prab Singh were out there in the middle, causing a bit of carnage, with Kedaka finishing 90 off 29, Prab Singh 58 off 25. When those two fell, though, so too did the innings of CFS, as they went on a mini collapse and lost 5 wickets for just 9 runs. Went from 155 for 2 to 164 for 7. That was all in the space of 8 deliveries. Luckily, though, for CFS, the damage had been done at the top of the order, despite Cam Tom, the youngster, going out for a golden duck as we go into the 4th over, bowled by Caleb Baldwin and slapped away by Mervyn Westfield. And it goes over the outdoor gym, almost into the leisure centre. Maybe Tommy Fletcher can throw the ball back. Mervyn Westfield here, just 2 runs shy of his high score on the network. That's 38. He's on 36 here. Having finished the bowling innings so superbly for his side. Good to see the youngsters out here enjoying a bit of cricket on their Friday afternoon. Baldwin looking for a comeback delivery here. He did bowl well in that first game, picked up a 2 for 24 on that occasion, but just misfiring a little here as the youngster, as again the spectators often field the ball more than the fielders do. Well, Shoaib Khan in a hurry there, wants to get the ball back. I don't think we've yet had a ball roll onto that road behind the wicketkeeper. It's often stationary traffic, which would be just as well, because you don't want a grizzly flying through traffic going at speed. That one just bobbles short of the fence. I think the fence does have gaps which are smaller than a cricket ball, so in theory the ball shouldn't roll through. But if we have one big audacious scoop, then who knows, might halt the traffic here in East London. Eventually called a wide there by the umpire, who gave it a long, hard look. It's Caleb just trying to hide the ball here from Baba Chowdhury. Oh, I think that the problem for the umpire there was that Caleb Baldwin ran straight across the line. It was certainly a wide ball. That one's in the air, and it's going to go past the two fielders who are stationed on the boundary. Out of the power play, remember, so you can have 5 out on the ring, out on the boundary, I should say. And this time, Baba Chowdhury just lifts it away, playing a bit of bat tennis with the fielder. As the ball goes away, and back-to-back boundaries as this over goes expensive. Already 20 runs coming off it. Still one to come because of that wide ball. 22 in fact, as that one goes all the way to the rope. Flashes at it there, does Baba Chowdhury. Goes away to the bus stop. Oh, are that pizza boxes? I thought it was going to be more homemade signs for Mervyn Westfield. Maybe that's just the rubbish being put out after Mark Whitlock's lunch. Goes for 23 off Caleb Baldwin. Slightly unfortunate on a few of those boundaries. But a good over nonetheless for Old Brentwoods, as for the first time they go above the required rate for the win. The rate now comfortably under 16. Look at the carnage at the end of the CFS innings. 6 wickets falling in the final 2 overs. These two looking ominous at the crease. Mervyn Westfield 41 off just 13 deliveries. His fan club will be going wild. And as for Baba Chowdhury, hasn't faced too much of the strike, but 19 off 5 for him. Abdullah Mir, change of pace here for CFS. The leggy comes out, and as is often the case with leggies on their first delivery, don't quite land it. And Baba Chowdhury says, thank you very much, as that was there to be hit, and he duly obliges. Might have to check the height. I think, especially with the dip of a leg spinner, probably okay is Abdullah Mir. Yeah, I think so. Especially with Baba Chowdhury comfortably outside of his crease. We'll of course check it. Who am I to judge as a mere commentator? I think Mir will be okay. Well, the fielder who went to collect that ball might as well stay where he is, because that one does land on the pitch, but it's an action replay as Baba Chowdhury again just clubs that one away for 6 runs. Paul Kempin in the chat saying, weather holding up nicely yet? The wind is blowing, but you can see now more blue sky than cloud. And hopefully this weather is here to stay. I can take a sneaky look at the forecast in the meantime. I know tomorrow doesn't look the best. Chances are we won't have too much rain for the rest of today. Tomorrow there might be a few showers about, and thankfully after that it looks like it's only going in one direction, and that's warmer and drier. Third time lucky there for Abdullah Mir as he gets one through. Baba Chowdhury unlucky to just miss the off peg there. The appeal goes up actually, half appeal. As they're reconstructing the stumps there. I think it was a shake of the head from the umpire, but there was certainly a little twitch from the back foot of Baba Chowdhury. Nice work from Cam Tom. You can see there. Oh, well, hang on. I reckon that might be out. No. Okay. As I said, I'm just a mere commentator. I don't know if there was not a proper appeal. It's insult to injury here as the next one goes for 6. It looked like maybe there was not much behind the line there. It's always difficult to tell, of course, with the bend of the shoe. Start to get philosophical about what is a shoe and what is a line. Certainly, old Brentwood's making the most of that. CFS maybe wish that they appealed just a bit more vociferously. As there's 24 runs come off this Abdullah Mir over. The only dot ball could have potentially been a wicket. On we go. Certainly Baba Chowdhury is in a hurry here. The start of the over, he was just playing second fiddle to Mervyn Westfield, but 24 runs in 5 deliveries. He's motored along to 43 off 10. This partnership now worth 87. Make that 88. That's a better delivery from Abdullah Mir, just tossing it up right on that offside wide line. And a rare miss from Baba Chowdhury. Still though, the over goes for big runs as old Brentwoods move along to 96. 25 runs coming off that over, 69 needed in the final 5 overs. So we take a look at the upcoming events. Of course, we said goodbye to Romania for now over the last couple of days, but we don't have long to wait for our next event, as Czechia is getting up and running with some T20 international action coming your way starting on Sunday, as well as some ECIs and then a full ECS series. Looking forward to that one. And then it's great to see such a mix of cricket on the network. We've got ECSs and ECSWs in Finland, as well as some international T20 action in Bulgaria. And again, some women's cricket coming your way from Belgium and Germany. Looking forward to being back in the motherland, Krefeld, for some men's international action, then some men's ECS and some women's ECS at the weekend. And looking forward to commentating on some of my national team teammates. They absolutely know I will not go easy on them. So looking forward to that one coming your way in the middle of July. So all action here on the European Cricket Network for the next month or so, and of course for the whole year, with the calendar looking absolutely jam-packed, full of cricket across the continent, as well as of course the flagship events coming to you from the Khartoum Oval in Malaga. Club down the ground, I might be in trouble here. So I just duck to get away from that one. I'm sure we'll get that one on the Comcam, as it was clubbed down the ground by Mervyn Westfield. And quite a stylish swerve to the left, I must say. No chance of me getting my fingers on the way of that one. I'm not as good as Tommy Fletcher. Mr. Cool just taking it two-handed. I'll leave that one to the experts. Mervyn Westfield carves that one away through the 2 fielders, and the boundaries are just flowing here for old Brentwoods as they move past 100. Mervyn Westfield now just 1 run away from his maiden half-century. So the records keep tumbling today as well, with several players notching firsts. And, well, as I said, Mervyn Westfield, I'm surprised he hasn't got a half-century on the network before, but now there's a perfect opportunity for him to do so. Up in the air, and he will get there in style as well, as the Mervyn Westfield fan club go wild. And it's the 3rd time today that a batter has got there with a Maximo, as Mervyn Westfield moves to 55 off just 17 deliveries. He's a hugely popular figure around these parts. You can see he loves hitting it down the ground. Don't even need to put a point in for him, as Mervyn in a promising position here. 55 runs needed in 26. That run rate comfortably below 13, and CFS, they need a wicket here and they need it fast. Bring out all the shots now. Mervyn gets down on one knee, proposes to the ball. The ball says, I do. So this over goes for 20 runs. Yoz, he's back in the notebook. I'll tell you what he's doing. He's revising for our next pub quiz. Not that we need to practice, because I still haven't told you the story yet, but maybe I'll get to it in game 4 or 5. We won in glorious fashion last night in the local pub quiz, so I'm not sure we're welcome back in these parts. Sam Williams on the laptop. Well, he wasn't in the team yesterday, and he faces stiff competition to get into our starting lineup, I'll tell you that. So maybe he's on the laptop doing some revision. 20 runs already coming off this Praveen Kumar over. It will just be the 21 then, as that's fielded on the rope. But still here, CFS needs something, and quick, as this partnership threatens to take the game away from them. It's worth 109 now between Chowdhury and Westfield. Despite those 2 early wickets again, it was a similar story, wasn't it? CFS, they lost an early wicket and managed to rebuild. And Old Brentwoods, they were 8 for 2. But these two at the crease have steadied the ship. And they're sailing in the direction of a win here. Johnny here in the chats, rightly pointing out, I'm not paid to get hurt. Exactly. If I'm on the field, of course, I'm not going to duck out the way of a ball. Well, I might do, depends how hard it's hit. Especially if it's coming off the bat of Westfield or Chowdhury. Luckily, that 4 was hit firmly enough and flat enough that I could see it coming. Gave it the old body swerve. Nish tends to go for the just one hand stretched out in a general direction kind of tactic. Tend to take cover as if the tent is about to experience an earthquake. Nathan Weeks bowling the 7th over here for CFS. Turning to him to see if he can do the damage. He's the 6th bowler used by CFS. No one's really escaped damage. Subhan Javed, the captain, he's bowled out at the top of the order. He picked up the early wicket, went for 30 runs. Everyone else has gone for 18 runs or more. Reminder then, Old Brentwoods, they have the next game off, which sees the East Londoners return against the newly ECN christened AZ Black Eagles, but then Old Brentwoods will come back for the final 2 games of the day against the Eagles, and then the final game rounded off against the East Londoners. Hi to Ravi in the chat. I was chatting to Ravi last night, of course, a very, very valued member of the Blue Crew yesterday, showing some love to his fellow integrity officers. Nice to see you there. I hope you're well wherever you are. Where are you, my fellow Brummie? Though your 2 mates, the integrity officers yesterday, were asking, because I said I'm from Birmingham, they said, why don't you sound like Ravi? I'll leave that with you, whether you think that's a compliment or not. This has been a good start to the over from Nathan Weeks. Just the 4 singles, and even just a few balls that don't go to the boundary. Just stop the momentum just a little. That one is chopped away And it's taken. And that's exactly what CFS needed, as Mervyn Westfield, he's absolutely fuming with himself. He doesn't want to leave the pitch, as he'd put his Old Brentwood side into such a promising position. And maybe just the pressure of a couple of boundaryless balls tells for Westfield as he tries to carve that one away, and only finds the hands of the onrushing Arya Kedeka, who did the damage with the bat. 90 runs he scored, and now takes the important wicket. And you can see Westfield, he's absolutely gutted. He knows he put his side in a position where they could have romped home to win, and or maybe that just changes the momentum of the game once more. Still 44 runs needed, and this has been a dream over from Nathan Weeks. Just the 4 singles coming off it, and the 5th ball then claims the wicket. It's his first wicket on the network. He had just the 1 over in the previous game. That went for 17. It was actually one of the better overs in the previous game, but he bowled the 9th over, so he wasn't able to come back for the 10th. But surely here he'll come back for his 2nd, having bowled what could be a game changer here. Sagar Joshi is the new batter for Old Brentwoods. Left-hander comes in. Rafi's joining from sunny Spain. Well, it's just about starting to become sunny London here as well, as the clouds continue to clear. Clearly got the memo, it's a Friday afternoon and we want to enjoy the cricket here. Edge and taken. It's 2 and 2 for Nathan Weeks. What an over that is from him. He picks up 2 wickets in 2 balls, only goes for 4 runs, and the momentum of this game shifts once more. As Sagar Joshi goes for a golden derrick. It was a beautiful ball, just nips into the left-hander on the angle. He tries to play across it. Probably should have tried to play that one into the offside. And it's a comfortable grab for Cam Tom, who picks up his 2nd catch of the innings. And it's a swap of helmets, so I suppose Sagar Joshi didn't really have time to sweat into that one. As he goes, very first ball. And it's the end of the over as well. Old Brentwood's 121 on the board. 44 needed in the final 3, so still they'd be happy with that run rate under 15, especially with Baba Chowdhury still out there in the middle. But this could prove to be an all-important over with Chowdhury on strike. So we take a look at the next game coming up in just under half an hour's time, that sees AZ Black Eagles in for the first time, facing up against the East Londoners, who make 3 changes from their win this morning, with Jabran Yaqub, Akshay Solanki and Kawalpreet Singh coming in for them. Certainly Gaurav Kumar and Nimanda Subha Singh are 2 to look out for, with both bat and ball. Nimanda has first-class experience over in Sri Lanka, and he showed that with his cameo with the bat and, of course, with ball in hand, taking the opening overs for his side. So that one's coming up after the conclusion of this game, but this game still has some way to go, with Mohib Burki coming in to try to steer OBs to victory with Baba Chowdhury, the captain. And surely a lot of responsibility lies at the feet of Chowdhury now. He's 45 off 14. Mr. Chowdhury has come back on to bowl his 2nd over here. He picked up a wicket in his first, only went for 18 runs. They probably take the 18 here, but actually that run rate is below 16. And when Baba Chowdhury is at the crease, and OB's still fighting here, and he goes to his maiden ECN half century. 51 off 15 deliveries for him. And you can already tell the quality that we have here in this Group B. We already saw so much of it in Group A, but we've already had a handful of half centuries notched in the first 2 games today. I'm sure it won't be the end. But the bowlers have opened up their bag of tricks as well. We're just looking actually still for the first hat-trick or the first fifer on this series. Certainly CFS, if they could get a hat-trick here, and that would change the game once more. be 6 runs. I was about to say that if Chowdhury can escape from this over without conceding another boundary, then he might give his side a chance, but goes for the... I thought it was a slower ball. In the end, it was more just a length ball, and it gets hoiked away by Baba Chowdhury, who maybe realises here that he's got to do the damage while he's on strike. Mohib Burki at the other end hasn't faced a ball yet. I'd even be thinking, if I were him, to try and get on strike for the next over and see if he can finish it off himself. He's 57 off 17. Still 2 balls left of the 8th. This time it's clubbed down the ground, back-to-back 6s, and there's the 18 needed from the over. There's still 1 ball to come. In fact here, the run rate is just going down and down thanks to the captain Baba Chowdhury. Tommy Fletcher, he's barely wrong, and he's not wrong on this occasion. He says the captain Chowdhury is one to look out for. He's known as being a big run scorer throughout the local leagues, and he's taken no time at all to prove his worth here on the network. Slower ball from Musa Chowdhury. I'd say only a single, but that's exactly what Old Brentwood's wanted, as it keeps Chowdhury on strike. End of the over, then 19 runs coming off it. And CFS need a big, big 9th over here. Surely they turned to Nathan Weeks to bowl it. He went for just 4 runs off his first over, picked up 2 wickets as well. In fact, if he does come back, he will be on a hat-trick. It looks like it will be Weeks. Maybe this is the time then to get the first hat-trick of the series. It will be an impure one, since it was 2 wickets at the end of the final over, but they all count, and if he can get a wicket here, that of Baba Chowdhury, the momentum might swing once more, with OBs needing 25 off the last 12 run balls. No, he's not going to get a hat-trick. He's going to get pummeled for 6. Baba Chowdhury, he wants to finish this game off, and I think he might even be looking to try and get almost all of these runs in this over. Doesn't even want to take it to the 10th. And that one just slightly too short from Nathan Weeks and gets clubbed away. Think here, if CFS don't manage to dismiss Baba Chowdhury, then it's curtains for them, and it will be the worst possible start for them. They did pick up that consolation point this morning, but this is the final game they'll play of the day, and they're in danger here of going home with just 1 point from a possible 8. As that Grizzly is consigned to the Grizzly graveyard. Ian Ramage, the tournament referee, doing the fielding on the boundary there. That's a dirty full toss, and it might be 7 up here. It's actually called a no ball on field, and it's gone all wrong here for CFS. As Baba Chowdhury just hooks that one away, and from needing a good 9th over to stay in it, CFS are now looking at needing miracles, as OBs just need just a touch over a run a ball. 12 needed in 11. Baba Chowdhury might even finish this off in 2 deliveries. We're on clock watch. I know people in the chat are talking about it, but of course we have the officials here keeping an eye on the clock the whole time, and time can sometimes be added for circumstances outside of the fielding team's control, as the wicket does go, but it is of course the free hit, so it won't be a wicket, as Baba Chowdhury swings, and is a rare miss for him on the free hit. Nathan Weeks, well, that's the kind of delivery you might not want to keep for a free hit, because it clips the very top of off stump. Yeah, sometimes the clock has time added to it, because of course the fielding team often do have to go on a long old chase to get the ball back from the bushes or from the car park, especially with Baba Chowdhury at the crease. So the officials always keeping an eye on that clock, making sure it's fair for both sides. I promise it's not any kind of clock conspiracy. They're just making sure that both sides have the same amount of time to bowl their allocated 10 overs. Well, Baba Chowdhury might be making sure that the clock won't be an issue here. As he takes a single though, so maybe this is the slight opening that CFS need, in that they do get a chance to attack the new batter in the form of Mohib Burki. Big swing and a miss from Burki on his very first ECN delivery. His head was somewhere in the clouds there. And well, if you're CFS, I'd even be tempted to try and give Burki the single on this final delivery. If you can try and get 6 deliveries at Burki in the final over, that somehow gives you a glimmer of light. I think Baba Chowdhury, if he's on strike, it's almost game over. This one goes high up in the air. And it goes for 6, so that shows exactly how much I know. Doesn't matter then. Mohib Burki smashes that one for 6. He seems to only play one way, and that's just swing. And whether the ball hits the bat or not, seemingly incidental. That was a baseball club down the ground. 6 runs, and now OB's just 1 hit away. 5 runs needed, and Burki might even try to finish it off before the 10th over. Does club it down the ground, doesn't get hold of all of it. It's a chance for a catch, and it's comfortably taken by Subhan Javed, the captain, who tells his fielders to stay where they are because there's only 6 balls left. The clock won't be an issue, even if you take the minute off that was added. Still would have got to the end of the 9th. So everyone can settle down as we go into the 10th then, with 5 runs needed. Mohib Burki miss 6 miss as he departs, but he's done his job. Hit 1 of the 3 balls he faced for 6 and gets his side just 1 hit away. And significantly as well, as Wasim Khalid comes to the crease, is that Baba Chowdhury is on strike for this final over. You just need to swing and swing hard and hope one of these 6 deliveries goes to the boundary. As for CFS, it's a tough task for the bowler coming in. As Nathan Weeks with that wicket does finish with figures of 3 for 24, and it will be Aya Kadika to bowl the final over. And does he bowl just the 1 ball? Yes, he does, because I think that one goes for 6. It signalled 4 on field, but we'll take a look at this one on the camera. From my eye, that looked like it went over the rope, or do my eyes deceive me? Oh no, it was well in. Then talking nonsense as always. 4 runs. Now the scores are level with just 1 run left to get. Now the field does belatedly come all in as they realise nothing left to lose here apart from the game. And club down the ground. Baba Chowdhury finishes this game off in style with a Maximo. He finishes on 87 not out off just 25 deliveries, and OBs in the end take the comfortable win by 5 wickets against CFS Pinnacle Pro, who finish day 1 of this Group B empty-handed as they lose both of their games in convincing fashion. This one always looked like going the way of OBs as long as Baba Chowdhury was out there, and he puts in a captain's performance to chase down what was not an insignificant total, 164 runs on the board for CFS. But Tommy Fletcher of Hornchurch on the mic in the first innings did warn us that OBs have some batting firepower, and as it proved to be. So we take a quick look ahead at the next game, which has a delay of 5 minutes. So coming to you in just over 20 minutes time as East Londoners look to make it 2 wins from 2. They make 3 changes, and we take the first look at the Black Eagles side coming into this Group B. But first, let's take a look back at the highlights. And it started again in similar fashion to the first innings with a big six off Hamza Ahmed, but then he was caught off the next delivery, feathering one through to young wicketkeeper Cam Tom. He's been really tidy behind the stumps. 3 grabs for him today so far. And it will remain at 3 actually, as this is the final game for CFS. And they got 2 wickets early on as Ajinkya Patel went for just 1, but then that brought Baba Chowdhury and Mervyn Westfield to the crease, and they pretty much took the game away from CFS. Their partnership was worth 113 in the end, with both batters hitting it to all parts, especially Mervyn Westfield. He scored his maiden half century, said hello to me in the box as well, and Baba Chowdhury, the captain, was mightily impressive for OBs, hitting 11 sixes and 4 fours on his way to an unbeaten 87. Smiles all round for Mervyn and the Mervyn fan club until that moment when he holed out to Arya Kadeka. Thought at that time then there might be a little opening for CFS if they could somehow find the wicket of the captain. They did get wickets, a couple of balls there for Nathan Weeks. Sagar Joshi went on the very first delivery. Mohib Burki, he fell not shortly afterwards as he clubbed one for 6, but then was caught out by Subhan Javed. But luckily for OBs, Baba Chowdhury, he was at the other end and he was hitting the ball to all parts, finishing unbeaten as he saw his side home in style, hitting one down the ground. That was his final and 11th 6 as the OBs take their first win of this series by 5 wickets. And this is the first of the 3 games that Old Brentwoods will be playing as they go back-to-back in the final 2 games of the day against the Black Eagles and the East Londoners, as we take a look at the batting scorecard, and dominated by 2 men. Batters 3 and 4, Chowdhury and Westfield doing the damage, scoring with the majority of the runs together as they put on that 3rd wicket partnership. And in the end, as Westfield fell, it was down to the captain to steer his ship home, and he did that in convincing style with 4 balls still left to play. Not a bad performance with the ball by CFS. Again, they switched it up, used 7 bowlers. Nathan Weeks, he was particularly impressive. Maybe a shame for him that he didn't bowl until the 7th over. Had he come on earlier, he could have maybe broken that big partnership, but he does end with figures of 3 for 24. Naya Kadika, he was the unlucky bowler who had to bowl the final over and was hit for a 4 followed by a 6. So there you have it. CFS, they go winless through their first day of this Group B as OBs power home as their batting strength shows. They win this one by 5 wickets. Some good news, some breaking news to bring you, and that is Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu, will be talking you through the first half of match number 23. It's the 3rd game of the day, and that will see the return of the East Londoners as they take on the Eagles, who soar into this competition for the first time. That match has a 5-minute delay on it, so it's starting in just under 18 minutes time. Looking forward to that one as Vinny will take you through the first half of that. I'll have a little break and I'll join you back for the second half of that one. In the meantime, enjoy the short break, enjoy the dulcet tones of Mr. Maximo as we return in just over 15 minutes time on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London, where we're in the third match of the day, which sees the return of the East Londoners. They won the first game this morning in quite some convincing fashion, taking the win by 25 runs, and they're looking to make it 2 wins in 2. They've got 3 games today, and this is the sandwich game for them, and they're coming up against AZ Black Eagles. Of course, the first time we'll see them on the network. It'll be interesting to see what mix they have. A lot of these sides go for a good blend of youth and experience, so it'll be interesting to see how this one unfolds. I'm going to have a little break, but Vinny Sandhu is in the ECN studio to take you through this one and to give you the toss news. So Vinny, from sunny London, enjoy this game and see you in a bit.
Magnificent work, as always, by Tina Goff on the ground there in London. I love the double-decker buses going past in the background as well. Yes, it is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, covering from the ECN studio to give teams a little bit of a break. You can see a bit of a delay to this game, but we're not too far from getting underway in match number 23. It's the third match of Group B between the East Londoners and the AZ Black Eagles. Black Eagles, I know, have been playing a fair bit of cricket in the LMS, set up there in that part of London. And yeah, look, let's see how they go in this tournament. They do have one player, Rahil Shafiq, who I do know from ECN Cricket before, but he's not in the lineup. First up here, he actually played for Madrid CC back in 2022, and even earlier in 2020 in the first ever European Cricket Series in Alicante. For East Londoners, they make 3 changes with Jabran Yaqub, as well as Akshay Solanki and Kawalpreet Singh coming in. Got a feeling there might be an update to that fantasy dashboard as well, because I know there was a late lineup change with a Manzoor coming into the lineup. But East Londoners, they did have a strong win earlier on, scored heavily batting first, and were able to defend it, so they have 76% favouritism in this game. Yeah, a bit of a late change. I don't know if we can get that up here, actually, the updated fantasy dashboard. But Safwan Manzoor has come in. It's a late injury, I believe, in the warm-up that forced that change. So just trying to keep you up to date as much as possible. But yeah, hello to everyone. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And yeah, I've been watching on, so many people have. Our first ever ECS in Hornchurch. Pitch, I think, has played really well. I know it's like only days old, this pitch. Hello to all my friends in Hornchurch on the ground as well. Of course, been following the tournament with great interest. Just with the schedule at the moment, not possible for me to come over this time, but hopefully I can get over there for an ECS in the future. I have actually been to this ground before, Harrow Lodge Park. I was there in 2023 as a guest of Hornchurch, and I really enjoyed my time. So yeah, it should be a really nice chance to have a look at the Black Eagles as they come out for their first taste of ECN cricket. How are you enjoying the series? Hopefully you're enjoying it as much as I am. Yeah, there you go with that updated fantasy dashboard. So Safwan Manzoor comes in, and he has come in at the last moment, I suppose. And yeah, always try and give you that most up-to-date information. It's Sufyan Anwar that is out of the side. Anyway, here we go. And it's Kawalpreet to get us going. Manzoor, well, he isn't to the side, he's into the action. He's going to smash this one to the boundary. We're away here in match number 23. They're still getting organised, and I'm only going to cover this one innings for Tina, who is doing a magnificent job, but she does deserve a little bit of a break, grab some lunch. Hello to Kroom, good to see you. I know you were been taking a keen interest in Kroom. You must have been down at some point. Hello to Thomas Martinez, buenas tardes, and hope you're having a good day. Tina, good question. It's going to be hit hard as well, and that's going to be 4 more. It's going to fly away and smash into the banner. So, too short so far from Carvalprit. As that gets hit to the boundary. So, Tina Goff, you meant to be on a break, but she's come in with an early question for me. Have I ever tried jellied eels? Answer, no, I haven't. I heard of them. I think it was mentioned to me before. And I actually looked up a documentary. It's actually the history of Indian food in England and the history of the chicken tikka masala. It's a whole different conversation. We'll stay in the infield for the first time. As Mansour doesn't get that one through. But it was a whole kind of history of Asian food in London, and a lot of it did trace back to the East End and the docks, and the jelly deals came up then. Can't say I was rushing to try it. Digs it in again, sticks to his guns, doesn't he? Go up. That one does get past Mansour. 2 hits, 2 misses so far. So, yeah, it sounds awful. And from what you told me, it tasted worse. There are certain foods that I just don't trust because I don't trust the consistency. But you tell me. Has anybody else tried jelly eels in the chat? Tina, good on you. You're a sport. I'll give you that. Well, hit straight and hit pretty purely from Mansour. That is a good-looking shot. Maximo. Seis carreras. Oh, thanks for coming. Yeah, this East Londoners side is probably a more interesting group of players. One of the more interesting ones I've ever seen. Super Singer's got a lot of first-class experience in Sri Lanka. You've got Chatter, who's played T20I for Cambodia. But you can see they're pretty comfortable with the hitting straight away. I think it's probably a format that a lot of these players are pretty comfortable with. Oh, now he's going to get length. He's going to go leg side, and it's going to be another 6 runs. A Maximo to take the first one. Magical. And so far, so good for the Black Eagles. That will be the end of the first over. And the score is 20 without loss. Can I say, though, and I'm sorry, Tina, for ruining chicken tikka masala for you, but check it out. I'll try and find the link to the documentary. I think it was on YouTube. Having a look at the Challenger Division, of course, it will be sandwiched right in the middle of the ECC window, the Euros of cricket. That's also a great one to come down for. Maybe you want to go support the England 11, they'll start 16th of October for 3 days. But why don't you come back a little bit early? Why don't you come down to Malaga a little bit early, catch some of that ECC Challenger Division. Of course, the finals day is on the 15th, so just the day before. Be a huge day. 12 teams there fighting for 4 spots in finals day, and ultimately 1 promotion spot and one trophy. And Tina knows all about the Euros of cricket in the Challenger Division. Of course, she played and was runner-up for Germany in the Challenger Division in the ECCW 2024. Still going to try and find that history for you. And I don't want to get too sidetracked, seeing I'm only here for 10 overs, but yeah, chicken tikka masala is basically kind of an invention. It was quite a long video, actually, that I watched. Khatri getting over number 2 here. If you've got questions for me, now's the time. I'll actually be covering a fair bit of the Tour of Czechia, which is coming up. Mansour on a heater, gets the strike back. And, well, you saw it. He was pretty brutal on anything short, but that's full toss. It's going to get the treatment. Maximo on 6 more. He's off to an absolute flyer. He's in a high run rate this week. Up in the 150s average. And Manzoor's doing his bit, isn't he? Tempted Yorker there, which I think is a good strategy. I just think gets it wrong. Yeah, Nish having the day off, and I agree, Tina. Pretty funny that it's Peacock Friday and happened to request this day off. You know, his form isn't particularly good with Peacock Friday. There we go. That's better length, though. Can get kind of carried away. Still be a win if you get Manzoor now. I know there's other batters to come. He looks well put together so far. And there we go. If you miss by even a little bit, you're going to go the journey. Maximo on a monster from Manzoor. It's kind of military medium at best, where the dogs have to be held back. I've loved Dog Watch as well, by the way. Yeah. There's a bit more Dog Watch for you. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, this is going to be an unlucky one for the bowler, really. It's just going to get jammed down, and there we go. And even more. So, Country tasting a little bit of as well. He's not the only one in this series. That's going to be jammed out. They have got 2 fielders on the boundary in that section, and that'll take us to the end of the over. So 18 off that one. Better, but not much better for the East Londoners, and the Black Eagles off to a flyer 38 without loss after 2. Yeah, so I've got to say I have been protected from the weather a little bit. No, it's been a little bit wild and woolly, but we've just, I think we've lost a couple of games to weather. I had a couple affected, but this is how we sit in Group B, of course. We saw the hosts, Hornchurch, qualifying in 2nd spot in Group A, but couldn't quite overhaul the mighty Tigers, who were rampaging, weren't they, through Group A. Some very, very big wins. Started with four pointers in a row, the Sweet 16, and made me realise, okay, what's the most 4-pointers we've seen in a row? It's actually Marlowe, who had 7 4-pointers in a row. A slower ball from Subir Singh. I mentioned he's got a lot of experience as a professional cricketer in Sri Lanka. Very clever and well executed slower ball first up. Yeah, the most 4-pointers to start a tournament is 16. That equaled the record. It's been done quite a few times, actually. No one's ever started with 20. Well, that one's going to fly away into the gap. That's going to be 4 as well. So up into the 40s. And the runs just keep on flowing. Yeah, so actually no one's ever done more than 4 4-pointers in a row except for Marlowe. That streak of 7 4-pointers in a row. Actually, it was after a loss as well. He got stung by it. Let's come back, though, from Subir Singh. I'll give you a TV tip as well. Having had a few days off, go look up Tucci in Italy. I've been loving that series. It's about food. Oh, there we go. How unlucky can you be? Super Singer completely bamboozles Jadav with the slower ball. Kind of rolls out the left of his hand. Look at there, and just bunted. And if the umpire was allowed to catch, would have been an easy one. I saw Ivor in the crowd as well, Johnny. I know you mentioned that. Spotted him in the crowd. Great to see the crowd's down as well. Love the... Oh, there we go. It's going to be more from Mansour, who goes the long way again. And Maxwell, and he's in the 40s. That brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for the Black Eagles, but it's been dominated by Safwan Mansour so far. Yeah, a little peak, I think, as the ball was running in. So, yeah, fancy that. Yeah, I've got to say, I enjoyed Pizzagate the other night as well. The flying bus. Yeah, so Tucci in Italy. I'll look that up. Apparently it's a follow-up from a previous one as well. There's that slower ball. He's been good with it, actually. Will it still go? Nope. Well taken down there, but they are flying. They're happy with the one. Why not? Mansour retains the strike, and after 3 overs, the end of the power play, the Black Eagles are 51 without loss. Yeah, the Black Eagles have an LMS background, last man standing cricket. That's been, what would you call it? Kind of like the more, what's the word? The degentrification project, I suppose, with TMS cricket, allowing people to play a bit more casually than kind of just waiting for the weekend. I know people have different schedules. I think it's a really good snapshot about what's happening at the grassroots level in England. Yeah, it's certainly developing into a bit of a juggernaut in itself, the domestic landscape. I still think, you have a lot of tape ball cricket and stuff there as well now in England, which maybe didn't exist some time ago. Wow, that is it's a wild and woolly one there. Yeah, that'll be a no ball. Pretty well taken as well by Patel behind the stumps. Can't cash in the free hit though, rare miss out from Mansour. Oh, well, it's York to the keeper, and that's going to be 4 byes. It's a classic case that Bhargav Patel just doesn't think that Jadav's going to miss this. Have a look, he's spectating, and then just kind of gets surprised. Goes straight through his legs, 4 unhit runs. Oh, I like Tina's suggestion as well. Now he's going to be gone. It's a bizarre dismissal, really. I'd like to see some front on. Just completely plays down the wrong line. Maybe that's a sign that he knew he wasn't really going that well. He's missed that on purpose. You can't miss the ball by that much. And if you do, you got issues. I think that's to me is as good as a retired out. Well, either that or he has to get his eyes checked. Jadav. But yeah, 6 off 6. Obviously, at the other end, you get Mansour up and going. So I actually think he almost gives it up here. Strange way to lose your first wicket on the European Cricket Network. And well done to Patel, who cleans up the stumping after that earlier indiscretion. Mida is the new batter coming out number 3. Hello to Jacob, Teddy. Hopefully you're well. Nice to see you up in Estonia. Hello to Sean as well. As Mansour is going to lift this up, and geez, that is a really, really good catch out there. He needed something to go their way, and they have. So one brings two, and Keteria is the man that'll take the catch. Check it out here. And fighting the angle there slightly, but a nice catch taken about knee high, protects the ball well. That's Deepak Khatri out there. So that's a game breaker as well, as Mansour falls on his sword for 46. And the score is 58 for 2. So new batter comes out lefty. Here's Bilal Muhammad. Of course, had a Bilal as MVP of the Romania series, which concluded on Wednesday. And he gets one that's a bit short and puts it away. First up. Uh-oh. Already saw the Merc get hit. This time the fence does its job. And, well, I think, can we get that spectator there? She had no idea that there was a grizzly flying her way. She's got the heavy headphones on. Have a look. Doesn't even avert the gaze from the device. And that's a sign of living in 2025. It will be the end of the fourth over. 64 for 2. So, Keteria with double strike there, 2 for 9. And we're going to get Akshay Solanki coming on to bowl the 5th. No full toss first up. Solanki delivering something similar in that last over, angling across. Yeah, I'm also really looking forward to the ECS W tomorrow. First time we've had an ECS W in England. A fairly recent thing to see club level European women's cricket, and I think it'll be wonderful. It doesn't get this at all. It's up. It's in the air. It should be taken. And it will be. Well taken down there. It's Owen Palmer. He just sauntered towards the ball. It was a high one, but that will be a 3rd wicket. So, credit to East Londoners here fighting back into the reckoning. Nice bit of fielding there. So the change to spin and change of pace has worked. New batter comes out there. Another lefty. It's Zafar Saeed. Good spots by Solanki. Gets Saeed reaching, misses out. Oh, geez. Only half a shout, really. I didn't ever see that foot come up, but we'll see it from side on. We'll have a look if there was a chance for stumping. We've seen some amazing stumpings in this series, haven't we? With bounces and everything. Oh, was up for a second, but he gets back reasonably comfortably.
मुझे लग रहा है आउट है, मैं बता रहा हूँ। वो इतना सा है।
And this one's hit straight, and it's hit straight over the head of the fielder, Maximo. Sees carreras más as they keep on keeping on here. Yeah, well struck once again. That's hit as well, and it will be straight to the fielder again. Owen Palmer does the rest. So he's been a bit of a ball magnet so far, hasn't he, Palmer? So Saeed can get one out of the middle, but that's all he got. Up 6, 71 for 4. Dave thinks Owen should be nominated for Fielder of the Day. You can understand why. Right. Let's have a look at the calendar, of course. Yeah, Czechia actually starts on Sunday. Maybe we can show you the tour of Czechia, and I can tell you what I'll be doing over the next few days. This is down the ground as well, but at the end of the bat job, good enough. And it goes the journey Maximo to start the 6th over. Hit well. Hit straight, and that's a very good piece of fielding. Well, he's just nominated for Fielder of the Day. I felt the vibrations here in the studio as Palmer puts his body on the line and saves a boundary for his team. Ground, so worth a try. All right, well that one's up in the air as well. It'll fall safely. That one's hit pretty hard as well. Another good bit of fielding. It's Chada, Cambodian T20I representative. Has a T20I 50 actually. Don't have too many T20I representatives in this tournament, funnily enough. Swing and a miss once again. So, end of the 6th over. Kadaria with 2 for 18. Pretty decent spell for him. It's 80 for 4 after 6. There's been a bit of ball dodging as well for the commentators and the spectators in this series. Yeah, a few people have fallen out of favour with the XP. I've got to say, I'm not a huge fan. You know, they try things, don't they? I suppose we've got to be thankful for YouTube. That's the way that a lot of our viewers are able to watch. The ones we can hear from, at least. I know we've got a huge following on Fancode in the subcontinent as well. So, Shadow gets a ball, and he's going to get glanced away for 4 first up. It's been such a good holding job from Londoners, although that one does get away for 4. But you've got to think about the start. They conceded over 50 in the power play, and it was all looking kind of doom and gloom around then. Now it's looking a little bit rosier. Good leg spinner here from Shadow once again. Yeah, it's a good bit of fielding, good athleticism. That area down there. Number for 2. Oh, geez. I've got that as just out. We'll have to have a look at it. We'll have to slow it down. And I just think that Kadeka is struggling. It was a good throw. I think comes in, scoots to the bowler, picks it up. Let's have a look. I've got him just out. See how my eyes are. Oh. Just out. Oh, well, still got it. That's a very good throw. I mean, the bowler barely had to do anything. He's going to be gone by around about probably 15 centimetres there. Again, well captured by a crew at 2 circles, who deserve a lot of credit for that wicket as well. I'm not sure they're about as thrilled about it, though. Kadeka probably on a Sunday afternoon, he gets the benefit of that one. But instead, it'll be a 5th wicket down. The Black Eagles are an action-packed unit from what we've seen so far, but that's the 5th one down now, and it's 85 for 5. Kadaria with a really good throw there. Firstly, he knocks it up. He knows exactly where he's knocked it. Picks it up. Actually picks up left hand, transfers to the right. Big bounce throw. Bowler kind of one motion, grabs and takes the bails. And yeah, you applaud the batters for taking that on, but excellent fielding. End of the bat job fielded by the face of Yaqub there. Bit of a hand-to-face job, really. He's okay. Bad ball. Probably should have been hit for more. It wasn't hit at all, in fact. It'll be a wide. Much better ball. It's up, it's in the air. And once again, falls safely. I suppose that's the thing. You push everyone back. Keeps down a bit. It's good when he gets it right, isn't he? Shadow doesn't get it right all the time, but when he does, he puts a bit of work on the ball. This one is hit to the leg side. That will be 4 to finish the over, so it's 92 for 5 after 7. But that expected score 124. It's a long way below what they were staring down earlier in the innings. Yeah, this is what I'll be doing from Sunday, and I've got actually a decent team of commentators here because we've got Danny and Phil. They're both Prague-based. I'm Prague-based now. Rico is actually coming from the ECIs, but we'll start with 6 days of T20I cricket, 3 men's days of T20I, 3 women's T20I days there, Central Europe Cup for men and women. And then we have T10 Internationals next weekend, followed by 2 divisions, not 1, but 2 divisions of European Cricket Series cricket. So, yeah, on Sunday, actually, with no play in London, it'll only be T20 cricket in Czechia. And I have had the pleasure of doing a fair bit of T20 international cricket lately, which I don't get to do too often, obviously, with the ECS schedule. But yeah, you can join me on Sunday morning for that. Start of a new over. And Solanke is going to get a second one. Did take 2 wickets in his first over, so the move to spin and the kind of sling across worked pretty well. Hit down the ground this time, up and out of here. Maximo! And yet another 6 to go onto the total. That's more like what we saw early in the power play. Just a pick-up kind of length. Puts it away. That one's hit. That one's hit very well. They're coming good at the right time. Need a bit of a burst, don't they? As Kawai Singh, it goes back to max sixes. Kind of, with these leg side hits off the angle across, they're a bit harder to time up. But if you do get them in the middle, it's almost like the ball is angled straight onto the middle of the bat. You're meeting it flush. This hit straight down the ground, and that's going to be another boundary. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo. A reality check here. I suppose the thing with Solanke has been a bit one-paced. So I think, he's not actually bowling any slower than the one speed. That one does carry by a couple of metres. Now hit straight and hit well again by Solanke. Well, just what the innings needed, really. That's 4 sixes in a row now. And he's on the perfect over right now. Kawai Singh. It's a rare thing, actually. Every player we've seen from these two teams today had never played ECN cricket before the start of the day. Change of angle. Change of luck. That won't be the perfect over. Only get the one there, but still very productive over here for the Black Eagles. All set up for a pretty interesting second innings, I think. Whatever is posted, it'll be chaseable, but it'll also be defendable. Yeah, much better when he got over the wicket, started kind of cramping the batters for that room a little bit more. So that's the end of Solanke's 2 overs. He goes 2 for 33. First one was better than the second for him. And the Black Eagles 118 for 5. Yeah, so the expected score in that over goes from kind of 120s-ish to mid-140s now. Jacob saying, have the team planned for wind? Well, you'd hope so. You'd hope so, Jake. But you can tell the trees in the background is blowing around. Super Singer will get a second over here. Very, very experienced player. Big finish needed for the Eagles. Slower ball first up. Once again, excellent bit of work there. Very, very clever with his variation, Super Singer. That sliced away and sliced away nicely. That's going to be for misfield over the line. We'll let him have that. Hey, hello to Birdie. And I've been loving watching you this week, Birdie. Just as a spectator, like everybody else, really. But yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I'd love to go back, as I had great memories of what was a pretty big weekend, actually, back in 2023. In August, I was there. Birdie, you can do me a favour. Please give my best to everyone. I'm going to come back for 2 here on the fumble. I'll get there. That's actually really good running from Meter to get back, steal the strike back. Yeah, please give my best to Jeremy and the whole Hornchurch family. I've been watching on, again, just with the schedule and the amount of cricket we've got going on. And with such great options we've already got there in the UK. Well, that's a shot and a half from Meter. Wanted the strike back, and he's going to go over the top. Well struck. In fact, we'll be 4. Having a look at where this ended up. Let's have a look. Was hit? Was it a chance? Maybe. Maybe not, though. I mean, it just went so quickly. Couldn't really get a dive on it. Yeah, so please give my best to everyone there. And obviously, good luck in the finals, Thursday, Friday. Whew. A Super Singer was getting ready to celebrate because it looked like this was heading straight into the stumps. It bounces over the top. That slower ball does bounce a bit, especially on the artificial. Jake talking about the Czech team planning for the wind. Yeah. Waits on that slow ball. And he picks it. Still has to hit it. Won't do better than a single there. End of the 9th over. So the Black Eagles 130 for 5 in anybody's game here in match 23. Yeah, the Czech team, I think they're pretty used to the wind here at Vinosh. They also have more experience on the pitch, and the pitch is slightly different. It's a little bit more up and down. One thing that surprised me, I suppose, since I started calling so much European cricket, I always just assumed all artificial turfs were made equal, but they're not. Some are slower, some are quicker, some grip a bit more, some have a bit more variation. I think the best ones always have a little bit of variation in them because that's what a turf pitch would have. And you're replicating those elements. And Birdie saying, yeah, hopefully have me over in the future. Well, I know the plan is to do this not just the once, Birdie. So definitely try and make it work next time. Well, a little edge that'll fly for 4, so meter. There's a little bit of luck and pocket of suerte as Country comes back. Wasn't a bad ball at all, but he's got the third up in the circle. It runs away. Oh, back away swashbuckle. You can see he wasn't thrilled about that. Yakub has to make the long chase. But hey, Birdie, how are you enjoying Tina and Nish? I know they're having a great time over there. And for those of you wondering why Tina won't be on tomorrow for the ECSW, I'll let her explain herself. But obviously we'd want Tina to be on it in particular. Such a women's cricket role model. But Tina actually has a school reunion. That's keeping her away tomorrow. So Nish will be on. Hopefully Nish will get a couple of guests from the player group as well. Lifted up and over the top and brilliant catch. That's an excellent piece of fielding out there. That's Sahaj Chadha, the Cambodian international who runs away to his left. He hurls himself at the ball and pulls in an absolute blinder. Yeah, fantastic bit of judgment out there from Sahaj. So it's the end of meter. He goes for 35. Did hit 5 4s and a 6 in his innings. He goes in the last over. 134 for 6. Check that one more time. I mean, struck reasonably well. Maybe not quite off the middle, but he doesn't go too early because sometimes he can rush in and then the ball goes over your head. You're closer in the outfield than you would be regularly in the format. But he made his move and he made it briskly to turn it into a catch. New batter out there, Harjit Singh. Just 3 balls to go. Misses that one, or does he? No, he's got a little edge, so it'll be 2 and 2 for Khatri. And just like that, Deepak Khatri's on a hat-trick. And this is the ideal time to be on a hat-trick. You got new batter on strike, got to go for it, can't just block it out. Birdie saying that Tina and Nish have been great. Even better seeing them eating the jellied eels. Did Nish have it too? I thought Nish chickened out. Rajit goes for a golden Derek. Derek not included. By the way, yeah, we're into June now. Still no duck. Is it a duck or is it a tortuga? I don't know. You tell me. Hello to Stephen Muha. Good to have you on as well. Hat-trick ball. It's Navali, the skipper, to come out and face it with only 2 balls to go. Do we have a hat-trick? Nope. Bangs it straight into the ground. It actually hits it very well. considering as his first ball at the crease. But Nav will do the keeping as well for the Black Eagle. Last ball from the other end. It's a chance for Kawai Singh to get a curtain call. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, has he? After one of that 4 sixes rampaging consecutive balls. And that's going to be hit. Actually beats the infield. That runs away. He's going to eat the ground. This will be an interesting replay. They're probably still running. Well, that'll be out at the end. But let's see the boundary. I want to see if he actually stops it or if it's 4. And we'll have to come back to the run out at the end. See, that seems fine to me. We'll have to go back to when he slaps the ball. When he first slaps the ball, they'll try and freeze it about here. And now the ball, I assume, is clear there. Yeah. Okay, so that's good. And it's definitely run out, but they probably want to have a look at the run out at the end. So first, it's a brilliant stop from Palmer. He just basically sniffs the turf. And then this is definitely out at the end. Now, how many they run? Couldn't tell you. I think it might have just been the 1, and then they decided that they were momentarily trying for the 2. So I'm going to note that as 136, but we'll have some confirmation on that pretty shortly. But a wonderful bit of fielding. Once again, Palmer is an absolute weapon down the ground, isn't he? As we will have a look at the highlights. And, well, of course, Dog Show has been a big part of this series so far, and I've been loving it. Luckily, they're real dogs, not robot dogs. If you're watching ECS Estonia, I was frightened within an inch of my life. But let's not forget earlier, it was the Mansour show, as he looked odds on for a half century, didn't he? He was going after absolutely everything. Meanwhile, his partner couldn't get too much going. Missed that by 3 or 4 bat widths in the end. But needed a turning point. They got Mansour at a pretty good time, and that just set it upon this kind of malaise, this mid-innings malaise for the Black Eagles. And it was kind of the twin spinners, wasn't it? That they just asked a different sort of question. 4 wickets between them in their first over each. Owen Palmer, not Owen Wilson, down the ground. He was absolutely brilliant as well with his hands. It was a good bit of work as well to effect a run out. So I think it's a very, very even kind of first innings. And Black Eagles look right at home. This is an excellent bit of judgment out there. And yeah, I do know actually that you have a Nigerian international in this series, got a Cambodian international, bit of the old United Nations about it. This was the old grass stain on the snout for Palmer, but he's able to carry the ball, keep it inside the field of play, and create that run out last ball. And so the AZ Black Eagles, after being asked to bat, they finish in reasonably good shape, don't they? A score of 136 off the 10 overs. 46 to Mansour led the scoring. It looked like he could be on for a very, very big score. Watch out for him as they I think they'll expect a few more runs out of him, maybe a couple of really big scores as this tournament goes on. Meter with 35 and Kawai Singh with 28. Run out last ball, but not before he started in a blaze of glory with 4 consecutive maximos. 2 foods for Deepak Khatri as well as Kadaria and Solanki. The spin twins in the middle of the innings brought things back to the fielding side a little bit. But yeah, really, I think they look like a very competitive side. I'm looking forward to seeing how the second half of this one plays out. Big thanks to everyone. I probably won't hear from me tomorrow, but I will be back on the mic Sunday morning as we start the Central Europe Cup in Prague. And that will run in conjunction with the English series next week as well. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I'm going to hand it back to my old pal, Tina Goff, to take you through the second half of this one with East Londoners hoping to go back-to-back wins, needing 137 for victory. We'll take a break and see you soon for more action here on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London, and the sun is beginning to peep out here as we go into the run chase of match 23. AZ Black Eagles have posted 136 for 8. It was an innings that kind of went in fits and starts, ended with more of a fit, with 3 wickets falling in the final over for the loss of just the 6 runs. So it's the second time we've seen carnage in the final over, which allowed Deepak Khatri to pick up 2 wickets. Of course, one of those was a run out on the final ball, and Viken Kadaria again showing that he is a force to be reckoned with both ball and bat, as he picked up figures of 2 for 18. I'm sure we'll see him featuring for EL with the bat in hand. And it was the top scorer, Safwan Manzoor, picking up 46 off 17 deliveries, opening up for the Black Eagles. They got off to a blistering start, well into the 50s towards the end of the power play, and then just fell away with those middle batters, Mohammed, Syed and Kodekar, just scoring the 13 runs between them. So certainly a gettable total for the East Londoners, who of course have shown that they are more than capable of hitting big runs, as they posted 165 in the earlier match today, which was enough to see off CFS Pinnacle Pro by 25 runs. So they'll be feeling confident here at the halfway stage. Of course, I've got to give a massive shout out to Vinny Sandhu. Lovely to hear him back on commentary. Allowed me to have a spot of lunch. I did have a Tesco meal deal today. Slight regret, because Tommy Fletcher in the Hornchurch kitchen had rustled up some stone-baked pizzas. That's what the pizza boxes were for earlier. But we live and learn. The meal deal did the job, as did Vinny, so thank you very much to him. From the ECN cave, but we're back on the ground here, looking forward to this run chase. Owen Palmer, who didn't have much luck in the first game with the bat, has the chance here. In fact, he went for a golden duck in that game, batted on that occasion at number 7, so good to see him boosted up the order. He's a tremendous fielder, isn't he? I know the chat was absolutely loving his antics on the boundary, taking 2 catches, also flying around, throwing himself at that grizzly. He's got the opportunity now to get the run chase underway. Safwan Manzoor opening the bowling for the Eagles. Palmer's joined out there in the middle by Kumar Sumit. Kumar, the captain, also didn't have the best of luck in the first game, also went for a golden duck, so both of these looking to get off a pair, a king pair no less, but Owen Palmer does his side of the bargain as he gets off the mark with a single. Take a look at the equation then. East Londoners, if they go big, they can chase down this total in 7 overs or less. It'll be 4 points in their back pocket. As for the Eagles, they've got the probably slightly tougher task of restricting EL to 95 runs or less. Remember, this is the Eagles' first ever appearance on the network. That one's chipped down the ground. There's no one there, and it's going to in fact say hello in the commentary tent. I have to get up. I'm just trying to digest my lunch here. I've got to get up again. Luckily, came rolling slowly in as Safwan Manzoor gets hit for the first boundary. I promise I can throw properly. It's the roof of the net. You've got to try and keep it underneath. At least it wasn't a throw with my right arm, otherwise I would have disgraced myself. Yeah, so the Black Eagles, first time we're seeing them, and a direct hit there, and Owen Palmer's goose was cooked. Slight disapproving glance at Kumar Sumit at the striker's end. Let's take a look here. Palmer was on his bike, and well, Kumar Sumit did absolutely sell him down the river. 1-2 step down the crease, and then said, no, sorry. Luckily for Palmer, the throw in just flashed past the stumps. That will be knocked away for Second boundary of the over. Safwan Manzoor opening the bowling here. Also was key with the bat. He opened the batting, so clearly an absolute key player for the Eagles. Hasn't got off to the best of starts here though. 10 runs coming off his first 5 deliveries. The Eagles have their first taste of ECN action out in the field. It'll be interesting to see how they go. What kind of bowling attack they will employ to try to defend this probably slightly below par total. Down the ground again, and it might come join me once more. It absolutely will. I'm getting peppered in here. This time, the other side of the tent. They do say women can multitask. So I'll do some fielding at the same time as commentary. Maybe I need to get myself into the ECN studio. I won't have the problem there. End of the first over then. 14 runs on the board. Kumar Sumit doing most of the damage. 12 off his bat. 3 fours in the final 4 deliveries. Welcome back to everyone in the chat. Nice of you to keep Vinny company, and I'm enjoying all of your chatter so far. Hello to Curtis, he says, American here, huge baseball fan, recently discovering cricket. Kinda hard to follow. Yeah, I'll agree with you there, Curtis, but luckily you've got plenty of friends in the chat. Happy to explain the rules, and if you have any burning questions, throw them in as well. I know the cricket itself can be complicated enough, and then we have our own funky ECN rules, so if anything's not clear, of course that goes for anyone, throw the questions in. I'm more than happy to answer as the game goes on. Harjit Singh into the attack for the Black Eagles, and Owen Palmer muscles that one away over the covers for 4 runs. Fielding by Harjit Singh off his own bowling. So one of the early rules that can be explained then is that the first 3 overs of this 10 over game are the power play, during which time the fielding side only allowed 2 fielders outside of that inner ring, which you can just about see here by the disc behind the wicket keeper next to his helmet. And the 2 fielders that are allowed out, one of whom is there right now, which is Bilal Mohammed, mean that the batting side have a few more gaps that they can try to hit the ball into in those first 3 overs. It really encourages the batters to play aggressively from the start. And after those 3 overs, then 5 fielders are allowed to field on the boundary. Especially for the East Londoners here, they want to get their run chase off to a positive start. The 2 fielders outside of the ring are, well, trying to peer around the tent. One of them's in deep covers. One is at long on, so straight past the bowler's head. Well, scamper through for a 2 here as Kumar Sumit gets on his bike. Will be signalled as byes. Just as Curtis says, cricket's difficult to follow. All manner of things happen there. It just goes through everything, everyone. No bat on that one. Vinny, fresh off his studio stint, joins us in the chat and of course says there's no such thing as a silly question here. Absolutely right. Apart from if the question is, do you like jellied eels? There is only one answer to that question. Nick on that one, and it's going to be a wicket. You could hear the click off the bat from here. Kumar Sumit just scratching around the last 4 balls or so. Has to depart, and it's the first wicket in the ECS for Harjit Singh. Nice grab there by Captain Nav Ali, dying on him a little. Takes it comfortably, and the first wicket does fall for the East Londoners as Kumar Sumit has to depart for 12 off 7. All 12 of his runs actually came in 4s. The pressure of those dot balls just started to mount. And he feathers one through to the keeper. That brings Sahaj Chanda to the crease, and Vinny mentioned it earlier. He's a batter who plays for Cambodia. Love seeing all these internationals pop up all across Europe. Let's take a look at the standings. Group B then, East Londoners sitting pretty. Of course, it's very early stages. Not the best day for CFS. 2 losses from their first 2 games. They've got a bit of time to think about what they've done, and they'll come back on Monday with 3 games, trying to notch their first win of this series. Yes, Sahaj Chanda, 9 T20Is for Cambodia, 286 runs, high score of 50, averaging over 35. Not bad international figures, you must say. He's currently at the non-strikers though. He will get on strike now as Owen Palmer just knocks that one down the ground. It's Anjum Khan who's come in to bowl this 3rd over. Sahaj played his last game for Cambodia in November 2024, scored 27 against Bhutan in Doha. Batted at number 3 on that occasion too, so it's clearly his preferred position. 27 off 26 on that occasion. 3 decent scores in his last 3 T20Is, 38 against Bahrain and 24 not out against Saudi Arabia. Something similar here would at least get the East Londoners somewhere near to the total as Owen Palmer. He's doing his part. Bit of an ugly hoik in all honesty. So Owen Palmer looks suspiciously down at his bat, but gets enough of it and rolls away for 4 runs. The win predictor firmly in the East Londoners camp. They do still have some firepower to come. And we change the batting order and the bat goes absolutely flying, or at least part of it does here. We're going to have a replay of this. Not about where the ball goes, but take a look at the wood off the bat go flying. It's a big old chunk that comes off. You actually can't see where it's come off. Maybe go super slow on this one. There we go. Not sure Owen Palmer noticed. He is now going to take his bat for a walk into the back graveyard. Seemed to be just a shaving that came off. Usually you get a fair old chunk of the toe. Still really can't tell how that came off the bat. I would have given someone splinters if they tried to catch that. Palmer was already looking quite suspiciously at his bat on that 4 that he hit earlier in the over. And that's probably why. As back to live then, this one will roll away for 4 once more. Join the East London traffic. That's the kind of cricketainment you're able to expect on the European Cricket Network. The ball goes flying, sometimes the bat goes flying, definitely fielders go flying. All part of our day-to-day business here. Productive over then so far for the East Londoners. 11 runs coming off it, 1 to go. That run rate just below 15. For now they'll be comfortable where that is. That will help the cause as that one flies away for 5 wide. It's not much Nav Ali, the wicketkeeper, could do about that one. Good news as well for the East Londoners as they do have the likes of Nimanda Subasinghe to come in He's got first class experience over in Sri Lanka, and Gaurav Kumar, of course, who's carded at 8. I'd be very surprised if he comes that far down, given that he came in at 5 in the previous game and smashed 61 off just 20 deliveries. That's promising signs for the East Londoners that Owen Palmer, who came in at 7 in the previous game, has boosted up the order and doing the job for now. And of course, they also have Vivek Kedaria to come in. And he also smashed runs in the previous game, 57 of them in just 20 deliveries. So they've still got 2 half centurions in the shed, as well as a first class Sri Lankan. So they're well set here. Anjum Khan's just lost his radar a little here. The over will go magical as that bounces away for 4 runs. 21 runs coming off this third over. Finishes the power play as well, with the East Londoners moving to 42 for 1. A power play that before that over maybe even went the way of the Eagles. But 1 over can very quickly change things here on the European Cricket Network. And well, you can really see that the Eagles got stuck in the mud, didn't they, in those middle overs. 5 overs there in the middle, only going for a high of 13. They did have that magical over, the 8th, that went for 26. But as Vinny was saying at the time, it just, they got a little bogged down and finished then with a score of 136, where maybe if they were able to not lose wickets so quickly, they could have looked at a 150 plus score, which would have at least been par for this series so far. Harjit Singh to come back, unsurprisingly, given that his first over went for just the 5 runs and he picked up the only wicket so far. And he gets clubbed away first up, but it's some excellent fielding on the rope there by Safwan Manzoor to avoid the boundary on that occasion. Yeah, Stephen in the chat rightly points out so many teams wearing black this series. I will say it's a bit of a commentator's nightmare. I feel like it should be like football, that the away team has to change to their away strip. Always a fan of colourful kits, as that one is misfielded by Bilal Mohammed and he sees it cruelly roll into the rope. East Londoners here hitting their stride, and Black Eagles just gone a little flat in the field. They need something to happen, a wicket ideally. Yeah, all hopes are on Gagan, who are not playing until next week in Group B. Maybe they'll come with the multicolour kit. But we do have some amazing kits across the network. As that one is hit firmly to the man out in the deep. Even Hornchurch, who of course we have seen regularly on the network there, more of a black and red. Hey, we need to make it mandatory. Got to have a bright coloured kit. That's clubbed down the ground, 6 runs, Owen Palmer. He's got a lot of brute power, but as we saw in the field as well, he's light on his feet and he just dances down the track on that occasion. And chips it over long off for 6 runs. Runs from this over so far. Just the one left from it. That run rate still comfortable for the East Londoners. Anything below 15 is, well, we've seen that's below par for this series in terms of run rate. Especially given the batting firepower the Londoners still have to come. End of the fourth then, 55 on the board. Comfortable position for EL, but the Eagles, well, you see, if they get a couple of wickets here, it might change things in their favour, but at this point you reckon they're maybe just 20 runs or so short. East Londoners have just gone over that run rate line. You can see the carnage those wickets reaped, and there was 2 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, and then 3 in the final one as well, which just kept on breaking the partnerships for the Eagles as they were trying to build up momentum. Safwan Manzoor. Looks like he's coming back here to bowl his second over. Harjeet Singh finishes with respectable figures, actually, going for just 18 runs off his 2 overs, picks up a wicket as well. This one is going to come just to the, well, that actually smashes the side of the commentary tent. First time the tent has actually taken a direct hit. I've been busy today. I haven't had Nish to try to protect me. Tommy Fletcher took a great catch in the commentary tent earlier today. That time it just knocked on the side door. Calls of catch it, and the catch is taken. That will be the end of Owen Palmer. The partnership is eventually broken, one that looked like it might take the game away from the Eagles. But Safwan Manzoor back into the attack, picks up his first wicket. As it's a nice catch out there in the deep. I think it's Anjum Khan out there patrolling the boundary, but Owen Palmer pretty much done his job here. Gets 26 runs on the board, falls on the 14th delivery. Felt like, though, he just had to keep on going, and if he goes out, you know that East Londoners have batters to come. It's Bhargav Patel who's come out, the wicket keeper, who will finally get a bat. You remember in the first game, he was at the non-striker's end in the final over, and Nimanda Subha Singh turned down a single on the penultimate ball, which would have given Bhargav Patel his first bat on the network. It wasn't to be, finished not out without facing a ball, but he gets immediately off the mark here. Strange one there, as it probably shouldn't have gone for a 4, and the remonstrations there with Anjum Khan, who's at mid-on. And, oh, it's a bit of lazy foot fielding. He only manages to shin it. He now does belatedly throw up a hand, a sheepish hand, in apology. You can see what the captain and wicket-keeper Nav Ali thinks of that one. Can't really afford that kind of sloppiness in the field. That's a good comeback ball from Safwan Manzoor, which finishes a decent over for the bowling side. Despite that misfield, just the 11 runs coming off it, as Sahaj Chadha charges down the pitch and misses out. So 66 on the board at the halfway mark. It's delicately poised, this game, as we take a look at what's coming up on the network in the next couple of weeks. Czechia starting on Sunday with international action coming away, as well as an ECS. And then we're going a little Nordic with some men's and women's ECS action to bring you, as well as international action from Bulgaria, men's and women's action from Belgium, and then a little bit of everything from the centre of Germany, from Krefeld, the German National Performance Centre, which will house some internationals in the men's and a full ECS, and then a shortened weekend of ECSW as well. Clubbed away, cause of catching. It's a brilliant catch right on the boundary. It's taken superbly by Harjeet Singh, who leaps up. He's completely in the air as he takes this one, had no room for error. He's smiling almost on the way down as he knows he's taken a spectacular catch. And he dismisses Bhagav Patel, who goes for just one off 2 deliveries. Suddenly the East Londoners floundering here with 2 wickets and 5 balls, and Kashish Midha into the attack with the ball and straight into the wickets. Worth taking another look at this. I think Bhagav Patel thought he had enough on it, but a balletic jump there from Harjeet Singh. And Patel has to depart as the East Londoners fall to 66 for 3 at the beginning of the 6th. New batter is Jabran Yaqub. So interesting here that East Londoners aren't turning yet to the batters that were so destructive in that first game. Viken Kedaria, Nimanda Subasinghe and Gaurav Kumar. They were the 3 that did the damage in game number 1. 140 runs between them, I think, of the 165 that were scored. But they're still all lurking in the wings. This one will go the distance. Just a bit of a hit-me ball there from Kashish Midha, who's bowled superbly the first 3 deliveries. On that occasion, a bit too wide and a bit too short, and Jabran Yaqub can just hoist it over to the leg side for 6 runs. This one will go the distance again. As Midha's just bowling a Jekyll and Hyde over here. And did that one go all the way onto the road? There is a dog walker over there. He's not too bothered about doing the fielding. Someone's got to go and get it, as it looks like Seni Kodeka is going to go on the long trek to the boundary. But I wonder if this one did sneak through the fence. We haven't had that fence tested quite yet. Is he going to go over the fence? I hope he's done his road safety training. I think he's pointing. Oh, is that pedestrian going to go and get the ball, or is she just running for the bus? Well, I think he's been called back. We haven't heard a screech of tyres and a crash. For once, the traffic is flowing there on the road. Maybe the Grizzly is going to end up queuing at the traffic lights. Back-to-back 6s then for Jabran Yaqub. Kashish Midha finally gets one. There it is. The fielding has been done there. Thank you to that lady who absolutely launches it in. Maybe she can feature in the ECSW tomorrow. As we do get our ball back, it's like having to knock on the neighbour's door and say, please, can we have our ball back? Well, we've got it back. In the meantime, one hits Jabran Yaqub on the upper arm. That one, I think it's the first one this series that has escaped the wrong side of the fencing. Thanks to the locals, we don't have to fork out for another Grizzly. End of the 6th then. 80 is on the board for EL, and this one delicately poised. The game certainly hasn't got away from the Black Eagles, having picked up a few wickets in the last few overs, and that run rate still around 14. Good news for EL though is they do still have batters in the shed. To the 7th over we go then. Seni Kodeka with his first spell on the network. Sahaj Chada, he's just quietly going along his work. He's 20 off 10. I'm just trying to swap the bat here. Clearly, Jabran Yakub not happy with the equipment he's got. Thank you very much, Curtis, saying I love the English accent. I could listen all day. Well, I am here all day, so you're in luck. 5 games coming your way. We're halfway through the 3rd here. Still 2 more games. Next one coming up in about 25 minutes' time. Up in the air. It's a tough opportunity and it's parried away, but it's going to go for 4 runs. The sprawling figure of Harjeet Singh there, who's already taken 2 catches. This would have been the toughest of the lot. Only manages to half parry it away. Excellent effort, in all honesty. Doesn't manage to take the catch or to stop the ball. It goes away for 4 runs. This one's down the ground and it might actually fall in the hands. It goes over Safwan Manzoor as the East Londoners slowly start to go through the gears here. Realise that they almost fell into that same rut that the Eagles did, trying to lift themselves out of it now. To clarify, I'm half German and then I'd say probably about a quarter English, quarter Irish. My dad's half English, half Irish. I did grow up in England though, born in Hamburg, moved over when I was 3. That's why I have an English accent when I speak English. Pretty much a German accent when I speak German. Jacob asking if we can have a few balls in German. Können wir natürlich machen, aber ich glaube, weil wir in England sind, können wir lieber auf Englisch machen. But we are going to Germany in a few weeks. And Vinny has asked if we do a whole innings in German, so that's coming your way. That man, is he going to get the ball? Go on. You can get it. Interested? No? Oh, come on. He sees the ball go there. He looks at it and he says, nah, not my job. Look at this guy. He follows it all the way. Is he going to go there? No. Leaves the scene of the crime. And then it is the end of the 7th over. 17 runs come off that one. 97 for 3, so 40 needed in the last 18 deliveries. It's getting a bit tingly as we take a look at the next game coming up in just under 25 minutes time. Black Eagles straight back into the action. Safwan Manzoor, well, he's playing in this game. He will continue to play in the next game. He was a late addition to this side though. And 4 changes for Old Brentwoods, who of course won their first game earlier today. They bring in Shabazz Khan, Ramiz Rahman, Mohammed Ahmed and Urshad Khan. Of course, Baba Chowdhury and Mervyn Westfield were the batters that did the damage for Brentwoods. But still, 3 overs to go here, and I'd say it's anyone's game, really. Black Eagles could certainly do with another wicket. They've turned to Kashish Mirza for his 2nd over. That one's absolutely launched, though, and even the crowd sitting there on the rope get nowhere near that one, as it's a perfect start to the 8th over for the East Londoners. Yeah, Ravi in the chat saying Brummy at heart. Absolutely. I'll be going back to Birmingham tomorrow. Very much looking forward to going back, and yeah, as Vinny mentioned, going to a school reunion as well. I do find myself back at school quite often actually. This one goes up in the air, chance for another catch, and this time it's a failed attempt from Harjeet Singh, who does the old, the sun was in my eyes. Well, it's kind of cloudy at the moment, but it is getting a little brighter. And it seemed again that he was a bit troubled by that boundary rope, was caught in 2 minds, ends up almost trying to swap the ball away. It bursts through his hands, then he goes, the sun, the sun. Either way, 6 runs. And the East Londoners look like they maybe have their noses in front in this one now. 27 needed in 15. Club down the ground. Does it have the distance on it? No, it doesn't, and that's a spectacular catch. Bilal Mohammed casually taking one right on the rope. No reaction from him. The wicket does fall despite his absolute poker face. I think I'd be jumping for delight if I caught that one. Made it look easy. Certainly wasn't, right in front of the dugout. It could be a game-changing wicket for the Eagles as Jabran Yaqub has to depart. He bats well for his 35. I suppose the danger is for the Eagles that the East Londoners still do have so much power in their ranks. As Deepak Khatri is the next East London taxi off the rank. Kashish Mira then picks up his second wicket. 27 runs he's given away so far. It's the final ball of his spell coming up. Down the ground, over the commentary tent. 6 runs, the perfect end to the 8th over for the East Londoners. Now 21 runs needed in the final 2 overs, and a big 9th over coming up for the Eagles. This one surely has to go for 10 runs or fewer if they have any chance of defending this total. Yeah, Julian Dawson, I know you're coming down with Sarah tomorrow. I'll be disappointed not to see you, but hopefully maybe see you later in the year at Rains Park. The ECS comes back to London, this time West London. It'll be Seni Kodekar then to bowl the 9th over, and it gets off to the worst possible start for the Eagles as it's clubbed away by the Cambodian international Chada. Kodekar went for 17 off his first over. Now the East Londoners just need the 17 off the 11 balls to take the win, and what would be their second win of the day. That time gets a bit funky, does Sahaj Chada, and just knocks it away into the vacant backward square region. This looks like maybe this game could even be done in the 9th over here. Bit of dejection on the faces of the Black Eagles as they stare down the barrel of their first defeat in their first game on the network. Good for them though is that they do have the immediate chance to reply against Old Brentwood's just about 15 minutes time. It's an action replay this time. Goes the distance, and Kodekar just not bowling the right lines here. I don't know if that lady's still walking it down, but that would be a good time to launch back the ball, as that one was knocked away with ease. The East Londoners now 7 runs away from back-to-back victories. They, of course, coming back in the final game of the day against Old Brentwood's. I've already earmarked that as a tasty game, as Old Brentwood's in their first game showed exactly what they're capable of, with the likes of Mervyn Westfield and Chowdhury scoring big runs for them. It's knocked into the offside. Good fielding there as the crowd begins to grow here at Hornchurch. Just coming up to 3:30 local time. Of course, course, on Friday, you've got to finish work and school early, surely, especially when you know the cricket's on and the weather's cleared. Certainly doesn't look to be any threat of rain, famous last words, in the next couple of hours. So if you are in the area, come on down. I'd love to say hello to you as that one is knocked down the ground. And that might be the end of that. I think it does go the distance. We're going to have to double check that. It was out of my view. Hopefully the camera just about caught that one. Well, the fact that the ball disappears suggests it does go all the way. That will be the end of the game, as the East Londoners do take home the victory in the end in relative ease, with Sahaj Chadha starring with the bat. He finishes 42 not out of just 16 deliveries, the Cambodian international. Deepak Khatri at the end chipping in with 12 off just 3 deliveries, as the final 5 balls go for 21 runs off the bowling of Seni Kodekar. The Londoners then in the end beat the Black Eagles by 6 wickets to secure their second win of the day. The Black Eagles, it's only their first game, so by no means have to panic just yet, but they do fall to quite a heavy defeat here. They just didn't have enough runs on the board, did they? Good news though is they don't have too much time to try and take revenge, as they take to the field once more against an Old Brentwood side who are looking already quite menacing in this tournament. They'll make 4 changes though. We've got plenty of time to talk about that when the game commences. In the meantime, let's go back to the highlights. And, well, I've been doing a fair bit of fielding myself in the commentary tent. That was a nice piece of fielding by Nav Ali, the captain, as he caught that one off the bowling of Harjeet Singh, who certainly was a bit of a star for the Eagles, taking that wicket and also taking 2 catches. And, well, someone could have caught that back end of the bat as that one went flying. Owen Palmer, he looked promising at the top, having suffered a golden duck in the first game, came back strongly, boosted up the order. In the end though, he fell for 26 as Harjeet Singh took the first of his 2 catches. That brought Sahaj Chadha to the crease, and he certainly looked like a prospect as Harjeet Singh again showed his athleticism in the field. But Chadha, he kept on chipping away for his side, international for Cambodia, hitting 42 runs off just 16 deliveries, including 6 4s and 2 6s. The partnership between him and Jabran Yaqub was really the one that broke the back of the chase. It was worth 54 in the end. When Yaqub, he departed late in the piece, it was down to Deepak Khatri to hit the winning runs along with Sahaj Chadha. And well, I suppose the good news for East Londoners, as well as the win, they have shown that they've got unbelievable depth in their batting lineup, with the likes of Viken Kadaria, Gaurav Kumar and Amanda Subha Singh, the ones who scored all the runs in the first game, none of them featuring in the batting lineup in the top 6 on this occasion, showing that they really do bat from 1 to 11 to the East Londoners. You can see there Ashkesh Solanki and Kawalpreet Singh, well, I'm sure they can swing the bat as well, as the East Londoners take this win thanks to an unbeaten 42 not out of just 16 deliveries from Sahaj Chadha, and Deepak Khatri at the end starring in a little cameo of his own. As for the bowlers then, just the 5 used wasn't the worst bowling performance, just the 7 wides. And Harjeet Singh in particular, he took 2 catches and only went for an economy of 9 off his 2 overs, also picking up a wicket. In the end though, it was probably the batting innings that did it for the Black Eagles. 136 on the board, probably about 20 shy of where they needed to be. And in the end, it was a relatively straightforward chase for the East Londoners with 7 balls to spare. So there they take match 23. They go 2 for 2. They still have another game coming up later this afternoon, but first we have the Eagles. They will be flying again, this time against Old Brentwoods, who are looking to make it 2 wins in 2. They also have the final game, which will be the East Londoners against the Old Brentwoods. This one back to its regular scheduled time, coming to you in just over 10 minutes time. So make sure to come back for that one as we go into match 24 of the ECS England here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Black Eagles, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Old Brentwoods as the away team, you'll call. Here you go.
Tails.
It's been called tails. It's come down tails. You won the toss. Okay, toss from my Old Brentwoods, who will bowl first.
Welcome back to London, where we're into match 24. It's the penultimate match of the day, and it sees Old Brentwoods face up against the Black Eagles, who of course were in action just a few moments ago in a game that they were on the wrong side of, having posted 136, probably a below par score by about 20 runs. The East Londoners hunted down that total with 7 balls to spare, so the Black Eagles have some making up to do here against an Old Brentwood side who got their campaign off to a perfect start, beating CFS by a healthy 5 wickets. They did it in the final over, but they did have 4 balls to spare, so it was not quite as close as the scoreline would suggest, and it was thanks to some big hitting through the middle overs from captain Baba Chowdhury and Mervyn Westfield that saw Old Brentwoods over the line. Baba Chowdhury finished on 87 not out, as Mervyn Westfield also posted his best score on the network, 64 of 22 for him. He is of course someone we're more than familiar with on the network, as he has featured for Hornchurch in the ECL just earlier this year and last year, but now he is an asset that Old Brentwoods are able to have in their lineup. As you saw the toss there, then Old Brentwoods, they won the coin toss and have elected to field, given that they chased so successfully in that first game. It's no surprise, and it was not the smallest of chases either. CFS put 164 on the board. Old Brentwoods in the end ending up on 170 with the final ball going for 6. Let's take a look at the sides then. 4 changes, in fact, for OBs, who have 2 games still coming up to date. They bring in Shabazz Khan, Ramiz Rahman, Mohammed Ahmed and Irshad Khan. Mervyn Westfield, I'm sure, will be featuring with both bat and ball. As for the Black Eagles, they make 1 change. Safwan Manzoor comes in to the side. Unsurprisingly then, with one side having won their first game, one side having lost, the win predictor has crunched the numbers and firmly comes down on the side of the OBs, who are out there in their dark blue shirts. It's all a bit of a dark group, isn't it? Group B. No one's got much colour in their kit. There is colour on the helmet though of the opening batter for the Black Eagles, as they look to right the wrong of the previous game. Certainly need to try to put more runs on the board. 136 was just not enough against a powerful East Londoners side. As we go into the first delivery here, and it's hit high up in the air. It could be a catch on the very first ball, and it's dropped. Should have been a regulation catch. All of the offside field were just standing and watching as that ball flew up. And it should really have been taken there in the field by Sagar Joshi. Could have taken your pick of fielders who could have stopped that one. In the end though, Sabir Baharami, they don't end up going for a run, so the man with the yellow helmet gets away with that one. Better piece of fielding on that occasion by Mini Bad, who takes a tumble but stops what would have been a guaranteed boundary. Paramit Jadav is out there with Baharami to open the batting for the Eagles. So a change to the opening pair from the previous game. That one is crunched away by Jadav for the first boundary of this game. Yeah, interestingly, Bahrami didn't bat at all in the previous game for the Black Eagles, which, considering they were 8 wickets down, it's quite a shoot up the order for him. He was carded at 11, and now he opens the batting. As for Parameet Jadav, well, he did open the batting in the previous game. Got 6 off 6 before he was stumped. Safwan Manzoor, who opened on the previous game, yet to come, but, well, crunched away. First Maximo. That's maybe why Parameet Jadav is opening the batting, and the fielding not done by the dog, but by the spectator out there in the deep. Dog actually, much like the lady who was walking with her headphones on earlier today, completely oblivious to the grizzly coming its way. That one's hit to the rope but will be stopped. Jacob very kindly in the chat, I'm going to a school reunion tomorrow, and Jacob says, you can tell everyone at your reunion that you're a highly respected international broadcaster now. Highly respected by me, that is. I'll take it, Jacob. Your opinion is extremely important to me, and I'll take that. Thank you very much. As that one is just short of the boundary rope, will bounce away for a 1 bounce for SkyQuest joining in the love. Thank you very much, guys, and of course thank you for joining me today. Nish is having a day off. The voice, as we've dubbed him, or George Clooney, whatever you want to call him. He'll be back in tomorrow. And don't forget to follow our European cricket channel, the Hindi channel as well. So you can see the details there. I'm not sure how good James Basley's Hindi is, but he is, of course, part of the World 11 at the Western Shield. European Cricket Network is very slowly going global, so wherever you are in the world, whatever social media channel you use, you can find us here, there and everywhere. And you can find us at the Khartoum Oval at the end of September as the European Cricket Championship for the men, the Euros of cricket, makes a return. Slightly different format this year. We have the Premier Division first with 3 groups, the top side from each group going through to the Premier Division Championship group, which is at the end of October. But in the meantime, we have the Challenger Division, groups 1 and 2, top side going through, as well as the playoff winners to finals day, of course, with their eye on getting promoted to the Premier Division. So lots of cricket coming your way, as Mervyn Westfield will be bowling the second over here. First over goes for 16 runs, a solid start for the Eagles. A reminder there that Old Brentwoods, they won the toss, elected to field. And that's a brilliant effort there by the man on the rope. It's Mohammed Ahmed who puts in a horizontal dive. Doesn't quite manage to reel the grizzly in. As Parameet Jadav will continue his boundary run. Yeah, Curtis, I know who's new to cricket in the chat, asking what's the advantage of fielding first or batting first. I suppose, I mean, I always preferred, or still do I suppose, batting second. So if you field first, it means you force the other side to put runs on the board, and then as a batting side chasing, you know exactly what you need to do in the second innings. As that one's clubbed away for 4 runs. So I suppose that gives you the clear target in mind, but conversely, if you bat first and you put on loads and loads of runs, then it's a real psychological hit to the chasing side, who know how many runs they have to score, but they just have that pressure of the scoreboard, knowing exactly what they need to do every over, and every time they fail to do that in an over, the pressure just ramps up and up and up. Sometimes the conditions, of course, play a role. We had rain earlier in the day. Got him. Mervyn Westfield, he's already angling to be a star performer in this series, and he gets an early wicket here. Paramit Jadhav just slashes at that one, only manages to get a bit of bat on it. Gets a high five from the bowler on his way out. Smile on his face. Mervyn Westfield staring down someone. Maybe he's giving another hello to his fan club, who I know are out here in force today in Hornchurch, as Yadav has to make a very slow exit. Doesn't want to leave. He's certainly comprehensively bowled on this occasion. Just a length ball from Mervyn, and Jadhav gets a bit of under edge on it. Gets a handshake for his trouble. Plays the shot he should have played, as the Black Eagles lose their first wicket, 24 for 1, halfway through the second. Yeah, so the conditions often play a part, especially in places like England, where we're not always treated to the best of weather conditions. So if it's wet, well, even then you can still argue it both ways. It's difficult for fast bowlers, the likes of Mervyn Westfield, to grip the ball and to run up safely. The batters, though, not always easy when the ball's wet and moving and you can't see it very well. So I think in conclusion, it doesn't matter, especially in T10. We've seen glorious chases. Those of you who watched the final in Jersey, you know exactly what I mean, but we've also seen comprehensive wins of sides that have put runs on the board, and wins by over 100 runs, as we saw last week as well. That one is one of those classic 50.2 metre sixes. Goes all the way. It's signalled not by the fielder. I'll check it. I'm almost certain this one does go all the way. 3 fielders in the vicinity. I trust there. 3 pairs of eyes. Anjum Khan then into the attack. And hits his first legal delivery for 6 runs. Goes again, Anjum Khan. Doesn't get hold of it on this occasion though. Only finds the sunglassed figure of Mohammed Ahmed. Goes for 2 and 2 and just doesn't quite get hold of this one, does Anjum Khan. And it's the second wicket to Mervyn Westfield. Still 1 ball left in this over, but Black Eagles in trouble here, 31 for 2. Westfield already picking up wickets. He bowled the 10th over in the win against CFS. And the final over on that occasion went for 4 wickets. Only 2 of them went to Westfield, 2 of them were run-outs. The CFS lost 6 wickets in the final 8 deliveries. But we had Tommy Fletcher on the mic earlier, and he singing the praises of Mervyn Westfield. Such a big game player, both for Hornchurch and now for Old Brentwoods. End of an eventful over. 15 runs coming off it as Bilal Mohammed is the new batter. 2 wickets though for Mervyn Westfield, and the Black Eagles, their run rate not too bad, 15.5. They've lost 2 wickets. Sabir Bahrami, the opener, is still in. But remember, he didn't bat in the previous game. He was carded at 11. He's joined in the middle by Bilal Mohammed, who did come in at 4 in the previous game, only managed a 6 and then out. So certainly work to do here for the Black Eagles. It'll be Sagar Joshi to bowl the 3rd over here for OBs. He went for 28 in his 2 overs in the previous game. Oh, there's a half chance for a catch here. It's more self-preservation, I think, from Joshi. He stuck his hands up and it came off the real fleshy part of the palm. You could hear it from back here. And then deflects off Bilal Mohammed. Could have been one of those crazy situations where the bowler almost took it a second opportunity off the non-striker. I think Curtis in the chat, his head might have exploded on that one. In the end, though, it dropped safely to the ground. It's an action replay. I don't think Sagar Joshi's going to have any fingers left by the end of this over. Again, it's drilled back at him by Baharami. This one right off the fingertips on this occasion. My fingers just tingle looking at that one. No wonder he's inspecting his fingernails, wringing it out. Still, though, been a great over so far. Just the 3 dot balls and a single. Black Eagles really struggled here after those 2 wickets in the Mervyn Westfield second over. Left-handed Bilal Mohammed suffers the same fate as Baharami, just not able to get bat on ball here. Brilliant over. Comes to an end for Sagar Joshi. Just the single coming off it. 1 single, and I think 2 broken fingers, but all in a day's work for Joshi. The end of the power play then, and look at that for a difference. 16-15, not a bad start for the Eagles, but since those 2 wickets from Mervyn Westfield, they've collected just 8 runs, as well as 5 dot balls in that previous third over. Yeah, so you might have seen the advert for the Hindi ECN coverage. Jacob asking, is that something new? It absolutely is. As we expand our coverage to the Hindi language. There you go, there's the details. I probably should know what that says. I'm hoping it says something good. Maybe someone in the chat can tell me what it says. But of course, you can catch us on that Hindi channel and of course on our normal social media channels in the English speaking world. As that one is crunched away for 6 runs. That's more like it from Sabir Bahrami to start the 4th over. Of course, everything available at our website and all the social media channels where we post lots of the day's highlights, the good, the bad and the ugly. There's Pratik Bahalerau to bowl this 4th over. Surprised Mervyn Westfield actually didn't come back for his second over. I know they see him as a finisher. He'll almost certainly come back for his second at some point. But if you pick up 2 wickets in the first over, I would just carry on. Black Eagles get another 2 wickets and they're suddenly staring down the barrel of getting skittled out. It's all well and good keeping Westfield for the final over. I'd keep him doing the damage if I was out there. As Birdie in the chat says, he was a wild card for Hornchurch this year in the ECL. Anjan in the chat saying, a group of passionate cricket fans eagerly waiting every year for ECS Dresden. Oh, we got so many requests to play all over Europe, though I know we disappoint people, but ECS is coming to Krefeld in just a few weeks' time and coming to Kiel in Germany at the end of August. So plenty of German action coming your way, as that one is half stopped by the fielder on the boundary. It will go all the way for 4. Dresden does have a beautiful ground. I had the pleasure of playing there. And I'm sure it's one that might be on the radar for the future, but I think Germany can be more than happy that it's got 2 ECSs in the books. And of course some international action coming from Krefeld in just a few weeks' time. Looking forward to that one. So get yourself over, Anjan, to either Krefeld or Kiel, where the European Cricket Network will once again go to German shores. Another good over from Brentwood's. 13 runs coming off it. As the Black Eagles, at least these two stop the wickets, but only 14 runs coming off the last 2 overs. Unsurprisingly, Joshi comes back for his second over here, having only gone for the single off his first. He wants the ball back in hand as quickly as possible. Not only does he have an eye on the timer, but also tries to pile the pressure on Bilal Mohammed here, who's going at just a runnable 5. Again, Mohammed can just be accused of trying to overhit it here. It's the 2nd or 3rd time he's swung and missed at ones. He's just got the 1-4 to his name, but otherwise already faced 5 dot balls, something you can't afford to do when it's just 60 balls to face. This time he does get a hold of it. Does it go all the way to the rope? Yes, it does. Check that one on replay to see which side of the rope it landed, but certainly the kids again having fun as the Grizzly comes flying their way. Let's have a look where this one landed. Yep, just inside the ring, so it'd be 4 runs. The first boundary that Saga Joshi has conceded in this game. The 50 is up for the Black Eagles with that 4. Follow it up with a single. That expected score though up at 120, and I'd say at the moment that's actually quite generous. These two in the middle not really going at much more than about strike rate of 100, 120. That time though it does flash through the point region. It'll go for 4 runs, a much needed 4 runs for the Eagles off the bat of the yellow lidded Baharami. On the halfway stage then, Eagles 55 for 2. As I welcome you into the commentary tent, and it's a glorious day finally here in London. We had a bit of rain around this morning. Thankfully the clouds cleared and we were able to get Group B up and running. Remember, Group A, that's done and dusted. We know the identities of 4 of the quarterfinalists, but we still need 4 more, and that's where Group B comes in. 4 of the teams, of course, playing today. Gagan, they have their day off today and they'll be joining us on Monday to start the action in the new week. But before then, we've still got a game and a half to bring you here. And of course, the ECSW, which is starting tomorrow, where we've got 3 sides, Upminster, Hutton and Gunnersbury, doing battle as that one squeezed away nicely by Bilal Mohammed. A much needed boundary for the Eagles. Pratik is on to bowl his second over here. First went for just the 13, bookended by a 6 and a 4, otherwise just a handful of singles. But as a reminder of the fixture list then, we just have a little sneak preview of Group B today. And then we have a weekend off from the ECS, but the ECSW arrives in town tomorrow. And that takes a slightly different format. It's just the 2 days. So tomorrow, Saturday, and then the following Saturday with 9 games in total and a triple round robin. So every team playing 6 games. The winner will then just be decided in the customary table format. Placed 1, 2 and 3. Everyone makes it on the podium, that's what we like. But Gunnersbury, I know, they're a very strong local side. They even won the T20, the national competition last year. Be interesting to see what kind of side they put out tomorrow. But I know Hutton, Upminster, both very local sides here. Looking forward to seeing what they can do on the network. End of the 6th over then. Just the 4 runs coming off it. 4 dot balls. In fact, 5 dot balls in total. 4 in a row. Just the 1 boundary coming off it. These two, well, they're laying a foundation. But they're in danger of running out of bricks for the rest of the house at the moment. Arshad Khan bowling this 7th over. First one just straight down leg side. The second one was threatening to stray down leg side, but Baharami tried to paddle it around the corner, only managed to find the grateful hands of the man on 45. And again, the 3rd time in this innings, we have almost a spectacular caught and bowled / self-preservation from the bowler. This time it's Arshad Khan who throws his hands up, both to save the dental costs, but also to try and catch the ball. And Baharami again manages to give himself another life. But these two, they really need to get a move on. They've faced 30 balls between them and have a combined score of 33. That's why the Black Eagles are threatening here to not even make it past the 100 mark. The expected score is 114. But the last few overs, the last 3 have just gone for 10 and a 4, 13 before that and a 1 before that. So you can really see the struggles here. 28 coming off the last 4 overs. This time Bilal Mohammed does manage to find the rope, as it's a bit of a filthy full toss from Arshad Khan. It gets given the treatment. Much needed boundary for the Eagles, but they need a lot more from where that comes from. Thomas Martinez, you didn't miss any, well, you missed a sentence of German. But as I was saying earlier, I have promised Vinny that when we get to Krefeld in Germany in just a few weeks' time, mid-July or so, a month's time, we will try to do a whole innings in German. The problem is, though, it's not the easiest, because most of the words in cricket are untranslatable. 67 for 2 at the end of the 7th. So all the fielding positions would just be said with a German accent. As we take a look at what's happening tomorrow, I'll be off, but Nish will be taking you through the first of 2 days of ECSW action. Upminster, they've got a big old shift tomorrow. 4 games they'll be playing in, as Gunnersbury and Hutton play in 3 each. The usual schedule then, with the first game starting at 9:45 local time, and the final game coming your way at 5:45 local time. I know Nish is looking forward to that one. We're going to maybe see if we can get some special guests in the commentary box. Maybe one of the players from one of the sides not playing, obviously. We haven't quite got to player mic just yet. See if they can keep Nish company tomorrow. Rhinus, the producer, just reminds me that we did used to have a player mic, and well, maybe it can make a triumphant return at some point. I know there's vicious rumours circling that I might be playing in the Meltor Shield later this year. To be confirmed. So maybe then at Khartoum. This one goes high up in the air. It's going to go the distance as well. Sabir Baharami, he needs to get a wiggle on. He's opening and he's chewed up 17 balls. He does move to 26 now. Bilal Mohammed at the other end, 20 off 18. The Black Eagles just have under 3 overs here to try and put on a total that they can defend. We back-to-back boundaries this time. Well, you make your own luck sometimes, as the previous shot was a glorious one over long off, and this one a genuine edge that flies away. Still be a boundary in the scorebook though, as Baharami is slowly grinding through the gears here. Up in the air on this occasion, but it's going to land safely beyond the grasp of Mini Bad, who delegates the fielding to Mervyn Westfield. Yeah, Thomas Martin is in the chat saying we'd love to see some of the fielding positions translated into German. We did do that once as an exercise with the German team. High up in the air, this would be a challenging catch for the fielder settling underneath it, but he does take it comfortably in the end. And well, it's the second catch taken by Mohamed Ahmed. Similar one, those sunglasses certainly helping him out as he pouches that one, and it's a useful wicket as well for Old Brentwoods. Sabir Baharami was just threatening to try to go big in the final few overs. He departs for 32 off 20, but in all honesty, not quick enough. A strike rate of 160, more than sufficient in the T20 format. But he just got a bit stuck in those middle overs, did Sabir. And the steepling catch is pouched by Mohamed Ahmed. So third wicket to fall for Black Eagles, 80 for 3. Yeah, as part of a, I think, a team building exercise in the German national team, we were told to make up the German translations of all the fielding positions. So cow corner was literally translated as Kuh-Ecke. I think we did slips as something like Unterhose, which is underwear. Square leg would be something like Quadratbein. Just doesn't have the same ring to it. I suppose square leg sounds a bit strange in any language. Punkt. Yeah. There's a reason why this game was invented in England. Silly point, I guess. Yeah, lustig Punkt. I don't know. Doesn't have the same ring to it, but German isn't known for being too whimsical. Get to the end of the 8th and 81 for 3. Good recovery in that over by Shabazz Khan. He got hit for that 6 and 4, but had the last laugh as he dismissed Sabir Baharami, the opener for the Black Eagles. And just went for a single off the final 2 balls. They've got to go here, the Black Eagles. They need to get to at least 100, surely. And freebies will help, as Ershad Khan comes in to bowl the all-important 9th here. I do have to say, it's generally been well bowled by the OBs. That wide was just the 4th in this innings so far, and actually 3 of the 4 wides have been bowled in the opening balls of the last 3 overs. Again, the bowler's just getting a little rusty. Long day slowly draws to a conclusion. Still a game after this one, of course. And again, Ershad Khan maybe showing slight signs of tiredness as he drags that one down, and Bilal Mohammed leans into that one for a much needed Maximo. Bilal Mohammed moves on to 27 off just 22 deliveries. So again, along with Sabir Baharami, they did lay the foundation there. Partnership in the end was worth 49, but it was just too slow, especially given the firepower that Old Brentwoods do possess. You look at the likes of Baba Chowdhury, the captain, he scored 87 not out, which is only a couple runs short of the whole score for Black Eagles at the moment. Mervyn Westfield, he scored a career best on the network of 64 off 22. So you have a feeling that this won't be enough from the Eagles, but that's a nice shot as it's lifted over. A bit of invention there from Bilal Mohammed. You wonder why he didn't start doing this earlier in the piece, as he knocks that one away for 4 runs to end the 9th over. 14 coming off it. So at least slight momentum being built up in these last 2 overs. 28 runs in overs 8 and 9. The Eagles then surely looking to go towards 110, 95 on the board. I imagine Mervyn Westfield will come back. I did say I probably would have bowled him earlier in this innings just to see if he could nick a few more wickets and really get into the meat of the Eagles. He will come back here to bowl the last. Just a few questions in the chat about what clubs these are and any kind of restrictions to play. Well, of course, to play international cricket, there's restrictions on having lived in the country for 3 years, or of course being a national of that country. But for ECSs, it's just a domestic club. Some of them are proper clubs, so the likes of Hornchurch Cricket Club, of course, they very much are an established club in the Essex League. And for the rest, it's a bit of a mix. So Raynham, of course, also a club, but the likes of the Black Eagles, Old Brentwoods, sometimes they are associated to a club, sometimes they're a local nomad side, which just means they don't necessarily have a fixed pitch, but they just play midweek cricket. Some of them are academies, which are linked to club sides. So it's a bit of a mixture, but most of these players will know each other in some form or another from playing in local leagues, playing against each other. Mervyn Westfield, of course, having played for Hornchurch, a bit of a legend of the game in the Essex area. That one's lifted away. Great piece of invention. Will it go all the way? Absolutely will. Bilal Mohammed, he suddenly lights up the Hornchurch Oval as the ball was chasing him there from Mervyn Westfield, and he has to do a little 90-degree turn on the bat at the last minute, and even Mervyn Westfield applauds that one. Looked like he wanted to hit it to leg side. At the last minute, he flicks it over and doesn't even look until the last minute to see where that one lands. He knew he got a big piece of that one. And a nice flourish in the final over, but still 4 balls to go. The Black Eagles do go past that 100 mark, 102 on the board. A good comeback from Westfield. And there's a cry of no there from Westfield as he gets that one slightly wrong. And Bilal Mohammed, good fielding that man. better than the other guy who just looked at the ball and turned away. Bilal Mohammed then does slowly crank into gear. He's into the 40s now, 41 off 26. My question to Bilal is, why didn't you do this earlier? He could have quite side up to 130, 140 as it is. If they can get into the teens here, I'm sure they'll be happy. Mervyn Westfield again showing why he's such a prized asset and good death bowler as well. 2 dot balls and a single. Of course he did go for those 2 boundaries, but certainly hasn't let this over get away from him. That one will fly through the inner ring and all the way for 4. And again, Mervyn Westfield just admires the shot as Bilal Mohammed finishes on 45 not out. It took him a while to get going, but he does in the end play a good hand as he gets the Black Eagles up to exactly 110. 3 wickets to fall, but you think when they had 7 wickets in hand, surely the Black Eagles could have put their foot down a bit earlier in the piece against an old Brentwood side that we know are more than capable of scoring runs. Remember, they chased out 164 with relative ease in the first game. As we go back and take a look at the highlights, and it was a solid start in the first over or so as the ball was sent towards the dog corner by Sabir Bahrami and Paramit Jadhav. In the end though, Jadhav took an ugly swing in the second over and Mervyn Westfield took his first wicket of the game. Was going to be his only wicket that he did take. Anjum Khan, he hit 1 big 6 but was dismissed on the very next ball as Mohamed Ahmed took 1 of 2 catches. And then Bilal Mohammed came to the crease, joined Bahrami, and things just got a little stodgy through the middle overs as they ticked along but really didn't hit the accelerator until a little too late in the piece. Bahrami did hit 2 6s and 3 4s on his way to 32. In the end though, Mohamed Ahmed showed that he has a safe pair of hands and a cool pair of sunglasses as he goes for 32. And that brought Kawar Singh to the crease. He didn't have too much to do as Bilal Mohammed took centre stage in the last few overs. Did manage to accelerate his side score to that 110, finishing on 45 not out off 28 deliveries. Just though, it seemed that Bilal Mohammed was maybe a bit too anxious about getting out earlier in the piece, and when he had that freedom to go in the final few overs, showed really what he was capable of. Decent bowling performance though from Old Brentwood's, only giving away those 4 wides and really strangling the batting innings in those middle overs, which meant the Black Eagles, again, probably about 40, 45 runs short of the par score here, and certainly 20 or 30 short of a comfortable total that they feel like they might be able to defend. Old Brentwood's then, decent bowling performance from them. Just the 5 bowlers used. Sagar Joshi again didn't pick up a wicket, but so economical through the middle overs, going for just 11 runs. Mervyn Westfield once more picks up a twofer, goes for 30 runs, but he did bowl in the power play and the final over. As Shahbaz Khan also picks up the other wicket for OBs. Halfway stage then, a below par score from the Black Eagles, 110, not exactly showing how high they can soar just yet in this tournament, but it's runs on the board and the OBs still have to chase them down, as the run chase will be coming your way in just over 5 minutes time as we enter the penultimate run chase of the day here in ECS England. Join me, Tina Goff, in a few moments for the run chase on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
The chase is on here for Old Brentwoods halfway through match 24 as the Black Eagles posted 110 for 3, certainly a below par score against an OB side which boasts a lot of firepower. But the runs are on the board and the OBs still have to knock them off. And it's thanks to Bilal Mohammed, who scored an unbeaten 45 off 28, ably supported by Sabir Bahrami, 32 off 20, just a little too slow between the two of them. That's why the total is at 110. So Nelson is needed in 7 overs or less for the OBs if they want to take home the winning bonus point, and a tough task for the Eagles to try to reduce the chasing side to 77 runs or fewer to take all 4 points home from this matchup. Remember, Black Eagles already suffered defeat in this series, having lost out to the East Londoners by 6 wickets in the previous game. This is the second of 2 games they will play today. As for the OBs, they've already won one by 5 wickets against CFS. And they will be coming back in just over an hour's time for the final game of the day, which will see them square up to the East Londoners. So the penultimate run chase, and at the halfway stage you certainly suspect that the OBs are the happier of the two sides, having been filled with confidence from that first win where they chased down the 164 posted by CFS with 4 balls to spare. That's why you think that 111 shouldn't be an issue for them, but of course this is the European Cricket Network and anything can happen. Certainly though, the Black Eagles have to get off to a good start in the field, and they've thrown the ball to Bahrami, who opened the batting, surprisingly so, given that he was carded at 11 in the first game. Did a decent enough job, but has to be more than excellent here to keep the batting side at bay. It'll be Hamza Ahmed to open the batting along with Ajinkya Patil. So again, all Brentwoods have mixed up the order, but in fact these are the 2 openers from the previous game, and Ahmed gets himself off the mark with a delicate 4 run down to third. These were the 2 openers from the previous game, but actually OB's got off to a rocky start. They were 8 for 2, so both of the openers departed pretty quickly. It was Baba Chowdhury in at 3, Mervyn Westfield at 4 that did the damage on that occasion. So these 2 maybe with a little bit of a point to prove could maybe play with a little bit of freedom, knowing that they have some big batters still to come in. Ajinkya Patil then, the right-hander, will face up his first delivery of the run chase. Certainly a comfortable run rate for the OBs at the moment, just below 11. Bahrami showing early signs of just struggling a little with the left-hand, right-hand opening combination from the OBs. In fact, Brentwoods were very tight in their bowling. That was a tight single, comfortably home though in the end, only giving away 4 wides in their 10 overs that they bowled, and while there's already been 2 so far in the opening 4 deliveries here. And extras, when you've only got 60 balls to face, can be the killer. Generally, actually, extras have been relatively low throughout this series so far. A few occasions where there's been a rogue 20 or so extras. I suppose they can notch up pretty quickly with a handful of 5 wides, but generally it's been decent bowling all round from, well, 9 teams we've seen so far. Just Gagan yet to take to the stage. They'll be with us on Monday. Straight into a triple header as well, as they will do what the East Londoners are doing today, which is playing the first, third and fifth games. Get to the end of the first over then. In the end, a decent enough over from Baharami, just the 9 runs coming off it. It's been 17 matches since the Golden Ball. Remarkable considering that the Golden Ball streak, which was over 100, was broken just a few days ago. Shows just how many matches we get through here on the network. But it was a hollow Golden Ball as far as I'm concerned, because I didn't call it. It was over in Romania, but congratulations to Phil G and Rico who were there to witness that Golden Ball. But I'd love to see one here in East London. As Paramit Jadhav will presumably at some point actually bowl the ball to start off the second over. Very much bowls with a hop, skip and a jump, doesn't he? And he keeps on hopping and jumping, as that one is slightly misfielded. And as a reminder, maybe some of you might be wondering what on earth is a Golden Ball. So if the scores are tied at the end of the 10 overs, so if the Old Brentwoods get to 110, regardless of how many wickets they've lost, then we will go to a Golden Ball, which keeps everyone out on the field, and basically the side that are bowling have to bowl 1 more ball. And the batting side have to score 2 runs or more. So if they score a 4 or a 6, if they win. If they run a 2, they win. But if they don't score a run, or if it only goes for a single, then the bowling side win. Well, it's a new concept, I'm sure, for every single one of these sides, apart from Hornchurch, who of course have played on the network before. That's a lovely sweep shot. Goes all the way for 6, right off the meat of the bat of Ajinkya Patil. The first Maximo of this run chase. It's an elegant one at that. As Jadhav jumps to the crease, but just veers down the leg side. Goes away for 6 runs. I don't think Hornchurch have been involved in a Golden Ball. Do correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. And the instinctive thought from those who I chatted to last week, the sides who were new to the concept, everyone always says, oh, that must be easy for the batting side. You only have to get 2 runs. But, well, the statistics seem to suggest that the bowling side, more often than not, do win the Golden Ball. Maybe because you do have the added caveat of you can only play with batters who are not out. So if you're 5 wickets down, then you can only use the batters that haven't yet been dismissed. Maybe that's why it balances it in favour somewhat of the bowling side, but it's a brilliant way to finish any game, and I'm certainly on a little bit of a Golden Ball dry spell. Something that I'm hoping will change over the next 8 days here in London. Paramit Jadhav is very reminiscent of Tigger as he leaps in. Maybe that's just his orange shoes. I don't know if they've got extra bounce in them, but I count about 3 bounces before he even gets into his delivery stride. It's like a dressage horse galloping to the crease, and he's like a little jack-in-the-box as well. Every time the ball goes anywhere near a fielder, he's leaping around. I'm not sure how off-putting that is to the fielders. Take a look at this. He goes leaping. And it will be a dot though. Solid over from Jadhav, and conservative start here from the OBs. 17 off the first 2 overs. Taking a look at the standings then, OBs won their first game. That was a convincing win against CFS, who struggled today. 2 games, 2 defeats. They will, I'm sure, come back looking for revenge and looking for their first win on Monday. Black Eagles, it's a big game for them as well, as they don't want to join CFS on this 2-game winless streak. It's East Londoners and OBs. The two sides playing 3 games each today, and they meet in the final game of the day in about an hour's time. It's a bit of a filthy full toss from Kashish Mida. Gets given the treatment and then some. Certainly a 6, might even be a 7-up. It's going to be a marginal one. So we'll take another look at that one. He's very much out of his crease though, so that, yeah, well actually it's quite low in the end. And it will be a full toss that's dispatched to the rope for 6 runs. Croom in the chat reminding me Hornchurch played Beveren, that was a golden ball. So Hornchurch are familiar with the concept. The other 9 teams, if you include the 3 women's sides playing tomorrow as well, for all of them, it will be a brand new concept. So I'm hoping it comes into play at some point over the next 8 days. Flashed away, chance for a catch. And it's taken well on the rope there by Harjeet Singh, who seems to be the man with the hands for Black Eagles, as he took 2 really good catches on the rope in the previous game. And he takes another smart one here. Not easy on that boundary, as it's flashed off the edge of the bat. But it's taken well, and the Black Eagles have their first wicket, as Ajinkya Patil has to go for 14 off 8. A couple of 6s, but otherwise chewed up a few dot balls. Maybe that's not the worst wicket in the world for OBs to lose, as it brings another big hitter to the crease. But Sagar Joshi in at 3. Came in at 5 in the previous game. He's another one that actually suffered the ignominy of starting his ECS career with a golden duck. On that occasion he just flashed one through to the keeper, so he's got some making up to do here. Baba Chowdhury and Mervyn Westfield still waiting in the wings. In the Westfield wing, as it were. Kashish Mida, he's a key player for Black Eagles with both bat and ball. He scored 35 off 19 in the previous game. He didn't actually bat in this game, but he did pick up 2 for 33. There's that one. Oh, he's not going to pick up any wickets with that delivery, as it's called a dead ball. Let's take a look at what happened here. Yep, there we go. The old, not quite the back smo, but the back ball. Let's take a look. Magic trick. Instead of going forwards, the ball somehow goes backwards. Better delivery on that occasion. Waiting in the chat saying every team needs a player like that bowler. Overexcited, annoying guy, but they are like gold dust. Every team needs one. Yep. Certainly overexcited and, well, I don't want to say annoying, but lively is the way to describe Paramit Jadhav. That's a lively shot as well from Sagar Joshi. He's a big fella, the left-hander, and he crunches that one away. Sees it all the way. And maybe just expecting the shorter delivery there from Mida. Sits up nicely, and the fans enjoying this Friday late afternoon. Sunday? Sunny? Not quite Sunday yet. 10 to 5 local time. Tipping out time, I'm sure, from work and school. That one's crunched through the covers. Lovely back-to-back boundaries for Sagar Joshi. And he's certainly looking to make up for lost time after his golden duck in his first game. Getting into his work now. So despite that slowish start from Brentwood's, that run rate still comfortably around 11. Knowing as well that they've got artillery to come in the form of Westfield and Chowdhury. Get to the end of the third over then, end of the power play. A moderate one, I'd say, for OB. 33 runs coming off it. Pretty much neck and neck, actually, with Black Eagles. They do have one more wicket in the tank, though. Black Eagles, they just struggled through those middle overs. That 10, 4, 8 in overs 5, 6, 7 just really didn't help them. And when the acceleration came at the end, it felt a bit too little, too late. Remains to be seen if it is a winning total. But certainly OB know exactly what they have to do here, and that's just go along about 11s and 12s. The previous over went for 16. So that's exactly the way for the chasing side here. Sagat Joshi looking like an imposing figure at the crease. I'll turn to spin here. Paramit Jadhav. The jack in the box comes back to bowl his second over. Only went for 8 in the first. Four runs as the scampering figure there of Kawar Singh isn't able to reel in the Grizzly, just a little too wide by Jadhav. And Hamza Ahmed rocks back on that one. The cap goes flying and the ball goes flying over the rope and crashing into the delightful European cricket banner. So the win predictor firmly in the OB camp here, 97%. Still, though, they might have their eye on that bonus point. They've got just over 3.5 overs to get those runs, but it would require a bit more of an acceleration than what we've seen so far from the batting side. Back-to-back boundaries will certainly help. That's almost an action replay. The cap stays on this occasion, as Hamza Ahmed tucks that one away, and Jadhav just losing his line and length a little here. He's bowling around to the left-hander, but just starts the ball off wide and goes even wider by the time it's arriving at the batter. Yeah, Wayne, I was supposed to say it's sunny rather than it's Sunday. It's most definitely Friday here. Sunny Friday, not Sunday Friday. There'll be another boundary, this time much finer, but the result is exactly the same. As it's 3 fours in a row for Hamza Ahmed. As a reminder, we won't be on air from London here on Sunday, but of course we absolutely wouldn't leave you in the lurch here on the network. We have European action coming your way in the form of the Central Europe Cup from Prague. Czechia playing Austria in the morning, and then Norway against Czechia in game 2. Wicket time as Jadhav, the jack in the box, does get his man. He has the last laugh here as he's hit for 12 off 3. But at the 5th time of asking, Hamza Ahmed misses out, goes back over to the left-hander. And it's an unfortunate ending for the batter as he gets a bit of pad and a whole load of stump on it. And unsurprisingly, the jack in the box has a celebration up his sleeve as Brentwoods lose their second wicket, 46 for 2. 1 ball left of the 4th. In fact, the Central European Cup, it's 2020, so it's two 2020s a day. starting on Sunday, on to Monday and Tuesday, with the three sides, Austria, Czechia and Norway doing battle, and then it goes in to some T10 action. Shahbaz Khan into the attack for OBs, so we still await the arrival of the players who scored the runs in the previous game in the form of Chowdhury and Westfield. Get to the end of the fourth over, 47 on the board as Shahbaz Khan gets funky on his very first delivery. Doesn't get it all the way to the rope, but picks up a single, so retains the strike. Shahbaz Khan didn't play in the previous game for OB, so good to see him out there having a bat. I'm a bit curious why, though, we haven't seen the likes of the captain and Westfield, given how prolific they were in the first game, scoring over 150 runs between them. Are they still wait in the wings, ready for their turn? As Anjum Khan, it's his turn into the fifth over. And we're going to have a minimo there as it flies off the side of the bat. And can the boy do the fielding? Oh, it hits him! Referee. Oh, he doesn't field it either. It's the danger of headphones here. We had the girl earlier in the day completely oblivious to the grizzly flying her way. This time it was more of a gentle roll, but right on the ankle. And in true British style, he apologises for the ball hitting him. Those AirPods, they've got good noise cancellation. Clearly didn't hear the ball flying his way. And there we get a bit funky from Shahbaz Khan. Welcome to the European Cricket Network. Doesn't go all the way though. It's more up than out, and the scampering form of the fielder coming around from third. Appears from nowhere. You can see him flashing across your screens there. Does some good fielding on the rope, does Harjeet Singh. He's a man that you can't stop in the field. Shahbaz Khan just gets a single for that bit of invention. Just keep a slight eye on the timer here. Still early doors. Maybe the Eagles expecting here the game not to go the distance and hoping just to get wickets instead, but just over 17 minutes on the clock. That's pummeled down the ground. It will be 4 runs. Sagar Joshi slaps Anjum Khan back straight over his head. OBs again looking in control here. So I would say the bonus point probably outside the realms of possibility now, with just 2 and a bit overs left. OBs though seem content to at least just chip away at that total, get their first or second win on the board. Crunched away. That's a big hit off the bat of Shahbaz Khan. There's a couple of chaps there enjoying the shade of the tree, and they'll enjoy the company of a grizzly. That one flies away for 6 runs to end the 5th over. 63 for 2 at the halfway stage. OBs seemingly in control here. 48 runs needed in 30 deliveries for the win. As we take a look at the events coming your way, so I just mentioned in Czechia, and we've got the Central European Cup. 6 T20Is across 3 days before the same teams compete in some international T10 action, followed by an ECS. And we did have a chatter earlier talking about why there's no events in Dresden. Well, Krefeld is the location in Germany of ECIs, ECSs, and a couple of days of ECSWs as well. That one starting in just about 5 weeks' time. Before that, in almost exactly a month's time, we have an ECS and an ECSW coming to you from Belgium. So a Western European flair to start the month of July. We go back to live, and Sabir Bahrami back into the attack here. His first over went for just the 9. Julian asking how to get to the ground tomorrow. I absolutely agree with Birdie. If you come on from the main road, there's no way you're missing European cricket signs. Of course, the Welcome to Hornchurch CC sign as well, there in all its glory. And the tents and the scaffolding for the camera crew. Fold him straight through. Shahbaz Khan goes for the big swish. And only swishes at clean air as Sabir Bahrami picks up his first wicket. So OBs lose their third. 64 for 3. Will we see the captain now? Babir Chowdhury. He batted it earlier up the order. At number 3. Scored 87, not out of 25. Well, the answer is no, we don't, as Ramiz Rahman, also new into the side, comes on to bat here with, I wouldn't say his side in trouble, still very much in control are Brentwoods with 47 runs needed, but a test for Rahman here. Fielding done on the boundary there. I presume so anyway, because I can't see from my view in the tent. They will check that one. We'll take a look at this one on replay. Well, maybe we're going to have to slow this one down. The ball seems to stop in its track, and it's thanks to a brilliant piece of fielding there by Safwan Manzoor. That one looks like it's clean fielding. You can see his left boot on the floor there, and by the time the ball leaves his hand, it's already clear. So good work there from the boundary wide rider Manzoor. They do run through for 2. Big appeal here, and an even bigger shake of the head from the umpire. Sagar Joshi just tries the reverse hit there, drifting down leg side, especially on that angle going across the batter. Nevertheless, a great over from Bahrami. Goes for just the 4 runs, picks up the wicket as well. He finishes with excellent figures of 1 for 13 off his 2 overs. OB's still in control here, just stopped their momentum just a little with Sagar Joshi and Ramiz Rahman at the crease. Babir Chowdhury, haven't seen him yet. And of course we haven't seen the familiar figure of Mervyn Westfield. Curious that they've decided to switch it up here. can say for almost certain now that the Black Eagles will be picking up at least 1 point. They already picked up that consolation point in their loss to East Londoners in the previous game, but they'll still have their eye on picking up the win here, as the new bowler Bilal Mohammed just gets a few words of advice from Anjum Khan. That one's going to find the gap and find the tent there. Despite fielders on the rope, Joshi almost perfectly bisects them as they almost butt heads. So the 7th over starts off in ideal fashion for Brentwood's. That was a very impassioned appeal from Bilal Mohammed. Almost too much passion, given that you could see all 3 stumps. Wry smile on his face maybe suggests that the appeal was in hope, vain hope rather than expectation. Up in the air, big cries of catch it, and the scamper is on for the jack in the box. Parameet Jadhav gets close enough. It was a brilliant effort, but the ball was always going to be the winner on that occasion. This time it's clubbed down the ground, 6 runs, and well, Julian Dawson's been given advice on where to park his car. I would suggest not in the first row, Julian, because we haven't quite got it that far yet, but certainly the Mercedes to the west of the ground got dinged earlier. It was a gentle little ding, but the leisure centre car park up beyond long on and long off, it's certainly a big hit. I wouldn't put it beyond the reach of some of these hitters, but maybe just for good measure, park a few rows back. And of course, keep your wits about you if you sit in the fan zone. We've got a fair few amount of fans in this evening, this Friday evening, not Sunday. We've had lots of fans in the last few days, especially because, of course, Hornchurch always rounded off the day with the last 2 fixtures. It looks like Sagar Joshi is in a hurry to round off this game as he goes back-to-back 6s. OB's now just needing the 25 runs for victory. Well, it's been brilliant to see the fans come in their numbers all week. The bar's open, there's snacks available, there's a lovely cafe at the leisure centre as well. So there's absolutely no reason not to come on down, watch some incredible cricket, and of course support Hornchurch Cricket Club. Support, by which I mean, you know, give some money behind the bar if you want to support them on the field. You're absolutely within your right, but I'm sure the other 9 teams, plus the 3 women's sides, will be more than grateful for your support. Julian, let me know who you're going for tomorrow. Of course, you've got the choice of Upminster, Hutton and Gunnersbury. So that one's paddled away, and this is really the killer over the OBs were after. It's already gone magical, 22 runs coming off. In fact, that is the end of the over, and Sagar Joshi dealt almost all the damage. 20 runs coming in boundaries off his bat, with OBs now needing 21 runs, 18 deliveries. Well, speaking of the teams tomorrow, I know it has been teased in the chat as well, as of course for all our Hindi speaking viewers, make sure to follow us over on our brand new dedicated European Cricket Hindi site. Playing for Upminster tomorrow is Sunette Valjean, who not only has represented her country in cricket, but also has won an Olympic silver medal in javelin. Going into the 8th over here, Bilal Mohammed went for 22 in the previous over. It's Seni Kodekar who comes on to bowl his first of this game. So Sunette, who will be in the squad for Upminster, won a silver medal in the 2016 Olympics in javelin. So I assume she'll be fielding on the boundary, you'd expect someone like that would be wasted in the ring, surely. But she also represented South Africa in cricket between 2000 and 2002, including at the 2000 World Cup in New Zealand. Played a test match, hit 71 in that test match, in fact. 88 runs in total in the game, so averaging 44 in tests, not bad. I think everyone would take that. Played in 17 women's ODIs as well. High score of 54 not out. Chance for a run out, will be a run out. It was a fake throw immediately from Seni Kodaka, but he just eyed up those stumps and threw them down at the second attempt as they tried to burgle a quick single there, do the OBs. It was a yes, no, maybe. The hesitation really was the killer for Ramiz Rahman, as he has to depart for a 6-ball 10. Nice throw in actually from Seni Kodaka. Not always the easiest, having to come out of your delivery stride, pick the ball up. It's a good ball originally. Had to dig out the Yorker. And in the end, Kodaka, yes, no, no, in terms of the batter, as he has to take his leave. And we do belatedly see then Baba Chowdhury, the captain, come to the crease with 14 runs needed. He, of course, will be at the non-striker's end as Sagar Joshi faces up this delivery. So Sunette scored 198 runs across 14 innings in ODIs. Also picked up 5 wickets. Her best 3 for 27. I know she has been playing over in Johannesburg for the Lions just a couple of months ago. So looking forward to seeing if she makes her European Cricket Network bow tomorrow. Back to live action though. And well, it's double jeopardy here for Black Eagles, as looks like their miserable day will continue. It's a no ball called. I assume that, be surprised if that one's for height, but in any case it bursts through the hands of Safwan Manzoor, who has been brilliant in the field so far, but just a lapse of concentration on that occasion. Goes for 4, so it's 5. Not entirely sure if that was for the front foot or for a fielding full. In any case, it will be a free hit coming up. Sagar Joshi kind of face with just the 9 runs needed now for OBs. It's another no ball. It must be front foot, because if it was fielding, you'd expect that the captain would have noticed the mistake after the first no ball. So Kodaka, just keep an eye on his front foot here, as it's another no ball. And it'll be another free hit. And the Black Eagles just having their wings clipped here, with just the 4 runs needed now for OBs for the win. Joshi stops what would have been an inevitable wide there. He will fall short of his half century unless he can contrive to hit a 2 and then a 6. Kodaka on that occasion bowls a much better delivery, but it feels like it's too little too late here. 17 runs having been conceded from this over, just the 4 required still. Julian says he's gunning for Gunnersbury tomorrow, as Sarah's godparents used to live there. Yeah, I think that's as a reason as any. No, all 3 sides are really up for it. Kroom saying that Sunette is looking forward to tomorrow. I know Nish is too, and I'll be looking forward to tuning in on my way back north. And of course, I'll be in the hot seat next Saturday for the conclusion of that ECSW with the final 4 games. That was the conclusion of the 8th over then. It did end in the end with 3 dots. But the damage was done with those 2 no balls that went for 10 in total. OB's now needing just 4 runs for victory. It'll be the first ball that the captain, Baba Chowdhury, faces here. And if his first innings in that first game is anything to go by, he'll want to finish on this delivery. That will be bowled by Kawar Singh. A bit of a thankless task for him. Bowling the 9th here with just a matter of time to go in the game. And we have what must be the 5th or 6th caught and bowled attempt. None of them have been easy, and all of them have been dropped. I think luckily all of them still have their fingers intact. This one comes sharply back, and he seems to be able to just pat it away, does Kawar Singh, which avoids any more damage. Does a dot ball in the end, but you don't want to get in the way when Baba Chowdhury is at the crease. Nice Yorker. Still gets it away for one, does Baba Chowdhury. Hands the responsibility back over to Joshi, who's batted well. 43 off 20 for him. Mostly been dealing in 4s actually. 7 4s and just the 2 6s. But the left-hander has been a solid force in this OB's lineup. It seems the chasing side happy to just get there in singles. I do have to take a look at that clock. I suppose it's all academic here. Less than a minute to go with just the 2 runs needed, but certainly something the Eagles have to keep an eagle eye on going into the rest of the group games. And that will be the end of that, despite the calls of catch it. It will only be caught by someone maybe in that outdoor gym, as they do finish in style, do the old Brentwoods, beating the AZ Black Eagles by 6 wickets. As the captain, Baba Chowdhury, does have the honour of smashing the winning runs, does it in style, 6 runs, as Sagar Joshi remains unbeaten on 44 off 21. And really, the Black Eagles, they've had a bit of a glum day. Back-to-back defeats, in fact back-to-back 6-wicket defeats, as they lost to the East Londoners and now they lose out at the hands of the OBs, who go one better than their previous game. They beat CFS by 5 wickets, they win this one by 6 wickets, didn't even have to go to the likes of Mervyn Westfield. As for the OBs, they're looking for 3 and 3, as are the East Londoners, as that matchup goes underway in just under half an hour's time. 4 changes for the East Londoners. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that one though as we go back to the highlights. And the OBs, they pretty much look comfortable throughout, as Hamza Ahmed and Ajikya Patil got things off to a steady start. The first wicket fell at 23 runs as Harjeet Singh continued his streak of holding on to everything that came his way today. 3 catches for him in the outfield. Sagar Joshi though came to the crease and looked sturdy, as Paramit Yadav, he marked the end of Hamza Ahmed. The Jack in the Box celebrates Tigger with his orange boots, but there was not too much else to celebrate for the Black Eagles. Apart from, of course, Sabir Baharami picking up that wicket. He finished with impressive figures of 1 for 13. But otherwise, Sagar Joshi just kept going strong. There was a bit of a mix-up here with Ramiz Rahman, as Seni Kodeka did the fielding off his own bowling and knocked down the stumps. But it seemed like old Brentwoods didn't ever really have to get out of second gear, as Sagar Joshi was joined at the end by Captain Baba Chowdhury, who smashed the winning runs with a 6 down the ground. So we take a look at the batting scorecard, and well, it's certainly good signs for old Brentwoods that they've got 3 or 4 players now who have already registered some decent scores on the network, and it's quite a healthy scorecard throughout actually. Even the likes of Shehbaz Khan and Ramiz Rahman didn't score too many runs, but also didn't eat up too many dot balls. And in the end, it was a relatively comfortable chase. I think maybe if the OBs had put their foot down, they could have even taken this total in 7 overs or less. But for now, I'm sure they're more than happy with their 2 wins from 2. As for the Eagles then, 7 bowlers used in all, and Sabir Baharami bowled really well at the top of the order, picked up a wicket and only went for 13 runs. But otherwise, it was a bit of a procession for old Brentwoods as they cruise home to victory against the Black Eagles by 6 wickets. So the Eagles have landed, but it's been a bit of a crash landing for them as they finish the day just like CFS with 2 defeats. As for the OBs, they pick up 2 wins, and it's the battle of the unbeaten sides then going into the final match of the day. I called it earlier in the day. I knew this one would be an exciting one, and it's coming your way in just over 25 minutes time as the East Londoners and the OBs do battle. One of these sides will finish day 1 unbeaten, and one side will taste defeat on the European Cricket Network for the very first time. So join me, Tina Goff, back in the commentary box for that one as we go into the final game of the day here on the opening day of Group B action at the ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon and welcome back to match 25, the final game of the day here as we go into Group B action, and it's the matchup between the two unbeaten sides, East Londoners and Old Brentwoods. Both sides going into their third game looking to make it an unbeaten 3 from 3. Before we go into the lineups, let's go out into the middle earlier today for the coin toss.
East Londoners, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Old Brentwoods, the away team, you'll call.
I hope I look better this time.
Tails is being called. It's come down tails, you've won the toss. Okay, toss one with Old Brentwoods, who will bowl first.
You can hear Kumar Sumit there saying he hopes he did better that time. Well, he didn't, as it was Baba Chowdhury who called correctly, and Old Brentwoods have decided to have a field. So they once more want to chase, and I'm not surprised in the slightest by that decision, having won both of the games so far on the chase, as the Old Brentwoods bring in Asad Sajjad for his first game of the day. 4 changes for the East Londoners, as Henkash Survey, Jayasin Jadeja, Faizan Riaz and Meet Goswami come in. The latter will be taking the gloves as well, but of course Old Brentwoods, they'll be taking to the field first to see if they can restrict the East Londoners side to a score that they would like to chase down. Pretty even Stevens going into this contest, both sides unbeaten, yet to suffer a defeat, as the East Londoners slightly edge it. But in fact, both sides have won their games relatively comfortably so far. East Londoners starting the day with a steady win against CFS by 25 runs before beating the Eagles by 6 wickets. As for OBs, they beat CFS by 5 wickets. That was a miserable day, a miserable morning for CFS, losing both of their games. And in the game we saw just now, OBs went home pretty comfortable winners against the Black Eagles, chasing down the modest total with several overs to spare and with the loss of just the 4 wickets. So it's an intriguing matchup here in East London. You can see by the shadows cast by the fielders that the sun is out. The sky almost looks painted on there. Certainly an improvement to the sky we had early this morning, where the heavens opened once more, fearful that we might lose a few overs like we did yesterday morning. But thanks again to the excellent work by the ground staff here at Hornchurch Cricket Club. Everything was cleared in double quick time, and we've had all of our allocation of games today, and looking like we'll be able to finish off in style here for the final game of the first day of action, coming to you from Group B. Remember, the top 4 out of the 5 sides in the group will go through to quarterfinals, so we only say goodbye to the bottom place team. With the regular quarterfinal style knockout stage coming your way next Thursday, with the winners of course going through to the semi-finals, which will be on your screens on Friday the 13th, with the unlucky semi-finalists facing up in the 3rd place playoff before the big final on Friday evening. Shahbaz Khan has ball in hand for the OBs, as Kumar Sumit. In fact, it's Viken Kedaria to open up for East Londoners, and he's joined out in the middle by Faizan Riaz. The East Londoners have chopped and changed their order throughout the day today. Viken Kedaria, he was really one of the stars of the show in their first game of the day. He scored 57 off just 20 deliveries. He wasn't needed to bat in their second game, as he clubs this one away for the first boundary of the final game today. In the win against Black Eagles, he had his feet up and wasn't required, as on that occasion it was the Cambodian international Sahaj Chada who top scored with 42 not out off just 16 deliveries. So East London have certainly shown that they've got some depth in their batting lineup. Faizan Riaz is new into the side for this game. It's certainly promising addition. He has actually featured for Pakistan under-19s back in the days, in his mid-30s now. He scored over 6,000 first-class runs. Again, East Londoners are really pulling out some international rabbits out the hat here. And that one is clubbed away, and a good start here from Viken Kadaria as he hits the second boundary of the over. And Faizan Riaz is, as we go on to dog watch, his high score in first class cricket, just a modest 256 not out. In T20s it's a more reasonable 32. And well, we'll see what he is made of here in this T10 format. It's the great leveller in the world of cricket. And that's a bit of an ugly misfield there on the boundary. I think that's Pratik Baleriau out there. Should have been an easy one, and he puts in the epic slide. Stuart Pearce style 2-footer, but only slides over the top of the ball. As the boundaries flow here for Kedaria. And it will be the fourth boundary, 16 runs then coming off the first over as the East Londoners get into their work here. Remember, they were put into the bat by the OBs, who are looking to chase down their third total in a row. Welcome back to everyone in the chat. Apologies for the 5-minute delay. As well, we take a look at what's coming up in Group B. Not tomorrow, not Sunday, but Monday we'll be back and we'll be introduced to a new team, Gagan, who have the 1-3-5 schedule, the tough schedule to start their ECN journeys, as they've got the game against Old Brentwoods early on. OBs then coming back for their second and final game of the day against CFS, and it's going to be a big day for CFS. They have 3 games, 2 of which to round off the day, and they really need to get wins on the board, having lost both of their games today. And the only side not to have registered a win yet. Well, of course, that's not true, because the Black Eagles have also lost both of their games. So Black Eagles and Pinnacle Pro certainly with work to do. I suppose we'll see the balance of the group when Gagan do take to the field on Monday. But certainly Black Eagles and Pinnacle, they don't want to go the way of Markor and go on a big losing streak. It's easy to get into the habit of winning, just as easy to get into the habit of losing. Good fielding there in the fan zone as Faizan Riaz introduces himself to the European Cricket Network with a stylish uppercut, as Mervyn Westfield comes on to bowl the second over here for OBs. Someone I was looking forward to seeing with the bat in hand in game 24. In the end, he wasn't needed in Brentwood's comfortable win against the Black Eagles, but he's picked up 2 wickets in both of his bowling innings so far. Mr. Consistent as well, 2 for 26, followed by 2 for 30. And looking to again make an early breakthrough here. Thomas Martinez saying the so-called British punctuality compromised a bit in London. I will say I have the perfect mix of German efficiency and British punctuality. I was ready and waiting. Just a few issues at the ground meant that we had a slight 5-minute delay. But ready and raring to go here. Slight misfield allows Faizan Riaz to get himself off strike. And well, I have been teasing all day the fact that I have a glorious pub quiz win victory, win story to bring you. Well, 5 of us from the ECN crew did venture on down to the Golden Lion pub yesterday in Romford. Well fielded once more in the point cordon. And Simon, the scorer, he's a big fan of pub quizzes, and we do have actually Hornchurch to thank. They finished off the game early yesterday, which allowed us to whiz through the London traffic and get to the pub in time for the 7:30 start. And, well, we had a mixed team. It was me and 2 Scousers, plus Simon, a Kiwi, plus Jared, a South African. So we had a good mix of nationalities and, I don't want to say age, but age also. Me, of course, being the youngest. And at first I thought we'd be in trouble because one of the rounds early on, it was, can you name the top 5 longest running BBC National Lottery game shows, which is an extremely niche question. It's a no ball here from Mervyn Westfield, so it will be a free hit to round out the second over, and a warning as well. A big old finger wag comes out from the man in blue, and it will be a free hit going the way of Faizan Riaz. More on the pub quiz team to come. Uppercut, and it's a beautiful stroke as it goes all the way, almost a grizzly on the Barbie there, as it's a 6 to end the over. There's 15 runs that come off that one, plus the free hit. Well, that would make it, I think, 16 runs then. Get to the end of the second over. Let's take a quick look at the standings then. It's a battle at the top at the moment. It's a very nice symmetrical table, 2 wins apiece for the Londoners and OBs. As for the Eagles, they haven't soared yet into this competition, and CFS also suffering 2 defeats. 31 on the board. So we belatedly, I think before we had to hand the answers in, decided to call ourselves ECN on tour, which is, I suppose, not very imaginative, but it did the job. And yeah, there was a very niche round on BBC game shows. Of course, poor Simon the Kiwi and Jared the Safa had absolutely no idea what the question was, let alone the answer. So I feared for us at that point. Up in the air. Might be fearing for myself here, but this one goes over the commentary at 10. 6 runs as Sagar Joshi comes into the attack. Gets pummeled for 6 on his very first delivery. But I will say, Yoz and Andy O, they came into their own on the animals round. I think it was a generational thing, to be honest. It was kind of puppets and stuff from the, let's generously say, the 80s. And then we just found our stride, did ECN on tour. Did well in the alphabet round, where every question, so the first answer started with a B, which meant the next answer started with a C, and so on. Got the connections in the connections round, and then we went into the wipeout round, the final round of the quiz, where if you got an answer wrong, you would wipe out for that whole round, so you wouldn't get a point for the round. If you left the answers blank, that would be fine. Clubbed away, cause of catch it. But there's no one there apart from the maintenance crew, who've done a great job on the referee's tent to put it back up in the air. As Faizan Riaz showing his style here, 1-2 step, plays the flamingo shot. And it's a flat 6 into the tent. Don't damage it again, guys. So in the final wipeout round, we were pretty confident on all the answers that we put down, and then we had intense discussions about 2. It's an action replay as that one goes all the way into the outdoor gym. And maybe I'll throw this question into the chat because some of you might know it. It was, which famous vehicle has the registration number NCC 1701? I feel like Rico here, giving you the question of the day. It's not cricket related, but which famous vehicle has the registration NCC 1701? I do say vehicle and not car. That's a slight clue. I'll leave that one with you for now. It was one that almost, I'd say, clinched us the quiz. As we put the answer to that question and we deliberated on the final question, which maybe I'll bring you later in the innings. It's turning into Tina's quiz time. But we decided on the final question we weren't going to put an answer. And that was the right call, because we never really threw about the right answer to the question. Chipped up in the air again. And, well, at some point I feel like OBs might want to put a fielder here, because they do have a man at mid-off, but it's just gone over and over Hamza Ahmed's head. And it's a big over, mostly off the bat of Faizan Riaz. As it goes magical. 23 runs coming off it. As the East Londoners move into the 50s in the power play. 54 runs with no loss, as this partnership threatens to go big. And OBs need to find a wicket from somewhere. So we decided to not go in the final question of the wipeout round. It was the right answer because several people wiped out on that question. We ended up taking home the quiz win by a good few points as well. We thought maybe, oh, if we get on the podium, that'll be a good finish. No. We claimed the glorious Golden Lion trophy, which unfortunately we're not allowed to keep. But bragging rights of the entire of Romford belong to us. As Pratik Balerau comes in and gets a wicket straight down the throat of Ramiz Rehman, and that is the breakthrough that OBs needed. It's Vikan Kedaria, who did so much damage in the first game for the East Londoners, scored a half century on that occasion. This time he falls for 24, still a quick fire 24 from him, taking just the 10 balls, but that is the breakthrough the OBs needed. Just a low full toss that gets swiped at by Viken, and it's a smart catch on the run by Ramiz Rehman, who is more relieved than anything, as the East Londoners do get their first wicket. 54 for 1 at the beginning of the fourth. Akshay Solanki in at 3. Straight off the mark, thanks to a slight misfield there in the covers. One's lofted and it's going to go all the way. Faizan Riaz playing like someone who's got over 6,000 first-class runs. Don't think he'll quite have enough time to go to his high score of 256 not out. But looking in good shape here. Well, I say that. In fact, it was Akshay Solanki, who's clearly taking inspiration from Riaz, who hit that beautiful 6. Riaz, though, going strong at the non-strikers, 30 off 10. Still a good over, though, from Pratik. Just the 9 runs coming off it, and importantly, the partnership breaking wicket, as the East Londoners move to 63 for 1 after 4. Sam Dowling, he has, in the chat, not only got the right answer, but got himself a seat in our quiz team for next time round. As the answer to that question, NCC 1701 is the registration number for the USS Enterprise. Not a Trekkie, but luckily we did have a few in our team. That was one of the ones that we got in the final round that sealed the win for us. Luckily, we've been told we're still welcome in Romford, and in fact we're going to go back next Thursday to try to reclaim our crown as spectator there. Well, surely he can't have been done his hamstring on that fielding effort. He didn't have to move. As that one flies away for 4 runs, and oh, yeah, needs to do his stretches. Hasn't got the right footwear on either. Sajjad is bowling this over for the OBs. And despite that 4, it's been a decent enough over from him so far. And since that wicket has fallen, they've managed to keep the 2 batters quiet. Faizan Riaz, though, you feel like he's a bit of a sleeping giant. 31 off 12 for him, someone with enormous amounts of experience. That's an attempted field there, and it only manages to palm it around the post for 4 runs. Almost joins me in the commentary tent, as it was a decent enough effort from Hamza Ahmed. Flicks it around the corner for 4 runs. He goes better on this occasion, does Akshay Solanki. Gets hold of all of that one, and he finishes the over with a 6 as the East Londoners looking like they're set to post a decent total here. 79 for 1 is the score at the halfway stage as that one rolls away into the car park, and that's why you don't park your car in the first row. As you join me once again in the commentary tent as we near the end of the first day of Group B action, but fear not, we do have more action coming your way tomorrow, not from the ECS, as that takes a little break over the weekend, but we move into the ECSW, where we've got the 3 sides of Hutton, Gunnersbury and Upminster doing battle in a triple round robin. They've got 5 games coming your way tomorrow, plus the final 4 games next Saturday in what should be an explosive and exciting women's series. Back to the action here then. Into the 6th over we go. Club down the ground, Faizan Riaz. He's found his stride in this format immediately, as that's the 6th already that he is struck, as he moves to 37 of 14. Looking threatening here for the East Londoners. They've got such a big squad. If you look on the European Cricket website as well, the fans here enjoying their Friday evening. Best part of the day actually, weather-wise. Trying to creep up to about 18, 19 degrees. Down the ground, cause of catch it, but it clatters into the side screen as Faizan Riaz continues on the charge. I'll maybe give you the second question from the wipeout round, which we didn't go for. And we're glad we didn't, because we got nowhere near the answers. That one's lifted away into the covers. There is a fielder out there though. And I'll have to paraphrase because I don't remember the question, but it's, I'm going to give you a list of names and you have to tell me what they are examples of, what geographical feature they are examples of in Egypt. I'll give you the names in a second. Lifted away, 6 runs. It's the 3rd 6 of this over, this time off the bat of Akshay Solanki. It's the Londoners accelerating nicely here, just 2 shy of the 100. So here are the names. Excuse my pronunciation. Siwa, Dakla, Kaga, Farafra and Baharia are examples of what geographical feature in Egypt. If you get the answer right, then you certainly get a free ticket into our quiz team, because we didn't know the answer. We certainly didn't know it enough to want to risk all of our points. In fact, we never actually got anywhere near it. So let me know what you think the answer is in the chat. The prize is a pat on the back, a virtual pat on the back from me, as Mervyn Westfield does the fielding there on the boundary. End of the 6th then, one shy of the 100 are EL, 99 for 1 on the board, and these two building another good partnership after Kedaria fell with the score on 54. These two together have added another 45. They still have lots of batting to come as well. Chadha, he scored 42 off 16 in the previous game. Someone like Nimanda Subasingh as well. He's carded down at, what was that, about 6 or 7. He scored 32 off 10 in the first game as well, so they've got an embarrassment of riches, do the East Londoners. You can check out their entire squad on the European Cricket website. Some interesting names there. Of course, Chadha plays internationally for Cambodia. Nimanda Subasingh, he's played first-class games over in Sri Lanka, as of course here has Faizan Riaz in Pakistan. So certainly a side that seem to have ambitions to go deep in this competition, and they do get to the 100 and add another 4. As that is threaded through the offside field by Faizan Riaz, who is now just 2 runs away from his maiden half century on the network. Dave coming in with the guess, are they dams in Egypt? Think more geographical feature, that was what was stumping us. As that one's clubbed away, and it goes up and over and through the boundary rider, and Faizan Riaz will get to his maiden ECN half century in some style. 54 not out off just 18 deliveries. And you can see everything's pretty much come off the middle of the bat. I was questioning earlier why, even in the power play, they didn't put one of their boundary riders back at long off, as he loves to play it down the ground. But really, he's got so much class and style, it's difficult to know what field to set to him. Sagar Joshi, who's coming back for his second over here. Half stopped there at point, and you can see he's felt the full force of that grizzly herring his way. Manages to stop the boundary. That one's a bit of a drag down by Sagar Joshi. You can hear his cry of anguish, and the chaps under the trees who are enjoying their Friday evening also get involved in the action. As they're certainly being sensible with their placement, because we saw a family here earlier in the week who were sitting pretty much where that ball landed, and I'm pretty sure someone got hit twice, although his family seemed to see the funny side of it. Those lads very much taking a back row seat to avoid the grizzly coming to say hello. End of the 7th then, as the East Londoners are really ticking along nicely here. 19 runs coming off that over. As we take a look what's coming your way tomorrow, as I mentioned, we have a brief pause over the weekend of the ECS, and we turn our attentions to the ECSW with Upminster, Hutton and Gunnersbury forming the trio of teams that are taking part in a triple round robin. It's a long old day for Upminster as they feature in 4 of the 5 games. Hutton and Gunnersbury both play 3 games. They have at least then a week's break before they come back next Saturday with the final 4 games of the series. So really next Thursday onwards is when we get to the pointy end of both series. Thursday will feature the 4 quarter-finals, so the top 4 sides from both groups. And then Friday will be the 2 semi-finals, plus then the 3rd and 4th place playoff, which is for pride more than anything else. I suppose everything's for pride if you look at it philosophically. And as that one's cut away, I'm proud of that shot. Akshay Solanki, as he moves into the 40s as well. 124 on the board for the Londoners. And then the final game of finals day on Friday the 13th will of course be the big final of the ECS. And then on to Saturday we have the final 4 games of the ECSW. Misfield here, a rare misfield on this pitch. Leads to Faizan Riaz being able to scamper back down to the non-striker's end. Solanki on 45, 1 big hit away from his maiden half century. Doesn't quite get hold of that one though, and this time Ramiz Rahman is able to slide into the stop. $73 now this partnership is worth between the two. Both of them looking set to really go big in the final 2 overs, and that one goes big, but it goes straight into the hands of Pratik Valeria, who takes an excellent catch. You could see that he felt the spice on that one off the bat of Faizan Riaz, who just doesn't quite get the elevation on it. And it's a good catch in the deep by Pratik, as this partnership is eventually broken by Old Brentwoods as they pick up their 2nd wicket. It's Asad Sajjad who gets in on the wickets. And Faizan Riaz, a man with over 6,000 first-class runs in Pakistan, now adds 56 ECN runs to his portfolio. That's a nice catch by Pratik. You can see he's still feeling the force of that one, but importantly for his side, he does manage to hold on as Deepak Khatri comes in at number 4 for EL. It's the end of the over as well, so 127 on the board. That gets Solanki back on strike, and he too gets to his maiden half century in style. It's about the 4th or 5th time that a batter has got to that milestone with a Maximo, and he gets there in 18 balls. It's the perfect start to the 9th over by the East Londoners. Ball landing somewhere near that car park. Deepak Khatri coming in, hasn't faced the ball yet. He's waiting in the wings at the non-striker's end. And Thomas in the chat guessing maybe cave locations. I'll give those names once more. You can have another guess and I'll give the answer at the end of the innings. It's Siwa, Dakla, Karga, Farafra, Bahira. I suppose giving the names doesn't really help, does it? But there you go. I like to test out my pronunciation. I'm glad no one said duh. The answer is, because that would have made quiz team feel a bit dumb, but happy that it's not glaringly obvious. Shabazz Khan bowling this 9th over for OBs. As Khatri faces his first ball of the game, just clubs that one down the ground for a single. That's a lovely lofted cover drive, goes all the way for 6. People in the crowd there, well, there was another chap on his phone there. Again, I don't think he had much idea of the ball landing in his vicinity. See if we can take a look at this one on replay. It's a lovely hit. And that man there on the phone has no idea that the Grizzly almost smashed his smartphone. Smashing shot though from Solanke, who moves to 59. That's almost the perfect ball to bowl in the death overs of a T10. Mostly the batters try to come down the pitch to you and they end up yorking themselves. It was perfect yorker right on that crease line. Good finish to the over from Shehbaz Khan, who goes wicketless. Only 30 runs though coming off his 2 overs. I imagine they turn to the familiar figure of Mervyn Westfield to bowl the final over. Asad Sajjad, he's bowled 2 tidy overs as well. Picked up the wicket as well. Sagar Joshi on this occasion slightly more expensive with the East Londoners looking to post at least a par score. We saw at the start of the day the par score across the series so far is about 150. And they've got Solanke poised at the non-striker's end, but the onus here is on Khatri to try and find the rope. Dave, you're on the right track thinking of water. Clubbed up in the air and all the way for another 6 runs. Deepak Khatri cashes in on that. Slight misfire from Westfield. Goes back in the crease, but in fact it would have been a full toss wherever he was standing. It goes over the head of one of the kids. Enjoying the fact, I'm sure, that school's out for the weekend. Flicked away, 6 runs and a cry of frustration from Mervyn Westfield. Unusual for him that he misses his mark 2 balls running. You can see he's not happy with himself as he gives away 12 runs in the first 2 deliveries. As we get a little ornithological. The birds circling here. I'm keeping an eye on the forecast for tomorrow as well. I can't say it looks the best I've ever seen. It certainly doesn't look like a complete washout. Again, famous last words, but there might be a few raindrops around. That one just wobbled in and nevertheless gets stopped on the boundary. Just go through for 1. You can see this one just tails in, but it's stopped nicely on the rope. So 3 balls left. EL have got over that 150 mark, 154 for 2. And you can see by the look on Mervyn Westfield's face there that that one has gone for 4 runs. There's 2 fielders out there. And it's perfectly positioned in the 2 by Akshay Solanke as it races away, and the slide came in a bit too little too late from Pratik. So in answer to that quiz question, congrats to Kenneth and Thomas in the chat. Oasis, or plural oases, oases is the answer. Geographical feature in Egypt. Siwa, Dakla, Kaga, Farafra and Bahariya, all examples of oases. We didn't go for it in the wipeout round. I'm glad it stumped some of our clever chatters as well. But we won the pub quiz and we'll be back to defend our title next week. As the shout is for 2, they might as well go. I don't know why they didn't. In fact, it was really Deepak Khatri was not interested in the slightest. I think he just wanted to get off the pitch. Akshay Solanke, though, at least manages to get home will get back home, so he remains unbeaten. Good shift from him as he finishes on 64 not out off 24. And slightly above par total then posted by the East Londoners, 160 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. So I feel like, again, if you just lose the 2 wickets, maybe even you can try to go a bit harder towards the back end. I don't think it was for a lack of trying, I suppose. In the final 12 deliveries, there was 2 dot balls and 5 singles, but maybe also just hats off to Shahbaz Khan and Mervyn Westfield, who bowled relatively tight final 2 overs as we take a look back at the highlights from the first innings. It started well with Viken Kedarir and Faizan Riaz opening up and put on 54 before a smart catch on the boundary rope by Ramiz Rehman marked the end of Kedarir. Faizan Riaz over 6,000 first-class runs and notched his first half-century on the net. Destructive batting, 7 sixes and 2 fours on his way to the milestone. He was joined by Akshay Solanki, who was looking equally dangerous, scoring 6 sixes and 4 fours. In the end, though, Riaz holed out to Pratik Baleriau. That was a big catch. It came in hot. He managed to keep hold of it and keep hold of all 10 of his digits. That was Asad Sajjad who picked up the wicket. That was the final wicket to fall as Deepak Khatri put in a nice little cameo of his own, scoring 15 off 5 as Akshay Solanki remained unbeaten on 64. Still, though, it was a tight bowling performance, as the scorecard will hopefully pop up in a moment as the East Londoners post 160, but they were only given 1 run as an extra. And that's rarely seen on the network. And in fact, there was not a single wide bowled in that innings. The one was a no ball, in fact. So that's maybe one to keep an eye on, as Old Brentwoods really made the East Londoners work for their runs, but they were able to show their batting firepower. 160 on the board, and still the likes of Sahaj Chada, he's got international experience for Cambodia. He didn't have to bat, nor did the captain Kumar Samit, or of course Nimanda Subasingh, who also has played ample first-class games over in Sri Lanka. So you see maybe the strength and the international flavour of East Londoners has put them in a decent enough position now, as they have 160 at the halfway mark. So Old Brentwoods, if they want to keep their unbeaten run going into day 2 next week, they will have to chase down 161. Take a look at the scorecards then. Just the 1 extra at the bottom of your screens there. Terrific bowling performance. At least a tight performance by OBs. East Londoners, though, more than happy, I'm sure, with that posting, only needing the 4 batters, with Akshay Solanki top scoring with 64 not out. Just the 5 bowlers used, and Asad Sajjad again showing that he's a consistent performer, picking up a wicket and going at an economy of just 12.5. Mervyn Westfield, well, I think he was a little frustrated with himself at the start of that final over. Went for 2 sixes, and the over itself went for 19. Still, though, finished strong with a couple of singles. OBs, they've got plenty of batting firepower themselves, so I think they will feel like they can still chase this one down. It's the final run chase of the day. It's the final innings of the day, of course, so get in your random questions before it's too late. Here, match 25 then. OBs needing 161 runs to win. The run chase coming your way in just a few moments' time on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch Cricket Club, where the final chase is on for Old Brentwoods here in match 25. It's the final game of the day in this Group B first day, and East Londoners have put 160 runs on the board. A tough task here for OBs, an above par score, and if they manage to smash it around to all four corners and achieve the total of 161 in 7 overs or less, then they will take home all 4 points. As for EL, the magic number for them is 112. If they can restrict the chasing side to that or fewer, and it will be them who go through this first day of Group B action unscathed. Reminder, both of these sides come into this game unbeaten. The run will continue for one of them as they both finish what's been a busy day for them, a triple header for both. And you'd imagine whoever wins this one can almost write their names into the quarterfinals already. Remember, it's the top 4 out of the 5 in Group B that will go through. And if you look at the standings in Group A, 2 wins were enough for the Sharks Cricket Academy to go through in 4th place. Admittedly, there was 2 games lost to the weather yesterday, but given that 2 sides already today, the Eagles and of course CFS have not won a game so far, then certainly winning the first 3 games pretty much guarantees your status in the quarterfinals. But I'm sure both of these sides are not happy with just scraping through. They want to be mixing it with the big boys at the top of the table, in the same style as the Mighty Tigers, of course, in Group A, as we go into the run chase, and it's flicked away by Asad Sajjad. We're going to have to take a look at this one, see where it lands. I think it's quite close to being a Maximo. Low full toss delivered by Deepak Khatri, but it is a 1 bounce 4 to get the OB's run chase up and running. Hamza Ahmed joins Sajjad at the non-striker's end. Deepak Khatri already tasted success with the ball, picked up 2 for 24 in the win against the Eagles in the middle of the day. Quite an intense discussion going on there. No body language expert. Maybe they were just talking about the shopping. But it's good to see the locals in. And I thought that was a cheeky glass of wine. I could just do people watching. Let's just bin the cricket. Let's just do people watching. As we can certainly have a lot of dog watch because we're going into a balmy Friday evening in the end. 18 degrees. The sun is trying to come out. And there we have a fresh pint on the table. That's what we like to see, as the fans in full force here. Of course, they've been used to supporting their home heroes from Hornchurch the last few nights. Maybe they have to find themselves a new team to support. Good footwork by the spectator there in the deep, as this run chase gets off to the ideal start off the bat of Asad Sajjad. Back-to-back boundaries. Make that 3 in a row as it rolls away. And again, spectators here more than happy to help. That one flies away. And we see someone there lurking in the bushes. Puts on the full sprint. Good fielding, that man. It's only really been the fielders outside of the boundary perimeter who've done any fielding so far, but that one does fly into the grateful hands of Meet Goswami. So that run rate just below 16, not insignificant, but OBs do have a fair bit of batting depth themselves, as they've shown in the previous 2 games. Baber Chowdhury and Mervyn Westfield were the chief destroyers in their first game, Chowdhury in particular finishing 87 not out off just 25 deliveries, and Mervyn Westfield notching a ECN career best of 64. And both of them were hardly needed. Chowdhury just came in right at the end of game 24, and Westfield just had his feet up as Sagar Joshi then scored 44 in game 24. All three of those still waiting in the wings. So certainly OB boasting some firepower here. This one skews off the bat, but it's going to skip away. It'll take some stopping and it won't be stopped, as it's the figure of Henaksh. Survey running after that one. Survey says that one's going to go to the boundary. 17 runs then coming off the first over, exactly what OB's wanted to start this run chase. And a warm welcome back to everyone joining in the chat. Dave, I know, has just exited stage right. It's lovely to have had his company, and of course Johnny and SkyQuest is in there. Let's see, George has been there as well, giving us updates on the Scotland-Nepal game that's going to be happening on Sunday. And of course England-West Indies in the first T20 has just about started. So get your second screens out if you want to watch the boring T20 format as opposed to the thrilling T10, but you know, maybe I'm a little biased. Viken Kedaria will bowl the second over here. He's really here, there and everywhere for the East Londoners. Often seen near the top of the order. That's dog watch. Okay, well, that's a curious, it looks like a mix between like a bulldog and a corgi. I don't think I've ever seen a dog like that before. Wonder how good it is at chasing grizzlies. Kedaria opened the batting for EL. Only managed 24 on this occasion. Did it in quick time though, just the 10 deliveries. And he's got the ball in hand for the second over here as he's clubbed down the ground. 6 runs. Asad Sajjad doing most of the heavy lifting here as he smashes that for the first Maximo of this run chase. Of course, it's the final innings of the day as well, so remember to send in any random questions you might have, cricket related or otherwise. SkyQuest asking, what am I most looking forward to for my reunion tomorrow? So yeah, if you missed it, I'm going to a school reunion tomorrow. That's why unfortunately I won't be here for the first day of the ECSW, which I'm gutted to miss out on, but I'm delighted that I will be here for the second half next Saturday. I'm going to a school reunion, and well, I've been back to school a few times. I've made a speech there talking about my cricket and try to help out with a bit of cricket as much as I can, and that's probably what I'm looking forward to most actually. It's actually not part of the reunion, but they often have Saturday cricket fixtures at the school, so I'm hoping to watch some school cricket action tomorrow if the weather is going to hold. Going a bit further north, so maybe there the sun will be shining. But I feel like it's always very strange to go back to school as an adult. I don't know if you guys in the chat have ever been to a school reunion, but it feels like a weird place to be. I had very good school memories, very fond memories. The thing that hit me the most was the smell. Not in the bad way, but I think my memory is very much linked to smell. And going back, sometimes you just walk into a room. I remember going to the lecture theatre back at school a few years ago, maybe last year, and just the smell of the room doesn't change. So looking forward to the sights and smells of the reunion tomorrow, and I might have to get out of the way of this one as that clatters right into the commentary tent. I'll be doing the fielding once more, as that one tested the structure of the commentary tent off the bat of Asad Sajjad. I hope you got my throw in, because this was actually quite a nice throw. I made sure to give it the old side sling. Thanks, Rhinus. This one's going to head more in the direction of the 10. So in fact, is that a one-handed grab there? Oh, yes. Owen Palmer chilling out. He's not in the team for this game. Let's take a look at this one. One-handed. Owen Palmer, why aren't you on the field? As he takes a cheeky look up at the camera. Oh yeah, he's maybe saying, why aren't I out there? It's another 6 added to the collection. Owen Palmer, he did show what a gun fielder he was earlier in the day. And the dog gets the grizzly. Oh no, we're never going to get that one back. The dog is going. Keep the camera on. Oh, is anyone going to get the ball back now? It's going to have teeth marks in it. And no, the dog runs away from the scene of the crime. I think he wants the grizzly thrown again. Oh, go on. Throw it. He's like, come on. Oh, well, Owen Palmer bags one, and then the next one is bagged by the dog. So we get to the end of the second over, an eventful couple of balls. But the perfect start for OBs here is that one goes for 26 runs off the bowling of Kedaria. 43 on the board for the chasing side. Into the third over then. And it will be Subha Singh to bowl this one. First class player from Sri Lanka. Just stretches for that one, does the batter. Hamza Ahmed hasn't had too much of the strike so far, but that one just gets squeezed away for 4 runs. Seemingly from nowhere. He just seemed to flat bat it. Chance for a run out here, direct hit, and Asad Sajjad would have been in trouble. He gets himself safely to the striker's end. We often have strange incidents with animals at the cricket, don't we, on the European Cricket Network? I know Vinny over in Estonia, he's scarred for life when it comes to dogs. Not of the animal kind, but of the robot kind. And there was a video of the robo dog on our social media channel, so be sure to check that one out. This dog seemed far more friendly, he just wanted to have a ball to play with. And it's a bit rude actually of the cricket out there to interrupt the dog's playtime. It's a wicket as that one's nicked by Hamza Ahmed, who, well, despite hitting that one boundary, has otherwise just been scratching around a little, and Nimanda gets in on the wicket action here as it's the first wicket to fall for the OBs. The partnership falls just shy of the 50 mark. It's 49 for 1. A big swish, and it was taken comfortably and met with the gloves by Meet Goswami as the OBs lose their first wicket, which brings Baba Chowdhury, the captain, to the crease. So they switched up the order just a little in the previous game, did the OBs. I suppose on that occasion they had the benefit of chasing quite a modest score posted by the Black Eagles, 110 on that occasion. But with this tougher task at hand, Chowdhury has boosted himself back up the order. Remember, he scored an unbeaten 87 in game 22, the win against CFS, and he's got a task on his hands here as he joins Sajjad out in the middle. Yeah, Vinny, Mr. Maximo joining in the chat. Absolutely sitting one-handed crowd catch and dog fielding all in 2 minutes. Are you not entertained? This is exactly what the European Cricket Network is about. I'll tell you what, you won't see that at the T20 later between England and the West Indies. You might see the crowd catch. Don't think the dog will get anywhere near. We might have a catch here as that one goes straight down the throat. And it's a big wicket as Baba Chowdhury, he departs for a second ball duck. Misses out on the first occasion. On the second occasion, he gets back on ball, but only finds the fielder lurking out in the deep. Regulation catch in the end, as it goes straight down the throat of Jairasin Jadeja, who makes no mistake. And the captain has to depart. Frustration on his face. It was there to be hit, in all honesty. Just didn't quite get the elevation on it, and it's a outstanding second over. Third over for Nimanda Subasingh, as he picks up 2 key wickets and concedes just 6 runs. So again, the momentum shifts here, with OB still needing 112 runs. The run rate is exactly 16. As it's Mervyn Westfield then who comes out number 4, so they have seemingly reverted to plan A with their batting lineup. Have old Brentwoods. Westfield will be at the non-strikers end. That was the end of the over. He's got his whites on there, the wrong kind of whites. On his way to martial arts, saying, "Oh, I wish I could be out there playing the cricket." Well, we heard from Tommy Fletcher early in the day that Hornchurch have a flourishing youth section. Maybe that's where that kid needs to go. Sorry, Vinny, for bringing up the robo-dog. I know it has been a traumatic time for you. I hoped that you get over it sooner rather than later. I thought you were all friends now with the robo-dog. Doesn't it have a name? Perfect placement by Mervyn Westfield, who seems to be out with a bit of a point to prove here, maybe. Obviously very familiar with this territory, having played for Hornchurch, featuring in the ECL earlier this year. He's here with the OB's name on his chest, and he scythes that one away. First ball goes for 4 runs. Kausov catch it, and it goes straight down the throat of Deepak Khatri. OB's in trouble now. It's Mervyn Westfield again, furious with himself. He picks it up. I'll take a bit of credit for that commentator's curse. He just hoiks it away, and actually it's a brilliant catch from Deepak, as he's up in the air as he takes that one. A matter of millimetres separate Mervyn Westfield from a wicket and a 6. And it is the wicket that wins there, and OBs lose their third, 54 for 3, halfway through the 4th over. And in the span of 6 balls, the pendulum swings once more as OBs lose 3 wickets for just the 5 runs. Westfield just tries to muscle this one away to the rope. And perfect judgment from Deepak. Westfield has to depart. He can still be happy with his day's play though, scoring a ECN high of 64 off 22 and picking up 4 wickets in the first 2 games, as well as not having the best time with the ball in this game, but always being dangerous and a reliable performer, especially in the death overs. Oh, hello. A little warning thrown out by the Cambodian international Sahaj Chadha, politely asking Asad Sajjad to stay back in his crease. If you have missed Robo-Dog Gate, as Julian Dawson seems to have, go over to our social media channels. There's definitely some videos of the dog, which is apparently called Get Back. Last name here. Yeah, I like it. Oh, and it's a misfield out on the rope. A slip on the boundary by the fielder there. Akshay Solanki looks suspiciously down at his footwear. He seemed to just overrun it. And then it was a little too little too late, falling back. I'm not sure he did slip, to be honest. The camera never lies. It seemed to just be that he overran it, but it will be a fort to end what was otherwise a brilliant over from Chadha. 10 runs coming off it, but another wicket to fall. Shabazz Khan has joined Asad Sajjad in the middle. Good news for OBs as Sajjad is still there. He's 44 off 13, but still over 100 runs needed here for OBs. The run rate at exactly 17. Tim Harmer, random question alert. Who's your favourite Birmingham City footballer of all time? Well, let's just talk about Birmingham City for the next 6 overs. No, I'm joking. I think top 3, possibly Stan Lazaridis, Australian. Vinny, look him up if you don't know him. You probably know him actually. He featured for the Socceroos. I'll probably go Robbie Savage, not just because of the long blonde hair. And Jeff Horsfield. They're all of a similar era. It's all kind of late 2000s. In the era where Birmingham City got back into the Premier League for the first time. Or got back into the First Division, into the Premier League for the first time. I remember being at the playoff final in Cardiff, 2003. As Survey comes in to ask questions in the 5th. It was around the time that Wembley, the new Wembley, was being renovated, so the playoff final was held at Cardiff. The Millennium Stadium went all the way to penalties. The penalties were at our end of the ground and delirium ensued. I was only 9, so one of my fondest memories growing up is that one. Will be a fond memory for Asad Sajjad as he clubs that away for 4 runs, now just 2 shy of what will be his maiden half-century on the network. Yeah, Vinny's just posted the video of RoboDog into the chat, so if you haven't seen it, click on that link at your own peril. It's one of these, as Julian says, oddly disturbing creatures, which I was fine with. I mean, I wasn't there, I was comfortably in another country. I was fine until it started leaping. That's when I got slightly terrified. So I sympathise with you, Vinny, and I'm glad you're here to tell the tale. Another misfield, this time from Deepak Khatri, and it allows Asad Sajjad to get to his half-century. He achieves it in 15 deliveries, 52 not out for him. And once more, just a couple of sloppy misfields from the East Londoners has allowed OBs to once again wrestle momentum back. Sajjad really holds the key to the chase here. Faced the first ball of the innings and still going strong after he's seen the next 3 batters come and go, not really troubling the scorers too much. That's a big hit. As heads are called and the crowd catch is attempted by the man who was seemingly having an intense discussion with, well, I'm assuming is his girlfriend, and he decides the cricket is more important. He goes for the catch, misses out, and does good work by chasing it down. How close was he to an absolute all-time ECN crowd catch? Oh, well, the girl was absolutely not interested in the slightest. I think they're having a bit of a tiff. So maybe we'll leave them to it. Halfway stage then, OB 76 for 3. We take a look at the next day of Group B action, which is coming to you on Monday. Of course, the women's action on tomorrow, plus the day off on Sunday. And then we carry on into Group B on Monday with Gagan, the final team to take to the stage in this ECS England. They have a triple header, games 1, 3 and 5 of the day. And it's particularly particularly big day for both CFS and the Black Eagles, who are yet to notch their first wins on the network, and they really can't afford to go through the second day of group stage matches without a win. Black Eagles taking matches 3 and 4, and CFS matches 4 and 5, so that's a big game in particular. Match 29, AZ against CFS. It's the battle of the alphabet, and one of those teams, you imagine if they lose that one, would really be struggling to climb their way up the Group B table. The couple are not interested in that one. Shahbaz Khan certainly is, as he clubs that one away for his first Maximo of this innings. Yeah, Tim Harmer, of course, over Femi Martins, he just occupies a echelon of his own. If you know, you know. I wasn't at Wembley for that one, unfortunately, but leaping around my living room instead. So it seems that after that little wobble, the OBs are back on track now. And they lost those 3 wickets in the space of just 6 balls. Since then, 2 out in the middle have steadied the ship once more. Partnership worth 28 already. Chadha is bowling his second over here. And you can see he's quite the competitor, surveying the field every single ball. And the man who's played 9 T20Is for Cambodia. Up in the air, chance for a catch. And it's well taken there. The tumbling figure of Nimanda Subasingh falls away but holds on, as Sahaj Chadha takes his second wicket, and it's an all-important wicket as well, as that marks the end of the half-centurion. Asad Sajjad does have to depart as the opener goes for 59 off 19. Still an excellent hand from him. But once more the momentum shifts in this final game, and maybe even we have an early tingle on our hands, as Sajjad seems to be happy enough with his contribution. But a lovely catch there by the Sri Lankan. Well, Sahaj Chadha's best T20I figures, 2 for 21. He's on 2 for 17 here. Still 2 balls left. Sagar Joshi comes in at number 6 for the OBs. Remember, he scored 44 off 21 in the previous game. The left-hander absolutely can hit the ball a mile. Clubbed down the ground. Does it have the distance on it? It does not, and it's 2 wickets and 2 balls as the catch is taken by Deepak Khatri. Sagar Joshi just tried to place that one over the boundary rope, and it's another excellent grab by Khatri, who seems to be just patrolling that boundary. They're just going to take a look to see if it's a legal delivery. The finger of doom has been raised. He's very much wide on the crease. I don't think there was an issue with height for the spinner. It was just dropping down. It was a low full toss, but low full tosses often do pick up the wickets. And Chadha here finds himself on a hat-trick. I was lamenting the fact earlier in the day that we haven't had anyone from this ECS England join the Bowling Hall of Fame, neither a hat-trick nor a fifer. But the Cambodian international here has the chance to make himself hat-trick claimer number 24 of this 2025 calendar year. The last one was in the final of the Medina Cup just 5 days ago. Surely he'll be the first player from Cambodia on the list. I don't know if that was a fist pump in... Yeah, I think it was not in anger, it was in joy, as he knows he's put in a brilliant over there, has Sahaj Chada. Finishes with figures of 3 for 17 as that one zips through to the keeper. And while his T20I best is 2 for 21, his ECN best for now, 3 for 17, and I wouldn't put it past him to improve on those figures. He's quite the dangerous bowler. Here's the Cambodian international. Well, if Finney's in the chat, if he's listening, then maybe if you have any information on the most obscure nationalities we've had on the network, Cambodia must be up there. It's the kind of cricket that you only get on the network, surely, with Sahaj Chada bowling a delivery which was then caught by Nimanda Subha Singh, who himself has played 34 first-class games in Sri Lanka. Into the 7th over then, and Viken Kedaria will bowl the 7th over here. OBs just need to have one big over to try and keep themselves still in contention. It's 86 for 5. And Shahbaz Khan, he's still out there, and he's been joined by Mohamed Ahmed, who does find the rope on this occasion. And the run rate now sneaking over 20, so they need a few more where that's come from. We have been on a bit of clock watch all day today. Of course, all of these sides new to the format, new to the network, so it'll take them a little bit of time to adjust to the speed of the game and the need to go through the overs pretty quickly. A reminder though, if the clock does go up, it's generally because time is given for wickets. Time is also given if there's a particularly long ball chase, and that's often the case here, especially if the ball gets clubbed away to the leg side for the right-hander. Thankfully we have spectators. That one's a violent Tortuga. Luckily for the fielder there, he had his mate Jaira Singh Jadeja backing him up. Otherwise it would have been a costly misfield. Not that he could do much about it, as that was a big old cannon. Must be a little trampoline hidden in the Hornchurch surface there. As we get to the end of the over, but it's still a brilliant over from Kedaria. Just the one boundary coming off it. As we take a look ahead to what's coming your way tomorrow. I, of course, then will be off tomorrow as I make my way back to school. But Nish, I know, is really looking forward to taking you through the first day of ECSW action, with Upminster, Hutton and Gunnersbury taking to the stage. And there'll be some real stories amongst the players there. I already mentioned that Upminster have a Olympic medalist in their ranks. I know Gunnersbury have some pretty exciting players as well, and as do Hutton. As Nish will bring you all the action and all the stories at 9:45 local time, the first game. So the schedule the same, 5 games coming your way. As the OBs here now need a big over. Run rate over 22 now, 67 needed in the final 3 overs. And that's a decent enough start, as the kids there have a grizzly come to play. Mohammed Ahmed leans into that delivery. Bit too much width on offer there from Nimanda. And Ahmed plants both feet and just swings and swings hard. Up in the air. Doesn't have much distance on it. The wicketkeeper has claimed it. Can he get there? He can. It's an outstanding run and grab from Meet Goswami. He had to cover some distance there. Ends up taking the catch pretty much on the ring. There was a fielder who would have been right underneath it. But he decides to delegate to the man with the big gloves. It was the right call in the end. As Shahbaz Khan, who was looking dangerous, has to depart. And it's a good grab by Goswami, who takes his second catch of the innings, and OB chase is just falling away here. 100 is on the board. They've lost 6 wickets and they still need another 61 runs for victory. Yeah, Vinny saying some of the best nations that have featured on the European Cricket Network: Cambodia, Nigeria, Vanuatu. Yeah, of course, the player from Vanuatu featured in the World 11 in the Western Shield, and I know his whole family and country were proud of him for that one. The Netherlands captain Scott Edwards, of course, hero of ECL in 2019. He was born in Tonga, so can't say we're not international. European Cricket Network, at some point we'll have to switch to the World Cricket Network, of course, now with some of our footage available in Hindi as well. We flashed up that graphic for our friends over in the East. That one goes through the gloves of Meet Goswami, who did so well on the catch on this occasion. He seems to have holes in his hands. As that one races away for 4 byes. Does just die on him, to be fair. He just doesn't get in the right position. Lucky he doesn't hit the helmet on the way through. But OBs need plenty more where that's come from. They want to still make a fight of this game. That's hit hard, and I hope people there are watching out. In fact, it is well fielded. That girl in the background, she's on her phone, but at least she looked up when that cracked off the bat, as it made everyone stand and watch there. Nice little 360 fielding. A bit of style there on this Friday evening, getting his dancing shoes on. "15 runs coming off that over then. It's not enough for the OBs. They need 2 magical overs here, really. 52 runs needed in the final 12 deliveries. It's been a comprehensive performance from the East Londoners so far. And I'm going to jinx it because that's what I'm here to do. But so far, there hasn't been a single wide bowled in this game. Again, can't have happened too often on the network. OBs in their bowling innings just gave away the 1 extra. That was a no ball. The East Londoners here, well, the 4 byes just then. Otherwise, the only extra has been a leg bite. So you can see the standard of bowling throughout this ECS England has been extremely high. Extras generally been low. And the fielding has been outstanding as well. We've been seen so many really tough chances made to look easy, especially the ones on the boundary. This one might be a chance in the little fan zone that's accumulated there. 6 runs off the bat of Ajinkya Patil. I've certainly been impressed with the standard on show in both groups so far, and already looking ahead to the quarter-final and finals, which promise to be a real high-quality slugfest. Every ball that doesn't go to the rope now is a win for the East Londoners. With that run rate now at 27, this over could pretty much finish it as Deepak Khatri bowls the 9th, all-important 9th, and that one again won't find the rope as they scamper through for 1. I think Faisal Riaz there having a chat with his teammates, maybe just took his eye off the ball and got duly punished as that one pinged off his fingers just as I was praising the fielding. Still wide watch continues, and just now with 7 balls left. And this over does seem to have sealed the win for the East Londoners. First ball went for a 6, but otherwise Catfree just conceding the 3 singles. Again, outstanding fielding, this time by Sahaj Chadha. You can see already such a fierce competitor. You see that with ball in hand, and he's disappointed there that he doesn't manage to stop the 2. He should be pleased with the fact he stops the 4. Pretty much signs, seals and delivers the win for the East Londoners. And on the back of his 3 wickets as well, 3 for 17. Identical figures, in fact, to Nimanda Subasingh. He'd be more than happy with what he's done for his side, as the East Londoners will claim this win and go through the first day of Group B action here undefeated. It will be not Henaksh Survey to bowl the final over, but in fact Akshay Solanki. East Londoners here satisfied that they pretty much have this game in the bag. They've thrown the ball to their 6th bowler. It will be the spin of Solanki to finish us off here on this Group B opening day. Starts with a 4 though, Ajinkya Patil. At the moment though, it's just going to add shine to a result that looks like it's going the way of the East Londoners. Akshay Solanki, all he has to do here is land the ball 5 times. It's been another excellent day of cricket. I'm sure the East Londoners in particular will agree with that. But even OB, they can be happy with their performances so far. They've really shown that they have batting depth as well, as this one is going to go up, up and away and just land the other side of the commentary tent. Ajinkya Patel looking here to put a bit of shine on the score. I mean, even if he thinks that he can put a little bit of pressure on Akshay Solanki, pressure does strange things to bowlers, and a couple of no balls and maybe, just maybe, but we are talking about something pretty extreme even for the European Cricket Network. 31 runs needed in 4. OBs, even if they go to a defeat here, they've shown that they are a force to be reckoned with. As Patel, that's a late contender for one of the shots of the day, as we also get a brief dog watch, top left corner there, as Patel goes for 3 boundaries in a row, 4-6-6. Akshay Solanki, the 6th bowler here, is coming in for a bit of treatment. Maybe the OB batters here getting their revenge after, of course, Akshay Solanki smashed 64 off just 24 deliveries. That one's going up, up and away. It's a strange one again, is maybe because the pressure is off, but suddenly Ajinkya Patel has shifted up a gear. Mohammad Ahmed at the other end, he's a runner ball 8. That's really a bit of a killer when you're chasing a big score as well. Solanki finally manages to squeeze one through, so the very unlikely becomes the even unlikelier here. Finishes them with 2 dot balls, as OB do fall short of the chase. Well, scoreboard's doing funky things there, but in fact it will be a comfortable win for the East Londoners, as the total they posted, 160, will end up being too much for the OBs, who finish on 136 for 6. So the winning margin is 24 runs East Londoners add that to their collection. They won the first game by 25 runs, the second game by 6 wickets, and this one again by 24 runs. They are certainly showing that they're a force to be reckoned with in this Group B. I'm sure the teams over in Group A have kept an eye on the action today and will be slightly concerned with what they have seen, because it's been an absolute masterclass of, in particular, batting power. Lost count of the number of half centuries we saw today, and hoping for more tomorrow as well, as the first day of ECSW comes your way, with Nish taking you through 5 games of action, I should say, with the second day coming a week later on 14th of June. But we'll talk more about the women tomorrow, as for now, we'll take a look back at the highlights of this run chase. An unsuccessful one in the end by OBs, as they fall short of the chase. As well, at the start, Asad Sajjad, he was going well. It was the one-handed grab by Owen Palmer. He smiles and waves. The dog then decided he wants to take his ball and go home. As European cricket always delivers, even if the dog doesn't deliver our ball. Hamza Ahmed, he fell as he nicked one through to the keeper. Meet Goswami, he went on to take 2 smart catches and just fell away a little. Baba Chowdhury, who was the destroyer in the earlier game, he went for a second ball duck. Mervyn Westfield, those two, if you get those 2 cheaply, then you're in with a shout, and that's exactly what the East Londoners did here, as Westfield was 4 and out after a smart catch in the deep by Deepak Khatri, who gobbled up pretty much everything that came his way in the air. Shabazz Khan, he came in and he departed. Well, the first, that was the tumbling figure of Nimanda Subasingh. That was the end of Asad Sajjad. His cameo came to an end, 59 off 19. He was the real guiding light early on in the run chase for the OBs. And then Deepak Khatri took another one in the deep. Mohammed Ahmed, he stuck around for a while, but when Meet Goswami dismissed Shabazz Khan, it really seemed like an uphill battle that the OBs would end up being on the losing side of. Ajinkya Patel, though, he came in towards the end and suddenly found another gear as he smashed 4 sixes on his way to an unbeaten 31. But it was too little, too late in the end, as OBs fall short in the run chase, and the East Londoners go through the first day of Group B action here in London unbeaten. 3 wins from 3 for them, as OBs suffer defeat for the first time. Batting scorecard then, Asad Sajjad notching his maiden ECN half century, but then it was a bit of slim pickings from Ahmed, Chowdhury and Westfield, and those 3 quick wickets really put the brakes on the run chase for Old Brentwoods. The flurry at the end then came a little too late. Shabazz Khan 20 off 11 and Ajinkya Patil 31 off 10, but in reality, in those final 2 overs, all it did was put the shine on the losing margin for OBs. Taking a look then at the bowlers, 6 of them used in total. Saj Chadha, Nimanda Subasingh, both of them have first class, and in Chadha's case, international experience, and it showed as they claim all of the 6 wickets, in fact, between them 3 apiece, and identical figures, both finishing on 3 for 17. So there you have it. Group B is well and truly up and running, match 25 in the bag, and it's the East Londoners who finish the day top of the table. 3 wins from 3 for them, as Old Brentwoods fall short by 18 runs in the end. After that final flurry from Ajinkya Patel, 31 not out off 10 for him, but Subasingh and Chadha both showing that they're forces to be reckoned with. So the covers are going on, and for the final time you can join me in the commentary tent as I say hello, and of course thank you very much for joining me on my solo flight as we went through the action today. It's been a thrilling day, and I'm really excited how this tournament will unfold, with the Group B really getting up and running. Of course, we turn our attention to tomorrow, where we have the ECSW in action for the first time, and I'll be off tomorrow, but Nish will be taking you through the 5 games coming your way then, which of course sees the triple header of Hutton, Gunnersbury and Upminster all taking part in 3 games over the course of 2 days, both coming Saturdays, with Upminster in particular putting in a heavy shift tomorrow, doing matches 1, 2, 4 and 5. Worth looking out for there. Of course, their silver medalist at the Olympics, and Gunnersbury as well have some big names, and Hutton I know are looking forward and have some exciting talent in their side. So that's what's coming your way tomorrow, as I'll be going up north, and Nish I'm sure will be looking forward to that, as of course will you, the viewers. So once more, again, thank you to you for joining me, and a big thank you to Hornchurch Cricket Club as they continue to work tirelessly to get the games on in what has been a classic day of sun, rain, wind, and most importantly, exciting cricket. So wherever you are, enjoy these highlights. Have a lovely weekend. I'll be back on Monday, and make sure you join Nish for the ECSW tomorrow morning. Have a lovely evening, everyone, and see you soon.
my body back and forth. Move my back.